Chapter 1. The Rules of the Jianghu from Huang Daxian. The night had not yet dispersed, and the morning mist of the Greater Khingan Mountains enveloped the entire forest. The wind whipped up snowflakes that battered against the wooden window, producing a crisp sound, while the cold winter wind seeped in through the cracks of the door from all directions. Lin Xiaoyu comfortably nestled in her cotton quilt, the heated calm beneath her warming her up. The hazy drowsiness made her instinctively reluctant to open her eyes, and she groggily turned over. Suddenly, a small, delicate voice rang in her ears, with a hint of grievance. It forcefully pulled her from her dreams. "I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Hey, my stomach is growling so pitiful. I need to find something to eat." The voice was light and thin, with a nasal tone. "Did I ask someone there?" Lin Xiaoyu's sleepiness vanished instantly, and she opened her eyes wide, nearly jumping out of bed. But the moment she saw her surroundings, she froze. The unfamiliar room was pitifully small, with a few bundles of firewood piled in the corner, a patterned thermos on the table, and an enamel water tank with a missing edge. A yellowed calendar was nailed to the wall, boldly stating, December 1983. Where is this? Lin Xiaoyu's mind went blank. Just last night, she was wrapped in a blanket in her rental apartment, scrolling through her phone, complaining about the rising prices of takeout. How did she wake up in 1983? Could it be she traveled through time? The thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly realized that the scene before her was somewhat familiar. The arrangement of this little wooden house was incredibly similar to a game she had just completed. Last night, she had finished a casual puzzle game called Forest Shelter. This game was set against the backdrop of the Greater Khingan Mountains in the 1980s, where players acted as forest rangers, starting by collecting animal data, maintaining the ecological balance of the Greater Khingan Mountains, unlocking illustrations, upgrading equipment, and ultimately becoming legendary rangers. Lin Xiaoyu had been a corporate slave for many years, working 996 and 007 schedules, and didn't even dare to raise a cat. So she could only choose to play games to experience the joy of cloud pet raising. But now, Lin Xiaoyu stared down in a daze, looking at herself dressed in an oversized old cotton jacket with worn cuffs and a pair of mud-covered liberation shoes by her feet. This outfit is clearly the initial attire of the forest ranger in the game Forest Shelter. The chill in the wooden house, the warmth beneath her, and the scent of firewood were all incredibly real. Does this mean that an entire forest and a whole encyclopedia of furry creatures could also become real? This is so awesome. At that moment, the voice sounded again. "I'm so hungry. So hungry. Shoo. Mommy will find you something to eat." Whispered conversations came from somewhere. Lin Xiaoyu held her breath, perked up her ears, and looked in the direction of the sound. The room was dimly lit, with only the moonlight filtering through the window illuminating the floor, casting a few blurry shadows. She squinted her eyes, carefully discerning, and finally spotted a bit of movement at the threshold. Is that a yellow weasel? Its back was a mix of yellow and white fur, its body as thin as a twig, and its bushy tail drooped down.At that moment. It was lowering its head, using its small paws to scratch at the floor as if trying to burrow into the wall for something to eat. It was being incredibly cautious, occasionally shaking its ears as if ready to flee at any moment. Nothing here, not even a grain of rice. That twitched its whiskers a couple of times, retreating 2 steps in disappointment, sniffing with its nose as if searching for other food. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her heart racing faster, and oh doubt about it, in the game, she could talk to small animals on screen, and now that she had crossed over, she was hearing it for real. That northeastern accent and timid tone were simply adorable. She must have just crossed over at the beginning of the game, right when she was supposed to feed the yellow weasel family to unlock the first illustration. Lin Xiaoyu swallowed hard, her gaze sweeping over the stove, which was indeed empty. However, there was a rice jar in the corner, but she didn't know if there was any rice inside. She mustered her courage and quietly reminded, "There's a rice jar in the corner." The large yellow weasel jumped in fright, nearly crashing into the wall. It suddenly raised its head, its round black bean-like eyes staring at her, its tail whipping between its legs, curling up like it wished it could burrow into the ground. You can hear me talking?" Its voice trembled like it was shaking flour, with a strong northeastern accent, the end of its sentence trailing off with a hint of a whimper. Please don't catch me. I just came in looking for something to eat, because I'm so hungry I didn't mean any harm." It spoke while backing away, its claws scratching the ground, making faint scratching sounds, its eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, three little heads poked out from outside the door. Fluffy little yellow weasel cubs huddled together, their eyes wide, even larger than their mother's. Their little ears twitched as they curiously peered inside. Lin Xiaoyu watched this scene, almost bursting into laughter. The weasel's reaction was exactly like the small animals in the game that would run away when frightened. But that northeastern accent and timid tone were simply too adorable. She'd been a bit scared at first. After all, yellow weasels in northeast folklore are considered celestial beings, worshipped by every household. But this mother weasel looked so thin, her eyes glistening with moisture, appearing very pitiful. Not to mention the three little cubs, huddled together, pushing each other with their small paws, making soft chirping sounds like a litter of newborn kittens. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu was silent, the mother weasel became even more frightened, standing frozen in place. Could it be that she wanted to skin it? It shivered all over, its tails fur nearly standing on end. Suddenly, it remembered the legend. If one encounters Huang Daxian, they would ask people, "Do I look like a human?" Which indicates they're a celestial being about to attain human form. People must answer like to fulfill its merits. Therefore, most villagers regard yellow weasels with both respect and fear. Thinking of this, it mustered its courage and quietly asked, "DDO, I look like a human to you?" Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle at its words. Suppressing her nervousness, she mimicked the northeastern dialect and teased, "Yes, yes, you look like a human, just like a little wife, and you even have three little ones." She paused, noticing its fear, and comforted, "Don't worry, I won't catch you." Although the yellow weasel looked scary, its cautious appearance was simply too cute, its eyes sparkling like a child asking for candy. She thought for a moment and tried to soften her voice, continuing, "Don't panic, I have some food here, I'll share some with you and your cubs." The mother weasel clearly froze for a moment, its ears twitching as if it didn't hear clearly. "Really won't catch me? You'll give me food?" Its black, bean-like eyes widened even more, filled with disbelief and surprise. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, getting up and leaving the room that I in the game setting. The initial house was not only simple, but also drafty. Inside, there was only a Kong and a limping table, not even a wooden stool. On the stove next door, there was only a small plate of leftovers that looked like chicken, along with a few hard buns. She broke off half a piece of chicken and squatted down to hand it over. "Look at how hungry you all are, it really pains my heart." The mother weasel hesitated for a moment, its nose twitching. Smelling the aroma of the chicken, its eyes lit up. It cautiously approached, took the chicken, and tore it into small pieces to share with its cubs. The three little ones eagerly nibbled, making satisfied humming sounds, their tails wagging like three little fur balls rolling around. One cub, clumsily biting a piece of meat, fell over backward. When it got back up, still holding the meat in its mouth, it chirped at Lin Xiaoyu, shaking its little paws in front of its chest as if to say thank you. Lin Xiaoyu watched them eat happily, her heart warming. Unable to resist, she reached out her hand and ruffled one of them. The fluffy texture and the soft, adorable expressions of the small animals made her feel completely relaxed, with a sense of unprecedented satisfaction in her heart. Ding! A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Comrade Ranger, you have triggered main quest. The rules of the Jianghu of the Yellow Sage." Chapter 2. The whole family comes to enjoy the autumn wind. Before her, a light blue transparent panel quickly appeared. Then, the text in front of her slowly faded away. Subsequently, an ancient-looking thick book materialized, its yellowed pages opened to reveal a picture of a yellow weasel. Illustration unlocked. Yellow weasel mammalia, carnivora, mustelity, mustela. Preference: chicken on the stove. Reward points: 10. Current points: 10. Store unlocked. The black and white icon in front of her lit up, and as her gaze moved, it quickly flipped to the next page. Current progress. Yellow weasel favorability 10. Achieve friendship of the little thief achievement tag. Unlock condition. Successful first feeding. The yellow weasel is no longer scared and will not avoid you. Achievement details. The kind-hearted deity will bless every little animal in the harsh winter. Points 20. Current points 30. Flipping to the next page, it listed distribution, value, etc., all in gray and in an unlocked state. These could only be slowly unlocked by accumulating the favorability of small animals. When favorability reaches 100, this small animal will be able to assist the ranger with some simple tasks. Lin Xiaoyu skillfully found a small shopping cart icon in the upper right corner of her view. Looking at the array of dazzling products before her, each with various labels. Everyday goods, beauty and skincare, grains and vegetables, rare treasures, everything was available, and she let out a long breath. All the functions of the system were here, so she no longer had to worry about survival in this other world. In fact, she could even get rich by petting these fluffy creatures. Personal space, portal, otherworld, manual soul contract. Various sparkling product icons appeared. 10,000 points, 100,000 points, 1,000,000 points. Lin Xiaoyu closed the interface and switched to grains and vegetables. The game was set in the 1980s, with scarce resources. Even if one had money outside, they might not be able to buy meat, but here, a pound of pork only cost 10 points. She had 30 points, enough to exchange for 3 pounds of pork or 5 pounds of flour. Lin Xiaoyu spent 20 points to get a pound of pork and 1.5 pounds of flour, then chose the pork, and with the remaining 10 points, she repaired the walls of her house. In the next second, the house finally stopped leaking. Becoming warmed, a block of frozen hard pork appeared on the table, emitting a faint meat fragrance. Next to it was a small bag of fine flour. Oh my God! She struck it rich. She weighed the piece of meat in her hand, her mind already calculating how to turn it into a pot of warm stew to warm her frozen body. After the weasel family finished the chicken, they licked their lips, and the mother led her cubs to bow in thanks before quickly running away. Before leaving, they looked back at her, as if remembering this kindness. Lin Xiaoyu happily tidied up the house, glanced at the calendar, and saw that today was the day the village delivered supplies. So she quickly organized the place, polishing the enamel jar on the table until it shone, sweeping the floor clean, and even folding the blankets on the bed into neat squares. As long as she had points, she could upgrade her little house, buy clothes and food, and withstand the long cold winter. She put on a thick cotton coat, wrapped herself in a gray scarf, and pushed open the door to go down the mountain to collect supplies. Just as she stepped out, she was taken aback. 7 or 8 yellow weasels, big and small, crowded at the door, their bright eyes fixed on her. The leading male weasel, with a cheeky face, said in a somewhat ingratiating tone, Big sister, I heard you have food here. We want to take advantage of you when spring comes next year. We'll bring you chickens and rabbits. This winter, it has snowed heavily for half a month, and we really can't find anything to eat. Behind it, the small cubs mimicked the big weasel, all looking up with their round, blinking eyes. One particularly bold cub even rubbed against Lin Xiaoyu's feet, nudging her shoes with its little head and making a gurgling sound of affection. Lin Xiaoyu immediately recognized the mother weasel standing in the back. It was the one that had just come to ask for food. This was a whole family coming to enjoy the autumn wind. She couldn't help but laugh, helplessly going back to take out the piece of pork she had just exchanged for, cutting some to make a pot of meat soup. The pot was steaming, with a little salt added, and the oil floated on the soup, fragrant and enticing, even making her swallow her own saliva. She ladled the soup into a few broken bowls and shared it with the group of little fluff balls. The weasels drank with greasy mouths, and the cubs circled around her feet, using their little paws to tug at her pant legs, as if complaining that the bowls were too high for them to reach. Lin Xiaoyu's heart melted, unable to resist. She reached out to pet the fluffy head of a cub. Not only did it not shy away, but it also nuzzled up into her palm as if enjoying it. A blue pop-up window floated by. Current progress. Yellow weasel favorability 20. Achieve credit of a loyal customer achievement tag. Unlock condition. The yellow weasel starts to actively come to your home for food and borrow some items. Achievement details. Today, they'll lend you a meal. Tomorrow, they'll take you to find ginseng, the credit system of the yellow sage. Points. 20. Current points. 20. While feeding these little guys, footsteps suddenly approached on a mountain path. Accompanied by heavy breathing, the villager wrapped in a green military coat rushed up, panting heavily, holding a burlap sack, his face red from the cold. When he looked up and saw Lin Xiaoyu squatting on the ground feeding a bunch of weasels, he was so startled that his legs went weak, almost dropping the sack. Oh my God! Little Lin, what are you? Chatting with the yellow sage? His voice trembled, hiding behind a clump of weeds, not daring to approach. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback, looking up to see a dark-skinned man, wearing thick-soled cotton shoes with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. She vaguely remembered that this person seemed to have appeared in the first main quest, The Rules of the Jianghu of the Yellow Sage. He should be an NPC in the game named Wang Yukai, a character who loves to take small advantages. Lin Xiaoyu stood up and wiped the soup from her hands. Don't be afraid. It has snowed for half a month, and these little guys are starving. Wang Yukai hurriedly set down the burlap sack, which contained some cornmeal, a few frozen hard cabbages, and a small bag of red beans. As he put it down, he stole glances at the group of weasels, mumbling, "Yellow sage bless, yellow sage bless." The mother weasel seemed startled too, leading her cubs to shrink back, peeking out from behind Lin Xiaoyu's legs. Wang Yukai swallowed hard, gathering his courage to take 2 steps forward, lowering his voice. "Little Lin, this is not something just anyone can do. The yellow sage is quite spiritual. Aren't you afraid?" Lin Xiaoyu smiled. "If you don't do anything shameful, there's naturally nothing to fear." Wang Yukai swallowed again, his eyes rolling around, rubbing his frozen hands, forcing a flattering smile on his face. "Little Lin, since you have this ability, there's something I want to ask you for help with." "What is it?" "My old man went hunting in the mountains a couple of days ago, and he hasn't come back for 2 days. Can you help me find my dad?" As he spoke, a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Chapter 3. The little follower on the mountain patrol. Lin Xiaoyu frowned when she heard this. She remembered, in the main quest, Wang Youcai's family secretly went to the southern mountain to hunt sable, skinning them to sell at high prices to foreigners. However, the old man went up the mountain and went missing. It was only thanks to the clues provided by the weasel that they found him at the foot of the cliff in Nanling. Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned displeased as she asked knowingly, "Why didn't you report it to the police after the old man? Didn't he come back for 2 days?" Wang Yukai waved his hands repeatedly. "No need, no need." He looked a bit awkward, his eyes darting around, and mumbled, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just thought since you have a favor with the old man, maybe you could ask him where he is and we can go find him ourselves." Lin Xiaoyu coldly snorted inwardly. The old man's situation couldn't be delayed. "I'll try my best, but if it doesn't work, we still need to report it to the police." Seeing her relent, a smile broke out on Wang Youcai's face. "All right, little sister, thank you." Lin Xiaoyu turned around and looked down at the mother weasel. The little creature was cocking its head at her, as if it understood. She squatted down, gazing at the bunch of little cubs, thought for a moment, then told Wang Yukai to wait at the door while she took a few little cubs back into the house. After closing the door, she asked, "Is the old man at the foot of the cliff in Nanling?" The mother weasel turned around. "We don't know what he looks like." Lin Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "The old man is easy to recognize, hunched over, not tall, and very thin. He has a black mole on the right side of his chin." The weasel erupted into a flurry of chatter, a cacophony of voices rising in excitement. "I saw him yesterday. He was at the southern mountain." Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Indeed, she had remembered incorrectly. Calculating the time, she rubbed the weasel's furry head and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you." She set it down and walked out of the room. "Little sister, how is it?" Wang Yukai hurriedly came forward to ask. "The old man is at the cliff in Nanling, but we don't know the specifics," she said, giving Wang Yukai a meaningful look. "There aren't many prey on the mountain in winter. He might have stayed a couple more days. It's hard to get to Nanling, but there are many good things there." "Did the old man go up the mountain to look for some wild game?" Wang Youcai's face stiffened, and he laughed awkwardly. "There's nothing good, just some mountain chickens and wild rabbits." "Oh, really?" Lin Xiaoyu's smile faded, her eyes growing colder. Wang Yukai looked at the few weasels peeking into her room and shrank his neck. "Little sister, I'll go find the old man first and come back to thank you another day." Saying this, he hurriedly left without looking back. Lin Xiaoyu watched him leave, sighing. "Come out," he escalated. A bunch of furry little creatures slowly emerged from the house. The leading mother weasel gave a bow and thanked her with her cubs. Then, she nudged one golden-furred cub forward, pushing it to the front. This cub was the most beautiful of all, with big round eyes. Although it wasn't very agile yet, its fur was soft and fluffy, making it very adorable. "Now that it's winter and the kids are suffering with me, if you don't mind." Before she could finish, Lin Xiaoyu understood her implication, her eyes lighting up. Just right, she still had many living habits to unlock. Leaving one cub could earn her a lot of points. "Okay, I'm willing to adopt it." "Really?" The mother weasel straightened up in surprise, and quickly pushed the little cub to her feet. The little cub nuzzled against her pants, playfully leaning against her shoe, exposing its snow-white belly fur. Lin Xiaoyu picked it up by the scruff of its neck, feeling an immense fondness. The two locked eyes, and the little cub chirped a couple of times. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, looking at its bright eyes, and said, "Then I'll call you Jiong Jiong." Jiong Jiong waved its tiny front paws in the air. The system quickly provided a notification. Current progress. Weasel Affection Level 30. Achieved. Mountain Patrol's Little Follower. Achievement tag. Unlock condition. The Weasel family sends one little brother to take care of your life. Achievement details. Although things on the stove often go missing. Points 20. Current points 40. After the mother weasel thanked Lin Xiaoyu, she left with her group of weasels. The yard became empty. Unfortunately, it was winter, and there was no way to plant some vegetables. It would be great if there was a space to grow some. Lin Xiaoyu thought about this, opened a shop, and took a look. The price for personal space was 10,000 points, and it would take a long time to accumulate. She sighed and returned to the house. She used an old cotton coat to make a simple little nest in the corner of the Kong and placed Jiong Jiong inside. Then she spent 10 points to replace the doors and windows with more wind-resistant ones and added 2 chairs. It looked more like home now. Jiong Jiong felt the warmth, rolled around in the little nest, and soon fell asleep. Its furry head rested by her hand, and its round little belly rose and fell rhythmically. Outside, the wind and snow raged, but inside there wasn't a hint of cold. Looking out the window, the bare treetops swayed in the wind, covered in pure white snow. The world dressed in silver. Lin Xiaoyu leaned against the bed, feeling a long-lost sense of relaxation. No work, no overtime, number 007. Just a warm little house, a furry cub beside her, and the vast Greater Khingan Range. As night fell, the cold wind intensified. Lin Xiaoyu prepared dinner, cooking some chicken for Jiong Jiong while she had a bowl of noodles. Just as she finished eating, there was a knock at the door. Outside, Wang Youcai's voice came through. "Little sister, I found my dad. He is really at Nanling." Lin Xiaoyu hurried to open the door. "You found him?" Wang Youcai looked anxious. Panting, "Yes, at the foot of the cliff in Nanling, but he has been unconscious the whole time." Lin Xiaoyu understood, asking, "Did you find a doctor?" "Doctor." Lu in the village checked, but couldn't find a cause. Others said he angered the mountain god. Wang Youcai covered his face in pain, his voice trembling with urgency. "Little sister, can you please help save my dad? I'll bow to you. I'll work for you." He said this and was about to kneel down. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly grabbed him. "Uncle Wang, what are you doing?" She sighed. The old man was unconscious because he had mistakenly eaten poisonous mushrooms in the mountains. In the game, it was the weasel family that led her to find the antidote, which was a special herb found on the mountain. Completing this beginner task would officially start the game. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Wang Youcai's pitiful appearance and felt a mix of emotions. Human greed is insatiable. Clearly, the villagers were quite well off, yet they still resorted to risky actions. She remembered that the animal protection law enacted in 1983 clearly prohibited the hunting of endangered wildlife like the sable. However, the villagers' mindset was not mature enough to realize the seriousness of the matter. It would be good to take this opportunity to spread awareness. If luck is on her side, there might be random events, and maybe she could gain unexpected rewards. "All right, Uncle Wang, don't panic. I'll go take a look with you." Lin Xiaoyu turned back to the room, squatting by the Kong, looking at the little Jiong Jiong still sleeping soundly in its nest. The little guy is sleeping soundly, his round belly rising and falling, and his paws occasionally twitching as if dreaming of chasing after something delicious. "Jiong Jiong, wake up." Lin Xiaoyu gently poked its head. Chapter 4. The anger of the Martin. Jiong Jiong blinked his round, black bean-like eyes, looking a bit dazed and making soft chirping sounds as he tilted his head to look at her. "Jiong, sister is taking you to save someone, okay?" Lin Xiaoyu asked tentatively. Jiong tilted his head, his ears twitched, and he chirped again, as if he didn't understand what saving someone meant at all. He stretched out his little paw to scratch his face, rolled over, exposing his white belly, and foolishly wiggled his tail at her. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. This little guy is so young that he probably doesn't even know if he's full or not. It seems that finding the herbs still depends on the mother weasel family. Lin Xiaoyu picked up Jiong and tucked him into her cotton jacket, wrapping him up with her scarf to keep him warm. She put on a pair of liberation shoes, opened the door, and said to Wang Yukai, "Let's go. Take me to see the old man." The night was dark as ink, and the cold wind howled through the snowflakes, causing the edges of Lin Xiaoyu's scarf to rustle. She tightened her cotton jacket, keeping Jiong close, and followed Wang Yukai as they walked down the mountain, stepping carefully. The moonlight was heavily obscured by thick clouds, and they could only rely on the kerosene lamp in Wang Yotsai's hand to light their way. The dim yellow glow flickered on the snow, casting two elongated shadows. Wang Yukai chattered all the way, muttering for the blessings of the Huang Daxian, but his eyes occasionally darted to the bulging cotton jacket in Lin Xiaoyu's arms, as if trying to confirm that the little yellow weasel was still there. Lin Xiaoyu followed behind, glancing down at Jiong in her arms. The little guy was curled into a ball, his furry head buried in the scarf, sleeping soundly, his paws unconsciously clutching her cotton jacket. Wang Yotsai's house was at the eastern end of the village. The creaky old wooden door opened with a push, and a blast of cold air mixed with the dampness from inside rushed out. The room was dimly lit, with only a kerosene lamp flickering, the wick crackling as it burned, casting shadows on the walls. Old man Wang lay on the Kong, covered by a thin quilt that was almost translucent. His face was waxy yellow, and his breathing was weak. Wang Yukai anxiously rubbed his hands together, muttering, "The old man has been frozen outside for 2 days. If he doesn't wake up soon, I'm afraid." "Little sister, you have to think of a way." Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to speak, Jiong in her arms suddenly moved. His ears perked up, and his little head popped out from the scarf. His round, black bean-like eyes were fixed on the doorway, making excited, chirping sounds as if greeting something. "Jiong, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback and followed his gaze. In the shadow at the door, there was a rustling sound, as if something small was moving quickly. She squinted her eyes, using the faint light from the kerosene lamp to vaguely see a dark brown shadow flash by. The shadow was small, with sleek fur, a long tail, and eyes that glinted with a faint green light in the dark. A marten. Lin Xiaoyu's mind buzzed as she instantly realized. Old man Wang had secretly hunted the marten, angering the marten group, and triggering the side quest, The Anger of the Marten. Players must soothe the martens and protect their habitat to calm their hostility, unlock the bestiary, and earn rich rewards. She had initially found it troublesome and skipped this quest. Now that she thought about it, that side quest seemed to offer a lot of points and could unlock the marten bestiary. If she could manage it, she might accumulate enough points to exchange for something good. "Uncle Wang, you go outside first." Lin Xiaoyu decisively turned around, waved her hand at Wang Yukai. "I'll discuss with Huang Daxian to see if I can find out something." Wang Yukai turned pale at the mention of Huang Daxian, quickly nodded, grabbed the lantern, and ran outside. With a bang, the door slammed shut, and the room fell silent, leaving only the weak light of the kerosene lamp and Jiong's soft chirping. Lin Xiaoyu held her breath, gently placing Jiong on the edge of the Kong, and softly coaxed, "Jiong, help sister find out where the marten is." Jiong tilted his head, sniffed the air, his ears twitching like little radars, then suddenly jumped off the Kong and dashed toward the back door. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly followed, pushing the door open a crack to look outside. In the snow, several tiny footprints were particularly clear in the moonlight, extending toward the woodpile behind the house. She mustered her courage, grabbed the iron shovel from the corner, and cautiously made her way to the woodpile. Creak! A sharp cry pierced the night sky, and a marten suddenly sprang out from the woodpile, its fur glossy black, eyes fierce, baring sharp teeth as it lunged straight at Lin Xiaoyu. She was startled and almost dropped the shovel, quickly stepping back 2 paces. But Jiong in her arms was unafraid, poking his little head out and chirping at the marten as if greeting it. The marten paused midair, its green eyes fixed on Jiong, then glanced at Lin Xiaoyu, seemingly hesitating whether to continue its attack. After landing, it arched its body into a curve, its tail held high, emitting a low, threatening growl. Don't get excited." Lin Xiaoyu quickly raised her hands, trying to soften her voice. "I'm not a bad person. I'm a forest ranger. This little guy is my friend." As she spoke, she gently brought Jiong in front of her. The little Jiong showed no fear, wiggling his tail at the marten as a sign of friendship. The marten stared at him, its hostility seemingly easing a bit, but its gaze remained cautious, its claws scratching the ground, ready to bolt at any moment. Lin Xiaoyu's mind raced. Taking advantage of this moment, she pulled out a piece of leftover chicken from her cotton jacket pocket, squatted down, and slowly offered it. You must be hungry, right? Have some first. I won't hurt you. The marten's nose twitched, clearly attracted by the aroma of the chicken. After a moment of hesitation, it slowly approached, snatched the piece of meat, and quickly retreated to the woodpile, devouring it hungrily. As long as it is willing to accept. Lin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and softly said to the marten, I know why you're angry. Old man, Wang hunted your companions, right? I promise you won't do that again. I will also keep an eye on the other villagers to ensure they don't harm you. With the meat in its mouth, the marten lifted its head, its green eyes fixed intently on her, as if not believing her at all. It let out another low growl, suddenly turned, and darted into the darkness behind the woodpile. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to chase after it, a scream came from outside. Ouch! What bit me? She quickly ran outside to see Wang Yukai clutching his calf, hopping in pain, with a few drops of blood on the ground. The marten was already nowhere to be seen, leaving only a trail of chaotic footprints disappearing into the snowy night. Little sister, what happened? Wang Youtsai's face turned pale with fear, his voice trembling. Lin Xiaoyu frowned, helping him sit down to examine the wound. Fortunately, the bite wasn't deep, just a bit of skin broken. She fetched some alcohol from the house and quickly treated it, but felt a bit regretful inside. The marten clearly didn't trust humans. Completing the side quest wouldn't be easy. Ding! A familiar system sound suddenly rang in her mind. Side quest triggered. The anger of the marten. Quest objective. Soothe the marten's hostility. Protect its habitat. Unlock the marten bestiary. Current progress. Marten favorability 5. Obtained. Hatred temporarily halted. Achievement tag. Unlock condition. First direct contact with the marten and successful feeding. They will stop baring their teeth at you. Achievement details. The marten's trust is hard to earn, but you've taken the first step. Points 10. Current points 60. Chapter 5. The tug of war of trust. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the blue panel in front of her and sighed. The sable had run away, and the mission had just begun. It seemed she would have to find another opportunity. She turned to look at Jiong, the little guy squatting by her feet, licking the chicken flavor off his paws. Lin Xiaoyu helped Wang Yukai sit down. He was grimacing and rubbing his leg. Uncle Wang, let us be straightforward. Lin Xiaoyu's tone turned cold, her gaze icy. What did the old man do under the South Ridge Cliff? You know very well, don't you? Wang Yukai was taken aback. His smile froze on his face, his gaze wandering as he rubbed his hands, stammering, Little sister, what you're saying. My dad just dealt with some wild game, mountain chickens, wild rabbits, nothing serious. Wild game? Lin Xiaoyu sneered, stepping forward and lowering her voice. How much can the Sables first sell for per foot? Do you think I don't know? The old man was poisoned and fell unconscious. The Sable came back at midnight for revenge, and you're still pretending to be confused? Wang Yukai felt the pressure and his back stiffened, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He swallowed hard, his voice weak. Little sister, how did you know? Don't worry about how I know. Lin Xiaoyu interrupted him, her tone tinged with anger. The Animal Protection Law was enacted in 1983. Sables are endangered species, and hunting them is strictly prohibited. Your old man secretly went up the mountain to skin them for money, almost costing himself his life. How do you think we should settle this? Wang Yukai's face turned red as she spoke, his lips trembling for a long time before he finally lowered his head. His voice so soft it was like a mosquito buzzing. Little sister, I'm sorry. My dad, he said foreigners pay a lot. One fur can be exchanged for several hundred. We're poor. We really had no choice. Poor? Lin Xiaoyu laughed angrily. Isn't the supply from the village enough for you? Why do you have to engage in illegal activities? Did the Sable provoke you? They were living just fine in this mountain. Why should they suffer this fate? Wang Yukai was scolded into silence, shrinking his neck and not saying a word. The room was quiet except for the crackling of the kerosene lamp wick, and outside, the wind and snow rattled the door. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and waved her hand. All right, Uncle Wang, you take care of the old man. I'll come back tomorrow. She picked up Jiong and turned to leave. The night wind was bone-chilling as she wrapped her scarf tighter, looking down to rub Jiong's fluffy head. Back at the ranger's cabin, Lin Xiaoyu lit the stove, warming up the Kong. She had to wait for Mama Weasel to come and ask her to lead the way to find herbs, while also inquiring about the sable. The next morning, the snow had stopped. As soon as Lin Xiaoyu got up, she heard a rustling sound at the door. Peeking out, she saw Mama Weasel leading 2 little cubs, peeking curiously into the cabin. As soon as Jiong saw his mother, he excitedly jumped out of the nest and rushed over, chirping and acting cute. Wow, look at this little guy. He has gotten a bit chubby. Mama Weasel sniffed Jiong and then turned to Lin Xiaoyu. Little sister, you've been really good to my Jiong. I have to thank you. Lin Xiaoyu waved her hand, squatting down a hand over half a piece of steamed bun she had broken off that morning. Sister, you came at the right time. I have something to ask you. She paused and explained the old man's poisoning, then mentioned the Sables' revenge. I want to go up the mountain to find an antidote. Can you lead the way and see if we can ease the relationship with the Sables? Mama Weasel's ears perked up. Those Sables are quite stubborn, but I know where the herbs are. There's a forest under the South Ridge Cliff. I can take you there. She paused, sniffing the air. I can also help you ask about the Sables. I have some connections with them. Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed, quickly packing her things, strapping on her bag, picking up Jiong, and heading up the mountain with Mama Weasel. The mountain path was covered in snow, but luckily Mama Weasel knew the way well, leading her around several steep slopes straight to the South Ridge Cliff. On the way, Lin Xiaoyu cautiously asked, where do the Sables usually hang out? Mama Weasel flicked her tail. The Sable family lives in the pine forest under the cliff. Their nest is very hidden. People in the village have been eyeing their fur, and they've caught several. How can the Sables not be anxious? Just a few days ago, someone used traps to catch them and skin them alive. Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. It matched the game's storyline. She quietly opened shop, exchanging 20 points for a pound of dried fish and a pound of pine nuts, putting them into her bag. When they reached the bottom of the South Ridge Cliff, the air was filled with the fragrance of pine resin, and in the distance, the sound of the wind rustling through the forest could be faintly heard. Mama Weasel stopped her in a thicket, scraping away the snow with her paws to reveal a cluster of inconspicuous grass with a few red seeds hanging from the tips. Here it is, the antidote herb. Hurry and dig it up, Mama Weasel urged. Lin Xiaoyu carefully dug up a few plants, wrapped them in her bag, and looked around. Deep in the woods, she could vaguely see a few small figures jumping between the trees, green eyes flashing in the dark. She quietly took out the dried fish and pine nuts from her bag, placing them on a flat stone, and whispered to Mama Weasel, don't make a sound. I'm leaving some food for the Sables. Mama Weasel tilted her head, puzzled. Why not just give it to them directly? Lin Xiaoyu smiled. I'm afraid they dislike me and refuse to accept it. This can be considered an apology. The villagers made a mistake, and I need to help make it right. I hope they can have a good winter without worrying. After saying that, she clapped her hands, picked up Jiong, and followed Mama Weasel down the mountain. Once down, Lin Xiaoyu headed straight to Wang Yukai's house. Old Wang was lying on the Kong, his breath weaker than the night before. As soon as Wang Yukai saw her, he hurried over. Little sister, how is it? Did you find a solution? Lin Xiaoyu ignored him, squatting down to crush the herbs, mixing them with some hot water and feeding it to the old man. After a while, the old man coughed a couple of times, his complexion gradually easing and his breathing becoming steadier. Wang Yukai was so excited that tears streamed down his face as he grasped her hand, repeatedly thanking her. Ding! The system sound rang out again. Main quest updated. The rules of the Jianghu of Huang Daxian. Current progress. Weasel's favorability 40. Achieved. Guardian Spirit Trial Period. Achievement tag. Unlock conditions. Helping each other is the basis of deep friendship. Achievement details. The Weasel thinks you're quite nice. Points 30. Current points 90. Soon, another pop-up appeared. Side quest updated. The Anger of the Sable. Quest progress. Sables' favorability 10. Achieved tentative contact. Achievement tag. Unlock conditions. The Sable accepted your food and allowed you to observe them from 10 meters away, but will hide their cubs. Achievement details. You take 1 step forward, and it takes 2 steps back. A tug of war of trust. Points 10. Current points 100. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the panel and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 6. The mice meeting. It seems that the left outside have already been collected by the weasels. These weasels were frightened, and it looks like mending relationships will have to be done step by step. Lin Xiaoyu sighed and warned, try to do fewer malicious things like this in the future. Wang Yukai readily agreed, but it was hard to tell if he meant it. After returning from Wang Youcai's place, Lin Xiaoyu cradled Jiong and made her way back to her wooden house. With 100 points, she could exchange for quite a few good things in the mall. Lin Xiaoyu browsed through the mall. For now, she needed to improve her living environment first. Without hesitation, she spent 20 points to redeem a modern pressure cooker. This thing makes braised meat taste incredibly delicious. Just thinking about the modern delicacies made Lin Xiaoyu drool. Jiong climbed up to Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder with its small paws, its dark little eyes sparkling. There was still some meat at home, so Lin Xiaoyu chose a clean pork rib, chopped it into suitable small pieces, and added some cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. After skimming off the foam, the ribs looked a bit pale but had lost their previous raw smell, with the half-cooked meat emitting a primal aroma. Upon seeing the meat, Jiong's eyes lit up, and it quickly scampered down to Lin Xiaoyu's arm. But she caught it and placed it back on her shoulder. Jiong, now is not the time. After pouring in hot water, Lin Xiaoyu skillfully added the other seasonings to the pot and covered it. Jiong pressed against her ear, whimpering in grievance. The ribs would only smell good once they were fully cooked. To taste the delicacy, one had to wait patiently. Jiong seemed to understand, just watching the pressure cooker while silently drooling. The sky was still early, and as a forest ranger, Lin Xiaoyu still had patrolling to do. She bundled herself up warmly and fashioned a scarf for Jiong from old clothes. The golden fur contrasted beautifully with the splash of red, cuddled in Lin Xiaoyu's arms. Jiong excitedly raised its head. The room was warm and cozy, and, as she opened the door, the warm air transformed into a cloud of white mist that drifted to the eaves and gradually dissipated. In the northeast winter, you could smell the cold in the air. Jiong, with its fluffy coat, glimmered gold in the sunlight, and its little nose released tiny puffs of warm air as it poked its head out of Lin Xiaoyu's embrace, looking very spirited. The patrolling route went from east to south, making a circle and passing through the village. The whole trip took about an hour, which was just enough time for the ribs to become tender and fragrant. The timing was just right. After walking for less than 10 minutes eastward, they entered the woods. A flock of sparrows stood in the underbrush, pecking at the exposed grass seeds and frozen wild fruits with their small beaks. They took a couple of bites and hopped around. If it doesn't taste good, don't eat it. Leave some for me. 2 sparrows were chirping at each other in the snow. Lin Xiaoyu's thick cotton shoes crunched on the snow, causing the 2 sparrows, who had been fighting over the wild fruits, to scatter in fright. Looking up, the sunlight spilled onto the tree branches. A woodpecker was tapping its long beak against a tree trunk, hoping for a delightful meal inside. A startled squirrel poked its head out of a tree hole, greeting Lin Xiaoyu with a friendly, "Are you out of your mind?" Witnessing all this, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. The trees in the Greater Khingan Range were dense, almost forming a continuous canopy. In winter, the branches were bare, adorned with frost that shone a beautiful white. Sunlight could still filter through, but come summer, the leaves would block the branches, making it difficult for sunlight to seep in. Looking at the healing scene before her, it felt like the best reward from heaven for sending a fluffy enthusiast to such a place. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached her ears. On the white snow, a gray mass stood out conspicuously. A group of mice had gathered, their little sharp mouths moving as they were chatting about something. Ever since acquiring the ability to communicate with animals, Lin Xiaoyu had become somewhat addicted. Even if it didn't concern her, she always wanted to eavesdrop. "Are you ready yet? If you delay, it will be too late today. Hurry. If this works out, we could get a lot of good food. Can you let me have some later? I haven't had anything good in a long time. Where are these mice going?" Curiosity sparked in Lin Xiaoyu, and she instinctively moved a little closer. Jiong, nestled in her arms, caught the scent of the mice and poked its head out. Weasels eat mice. Although Jiong was still a bit small, its bloodline was enough to intimidate them. Seeing Jiong, the mice were startled but didn't scatter. Instead, they grouped together and headed down the mountain. "Hey, you guys." Lin Xiaoyu wanted to call out, but as soon as these creatures heard her voice, they panicked and took off running. If so many mice ran into the village, who knew which family's doorstep would suffer the consequences? Moreover, they had been chatting so animatedly. Could they really be plotting something? Just as Lin Xiaoyu was pondering this, she heard Jiong sighing beside her. Its two little paws scratched its belly, and Lin Xiaoyu could see disappointment on its little face. Could it be that this little guy actually wanted to catch a mouse to eat? Jiong, are you hungry? Jiong immediately nodded, looking very aggrieved. It was growing, and being hungry was normal. Lin Xiaoyu quickened her pace, saying, "I'll move faster. We'll finish patrolling the forest and head home. I'll give you an extra piece of rib." Upon hearing about the meat, Jiong's eyes sparkled again, and it snuggled into Lin Xiaoyu's pocket, peeking out to admire the scenery outside. When Lin Xiaoyu returned from outside, the timer had just finished. The lid of the pressure cooker couldn't contain the aroma of the meat. As soon as she opened it, a wave of steam and fragrance hit her face. As the warm ribs came out of the pot, Lin Xiaoyu quickly gave Jiong a piece, then took one for herself. The freshly cooked ribs still carried the pot's heat, making Lin Xiaoyu blow on them in her mouth. The meat's aroma lingered on her tongue, pure enjoyment. Jiong also took a big bite, but ended up reluctant to let go of the rib's delicious scent, blowing on it because it was too hot. Lin Xiaoyu was completely smitten and quickly gave Jiong another piece of steamed bun, saying, "Eat it with the meat. It will taste even better." Jiong blinked its eyes and mimicked Lin Xiaoyu, and before long, it had devoured an entire rib. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to give Jiong another piece of meat, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Before she could get up, the door was pushed open. Lin Xiaoyu was startled, and the chopsticks slipped from her hand, causing a rib to fall. Jiong quickly pounced, clutching the rib tightly with its paws, and began to eat. When Lin Xiaoyu turned around, she realized it was Huang Daxian. He had a distressed expression on his face. "Xiaoyu, what should we do? All the grain in my cellar has been ruined." Chapter 7. The 5 Immortals Gather What? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Isn't the cellar locked? How could this happen?" Huang Daxian felt a bit guilty under Lin Xiaoyu's questioning. "But the situation was urgent. You'll find out when you come with me. After all, something happened in a villager's home, and the food was wasted. This is a very serious matter in the village of Daxian, where heavy snow can easily block the roads in the bitter cold." Lin Xiaoyu quickly wiped her mouth and got dressed. At this point, Jiong had already finished off the entire piece of rib. And 2 ribs were enough for this little guy to eat well and be stuffed, with tiny burps escaping from its mouth. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu about to go out, Jiong jumped from the table to the chair, then climbed to Lin Xiaoyu's feet, tugging at her pant leg and directly climbing into her pocket, leaving only its little head sticking out. Following behind Huang Daxian, Lin Xiaoyu hurried down the mountain to Wang's home. At this moment, there were quite a few villagers gathered outside Wang's courtyard, staring at the ground covered with crushed cabbage stems, unable to help but gasp. "Such good stuff, wasted. But really, it's strange. Couldn't the rats cause more trouble? How could they mess up the cellar like this? Rats, the 5 Immortals. It's probably because Huang Daxian's family has committed some wrongdoing." When the villagers saw Huang Daxian returning with Lin Xiaoyu, they finally fell silent. Looking at the mess in the yard, Lin Xiaoyu felt pained, seeing the little paw prints on the ground and the marks on the cabbage. It was clearly the work of rats. Thinking about the group of rats she encountered on the mountain earlier, Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. It was indeed them. But why were these rats not causing trouble for others, and specifically targeting Huang Daxian's family? "Huang Daxian, did your family do something?" Lin Xiaoyu looked at Huang Daxian. What do we have done?" Huang Daxian felt a bit guilty under Lin Xiaoyu's gaze, stammering for a while before speaking. "Maybe it's because my father went up the mountain." "Your father has come back, hasn't he?" Lin Xiaoyu said, suddenly stunned. There was no sign of old Huang in the crowd. She then realized that he had stubbornly gone back up the mountain again. She was immediately furious. "Didn't you promise me before that your family would definitely not go up the mountain? Why didn't you learn from the last incident with the marten? My father said it would be the last time, and I thought that since there really wasn't any income at home in winter, That SY. Under Lin Xiaoyu's glare, Wang Yukai's voice became lower and lower, and by the end, he looked mournful. How didn't he know this would happen at home? It's all her fault. Xiaoyu, you must think of a way to help me. The other villagers chimed in. Yes, Xiaoyu, I heard you had some connections with the yellow immortal in the mountains. When they discovered Jiong in Lin Xiaoyu's pocket, they quickly clasped their hands together in prayer and spoke carefully. It said that the 5 immortals are one family. Can you ask the yellow immortal to help think of a way? We can't let them ruin the food again. Exactly, in this cold winter, we might not have enough food to eat. If this family runs out of rations, wouldn't that push them to a dead end? Even though Lin Xiaoyu was angry, they did have a point. Moreover, even for the sake of completing the main quest, she couldn't just stand by. The first main quest was about to be cleared. Thinking of the generous rewards, Lin Xiaoyu sighed and pointed her finger at Wang Yukai. This is the last time I help your family. If this happens again, you figure it out yourself. As long as Lin Xiaoyu agreed, Wang Yukai would be grateful. All right, I'll think of a way. While it was still light outside, Lin Xiaoyu took some meat to the place she had fed the animals before. This time, there were obviously more weasels returning. While Lin Xiaoyu distributed the meat, she pondered how to broach the subject. Oh dear, Jiong has grown so fat. The mother weasel looked at her cub, now well-fed and glossy, and was very pleased. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all, Lin Xiaoyu quickly replied. I actually want to ask for your help. What is the matter? The weasel asked, chewing away, her small green bean-sized eyes looking at her. Aren't you all quite familiar with the 5 immortals? Lin Xiaoyu said seriously. Can I ask you to help gather the 5 immortals together? By the way, could you help find a marten too? This matter. The weasel seemed a bit troubled, her round eyes rolling around, and after a long time, she finally spoke. Okay, I'll gather them together, but about the marten. It's hard to say, I'll think of a way. If the weasel agrees, that's half the battle won. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Xiaoyu hurried back to her wooden house after setting a meeting time with the weasel. The next day, in the evening, the sunset dyed half the sky a beautiful orange-yellow, reflecting on the snow, making it look almost unreal. To show her proper attitude, Lin Xiaoyu set out early, bringing some food as a meeting gift. At the place they parted yesterday, the weasel was already waiting, excitedly waving its little paws when it saw Lin Xiaoyu. Over here, as soon as she got close, Lin Xiaoyu instantly spotted a pile of prickly little balls. Next to them was a white snake, boredly digging at the snow with the tip of its tail. The weasel coughed twice. Wake up, someone's here. Upon hearing this, the prickly balls immediately unfurled, their wrinkled skin gradually stretching into a big pancake, moving slightly. All 5 immortals were present. The weasel, gray rat, fox, hedgehog, and snake. Why are you still so lazy? A voice came, and the hedgehog looked up to see the fox's eyes shining green. The hedgehog was startled and curled up most of its body. I have to guard against you, don't I? The fox swayed its tail, its gaze landing on Lin Xiaoyu. It exuded a charming aura, circling around Lin Xiaoyu twice. It's rare for someone to seek us out. This thing was close, and Lin Xiaoyu reached out to secretly pet it twice. In that moment, she understood King Zhou. The rat family was the last to arrive. Yesterday, they were celebrating the new year at Wang Youcai's house, and now they were a bit wary of people, fearing that Lin Xiaoyu would retaliate. As for the marten, why isn't it coming over yet? The weasel looked at the marten hiding behind a tree, quickly hopping over to it. You're here, so greet everyone. Then it pulled the marten over. The marten, seeing humans, felt a bit awkward and mumbled. I'm only here to give you face. Not to give these bad guys face, understand? Chapter 8 Negotiation expert Lin Xiaoyu recognized the ferret by its fur color. It was indeed the one that had been caught from Wang Youcai's house before. The yellow weasel, as one of the 5 immortals with the best relationship with humans, asked Lin Xiaoyu to help move a stone to the center and jumped up to act as the spokesperson. Everyone, they're here today to talk with us, mainly about how to coexist with humans. Feel free to share your thoughts. The few mice felt a bit guilty when they noticed Lin Xiaoyu was watching them. Their long tails swayed behind them. It was Lin Xiaoyu's first time realizing how fitting the term sneaky-eyed little rats was. Lin Xiaoyu cleared his throat twice. I'll get straight to the point. You were the ones who caused the trouble in Wang Yotsai's cellar yesterday, right? Yes. It was us, so what? The mouse representative clearly felt somewhat defensive. Is it allowed for them to mess with us, but not for us to mess with them? Yes. Brother Sable has worked hard this winter to get himself all sleek and shiny. It hasn't been easy for him. He almost got hurt. The Sable, sitting there with its hind legs spread out and front paws clasped together like a human, nodded. Exactly. Lin Xiaoyu knew they were in the wrong, but could only soften his tone repeatedly. I apologize on their behalf. Can we coexist peacefully and not harm each other? Didn't they say the same last time? The Sable glared at Lin Xiaoyu. You humans have no credibility. It huffed in annoyance. Such a small creature with a fluffy face even looked cute when angry, making it somewhat difficult for Lin Xiaoyu and the Sable to stay mad. I really don't know about this. I came here sincerely. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyu quickly took out some treats he had brought. The Sable rolled its eyes at Lin Xiaoyu. Do we need your food? Meanwhile, a sigh arose from around. This meat smells really good. The Sable refused to eat, while the five immortals enjoyed the food. Especially the fox, who wasn't afraid of Lin Xiaoyu, approached him after eating the meat. You're really a good person. The weasel, who was mediating in the middle, quickly supported. Of course, Xiaoyu has fed us a lot before. Otherwise, our family wouldn't know how to survive the winter. Hearing there was food, the fox's eyes immediately sparkled. Is there food for the fox too? Lin Xiaoyu nodded. There is. The fox was overjoyed and directly snuggled into Lin Xiaoyu's arms. This was an active display of affection for someone like Lin Xiaoyu, who is naturally obsessed with cute animals. How could he resist the fluffy temptation? This was practically forcing him to pet it. This time, Lin Xiaoyu was no longer sneaky. He gently stroked the soft orange fur, slightly lowering his head as the scent of grass from the animal filled his nostrils. Seeing that none of the other animals could resist the temptation, the Sable, annoyed, said, Are we still going to discuss serious matters? Lin Xiaoyu quickly snapped back to attention, his face serious, but his hands still rubbing the red fox. Let us talk. What do you want to discuss? After all, Lin Xiaoyu had helped them once. They had received pine nut fish jerky as an apology from him. The Sable, with its proud little temper, could only keep a straight face, and didn't he really want to make things difficult for Lin Xiaoyu? Let us set 3 rules. First, no humans coveting our fur. Second, no stealing our food. Third, it would be best if you could feed us. The hedgehog chimed in, otherwise, this winter will be really hard for us. Although the Sable was quite displeased with the hedgehog interrupting, it was currently hungry, so it awkwardly nodded. Right. Can you do that? Feeding them didn't require the villagers. Lin Xiaoyu could handle it himself. He readily agreed. However, the first 2 points still required the villagers not to go up the mountain. Lin Xiaoyu had an idea in mind about this. All right, I agree to this. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu agree readily, the yellow weasel was the happiest and quickly pulled the Sable forward. Then let us shake hands and make peace. Shake hands. The Sable shouted loudly, but still didn't resist too much. Lin Xiaoyu's hand touched the Sable's paw, and he could finally take a closer look at it. Its eyes were full of deep emotions, not only remorse for the previous events, but also a desire to pet its fluffiness. Don't worry. I will definitely handle this well. The Sable felt a bit awkward being stared at by Lin Xiaoyu, and quickly looked away. You better. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Current progress. Yellow Weasel favorability 50. Achieved negotiation expert. Achievement tag. Unlock condition. The Weasel clan will help you mediate relationships with other animals. Achievement details, provided you can feed them well. Points, 20. Current points, 100. Current progress. Sable favorability 30. Achieved negotiator. Achievement tag. Unlock condition. The Sable allows you to get close and pet it. Just a little. Achievement details. The Sable thinks you're quite reliable. Points, 20. Current points, 120. Unlocking 2 achievements at once and petting different fluffies felt incredibly satisfying. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly felt full of energy. After reluctantly putting the red fox back on the ground, Lin Xiaoyu looked at everyone. Don't worry, I will resolve this well. Then, taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't completely dark yet, he hurried back to his wooden house. With more points, Lin Xiaoyu could unlock even more things in the shop. After some selection, Lin Xiaoyu used 20 points to directly upgrade his rural war-damaged wall and floor. It looked much more comfortable now. With a better environment, his mood also brightened. Spending points felt great, and gaining the trust of animals was even better for Lin Xiaoyu. But happiness aside, he couldn't forget the serious matters. Lin Xiaoyu hadn't forgotten the animals in the mountains who were expecting him. Such things couldn't happen again. He had to give them a final ultimatum. No more going up the mountain to provoke the animals. Lin Xiaoyu quickly heated up some food in his house and then put on warm clothes. Since it wasn't completely dark yet, he still had time to go to the village. Taking advantage of the sunset, Lin Xiaoyu hurried down the mountain. Chapter 9. Just staying alive. The winter wind howled as the day grew late and the temperature dropped even further. Staying on the mountain was bone-chilling. But looking down from afar, it was a warm and peaceful scene. As evening approached, it was the time when every household was busy cooking. Today, the commotion at Wang Youcai's house attracted many onlookers, and whispers of gossip were heard in waves. Throughout the day, Huang Youcai managed to clean up the mess in his home. From the already spoiled food, he found a little that was still edible and stored in his house. Seeing that Wang Youcai's family was indeed in trouble, the neighbors offered their support, each bringing a cabbage or a couple of pounds of potatoes to help out. When Lin Xiaoyu came down from the mountain, she saw several villagers standing at Wang Youcai's doorstep. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, Huang Youcai hurriedly approached her, excited. "Xiaoyu, how is it?" Lin Xiaoyu patted the snow off her clothes. "I asked around. It's definitely Siener who did it." Wang Youcai's expression changed instantly, his lips trembling slightly. "Then, what about my family?" Seeing the look of regret on Wang Youcai's face, Lin Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. She thought it would be good to scare these people once and for all. Who knows what might happen in the future? This was a good opportunity to cut off these guys' crooked thoughts. Whether it was for the fluffy creatures in the mountains or the villagers, it was a good thing. She deliberately lowered her voice to scare them. Fortunately, I arrived in time this time. When the five immortals joined forces for revenge, it could be quite terrible. Wang Youcai, who had a timid disposition, was now frightened, stuttering in response. He was genuinely scared. The other villagers, fearing that the malice from Wang Youcai's family might affect them, began to back away. Seeing their pale faces and wide eyes, Lin Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart, and then she held up Jiong Jiong. Jiong Jiong blinked its little eyes, its golden tail swishing. "Do you need me to do anything?" Lin Xiaoyu replied, "Just stay alive." Holding the yellow weasel in her hand was already an incredibly unbelievable thing in the eyes of the villagers. Lin Xiaoyu's bond with the weasel was real. And what she just said must also be true. I have already communicated with the five immortals and the minks in the mountain. As long as the villagers do not randomly go up the mountain, humans and animals can coexist peacefully, and they will definitely not retaliate otherwise. Lin Xiaoyu pointed towards the direction of Wang Youcai's cellar. "That will be the consequence. We dare not. We really can't provoke that thing." Seeing the cautious expressions on the villagers' faces, Lin Xiaoyu knew that her goal had basically been achieved. She then turned her gaze back to Wang Youcai. Wang Youcai's face was ashen, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Lin Xiaoyu said seriously, "But you can rest assured, animals are very particular about credibility. Since they have promised me not to disturb your family anymore, they will definitely not cause you any more trouble. Just live your life in peace." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, Wang Youcai immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his exhaled warm breath turning into a white mist that dissipated in the air. Judging by the frightened expressions on the faces of those people, they probably really wouldn't dare anymore. Thinking of the hot food still cooking in the pot and imagining the freshly renovated warm house, Lin Xiaoyu's mood soared like she was on a helicopter. From a distance, she could already see her wooden house. The fire in the stove hadn't gone out yet and was still emitting smoke. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and walked forward. But before she could enter the yard, a dark figure startled her. The creature's eyes glowed green upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu. It took 3 steps in 2 bounds and quickly approached her. As it got closer, Lin Xiaoyu recognized it right away. This was the red fox she had playfully ruffled earlier in the evening and had cherished in her arms for quite a while. The red fox squinted its eyes, exuding a hint of charm. As a fluffy creature enthusiast like Lin Xiaoyu, she was instantly captivated by the red fox's gaze. "What you said in the mountains earlier. Is it really true? The red fox's voice carried a hint of flattery. You know, with the heavy snow blocking the mountain, it's hard to find food in there. Before it could finish speaking, Lin Xiaoyu quickly replied, It's true, of course it's true. She then beckoned the red fox to come inside. Although the red fox had previously trusted Lin Xiaoyu, it still felt a bit wary about entering a human dwelling. It stood at the doorway. My paws are covered in snow, so I won't trouble you. Lin Xiaoyu understood and nodded. That's fine, you can wait here. Inside, the iron pot was heating up the food, and as soon as she lifted the lid, a delicious aroma wafted out. Lin Xiaoyu quickly added 2 pieces of meat to her bowl and left a piece of rib on the table for Jiong. When Jiong saw the food, its eyes lit up, and it quickly bit into a piece of meat with its snow-white teeth. Lin Xiaoyu held the bowl of rice and hurriedly walked outside. The red fox, upon smelling the delicious aroma of the ribs, immediately had its eyes sparkling. Is this for me? Of course. The meat was freshly cooked and still a bit hot. The red fox, opening its mouth, directly stuffed a whole piece into it, only to be met with a burning sensation on its tongue. It exhaled a breath of hot air, reluctant to spit it out. Instantly, a rich meaty flavor exploded in its mouth, and even though it burned its tongue, it was worth it. After finishing 1 piece, the red fox hurriedly went for a second. Lin Xiaoyu's ribs this time weren't cut too small. 2 pieces were just enough to fill a bowl. As the bowl began to show the bottom, the red fox felt a little embarrassed. Can I have more? Lin Xiaoyu nodded, of course. With that, the red fox completely lowered its guard against Lin Xiaoyu and no longer cared that it was in a human house, quickly dashing inside in a flurry. The fire in the room was burning brightly, and the aroma of meat filled the air. The red fox remained silent, merely lowering its head to eat the meat, feeling a wave of emotion in its heart. Is this heaven? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu took the opportunity to pet the red fox a few more times, her eyes brimming with excitement. This must be heaven. After Jiong finished the ribs, it looked at the expressions on the faces of the red fox and Lin Xiaoyu with confusion, scratching its head with its little paws. These two probably have a few screws loose. Chapter 10. The Law of Deliciousness. After sending off the red fox, Lin Xiaoyu finally satisfiedly closed the door and went to bed. The news of Lin Xiaoyu successfully obtaining food spread like a gust of wind, quickly reaching the entire mountain. From that day on, more animals began to come to Lin Xiaoyu for food. The white snake remained silent, only twisting its body on the ground to leave a mark, quietly departing after eating, while scaring away the mice, trying to grind their teeth on the wooden boards in the yard with its sharp fangs. The hedgehog rolled around, hiding the berries that Lin Xiaoyu had given it. The closer the relationship, the less reserved these animals were with Lin Xiaoyu. The one that came most often to beg for food was the yellow weasel. In the early morning, when Lin Xiaoyu cleared the snow in the yard and prepared to take Jiong out for a mountain patrol, a group of golden yellow weasels neatly stepped into the yard. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, the mother weasel quickly ran to the front, followed by several little ones, each holding a mushroom taller than themselves. We can't always eat your food. We found this in the mountains. It's not poisonous. People used to make soup with it. I don't know if it's still good to eat this season. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Wild mushrooms. These were good stuff, very delicious, but they grew in very special places. The spots where mushrooms clustered were overgrown with weeds, and the branches almost blocked out the sun. Lin Xiaoyu hadn't seen many during her several trips into the mountains, but unexpectedly, the yellow weasel had brought some for her. We can eat it. I'll exchange 10 points for 2 fat chickens in the store, 1 for roasting, and the other to make chicken stew with mushrooms. This dish will be so fragrant. Don't leave later. Stay at my place for dinner. The yellow weasels were already there to beg for food, and upon hearing this, they jumped up and down in delight. Their thick fur, combined with the winter fat they had recently gained, made them adorably plump. Before long, Lin Xiaoyu got busy sharpening her knife, first cleaning the chicken's innards and cutting it into small pieces, then chopping the mushrooms. With the pressure cooker lid on, in just 40 minutes, the chicken stew with mushrooms will be ready. By the way, Xiaoyu, the yellow weasel, suddenly recalled something as it looked at the footprints in the yard. Has the marten been here? Lin Xiaoyu, who was washing her hands, noticeably slowed her movements at this question and quickly dried her hands with a towel. No, I haven't seen it since that day. At the same time, she felt puzzled. They had been able to touch each other a bit that day. So why hadn't it come looking for her since? This year's snow came early, and it's tough for the animals in the mountains. The marten probably doesn't have much to eat at home and might be too shy to come find you. As she spoke, the yellow weasel's gaze suddenly fell outside the yard. Through the gaps in Lin Xiaoyu's wooden fence, a small face was peeking inside. The yellow weasel, sharp-eyed, exclaimed, "You're here." Upon being discovered, the marten turned to run. The yellow weasel took off after it, quickly grabbing the marten's arm with its paw. "If you came, why didn't you come into the yard? Xiaoyu is different from those people. If you're hungry, just come in boldly." Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that not only did northeastern people live by these 4 words, but even animals valued being generous. The marten had its chin almost pointing to the sky, saying, "Who said I came specifically to find her? I was just passing by." The yellow weasel blinked. "Just passing by? Yet you're pressing your head against the fence?" The marten replied, "If you're hungry, just say you're hungry. Just say it directly. Why be so awkward? Besides, the 3rd rule you set was also your idea, right?" The marten thought for a moment, really wanting to shove its foot into the yellow weasel's mouth. Let fall apart. Seeing that the marten clearly lacked confidence, the yellow weasel quickly pulled on its arm. "It doesn't count as you coming on your own. I could say I drag you in. Xiaoyu's cooking is so delicious. Much better than whatever is in the mountains." "Are you kidding me? Who wants to eat what she makes? It's not necessarily bad. But I wouldn't eat it even if it were free." Just then, Jiong had grabbed a piece of leftover pork rib for breakfast and stuffed it directly into the marten's mouth. The marten's eyes widened in surprise, wishing it could take on the whole yellow weasel family. But what was going on? Why did this taste so good? The marten had not eaten such delicious food in a long time. Oh no, it should be said that this was better than anything it had ever eaten before. The mother yellow weasel rubbed Jiong's head a couple of times, feeling proud that her cub had grown up and was so perceptive. Seeing that the marten hadn't spit it out, she knew it had accepted the food. Lin Xiaoyu wasn't oblivious either. She squatted down. "Are you hungry?" In that moment, standing in the sunlight, her eyes sparkled. The marten was stunned. Not just because Lin Xiaoyu had always been easygoing during their encounters, but also because that piece of pork rib had completely refreshed its perspective. The marten swallowed hard, somewhat avoiding Lin Xiaoyu's gaze, and awkwardly said, Is there more?" The law of deliciousness came swiftly. Lin Xiaoyu immediately smiled. "There is more food, but the pork ribs are gone. I just made chicken stew with mushrooms. Why don't you stay and have some?" After saying that, she invited the yellow weasels and the marten to come inside. When the lid of the pressure cooker opened, the aroma of chicken and mushrooms blended perfectly. The yellow weasels had already gathered around, eager to try, while the marten's eyes lit up at the sight of the food in the pot. Lin Xiaoyu quickly served 3 portions, one for herself, one for the yellow weasel family, and one for the marten. Looking at the glistening chicken and fragrant wild mushrooms in front of it, the marten glanced at Lin Xiaoyu. Although its proud nature was hard to change, it couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and immediately started to eat heartily. Although the taste was completely different from a pork rib, it was an earthly delicacy it had never tasted before. At first, the marten chewed slowly, but as it completely immersed itself in the enjoyment of the food, it began to eat without restraint. That proud demeanor paired with its adorable little face, along with its soft fur, made Lin Xiaoyu unable to resist reaching out to tentatively touch the marten. The marten ignored her and continued to eat. It seemed it didn't mind her presence. Lin Xiaoyu felt relieved and began to act a bit more boldly. The warm, plump touch was so delightful that she even forgot she still had a portion of chicken left uneaten. Suddenly, the marten raised its head. "Human." Chapter 11 Snack Diplomacy, What's Wrong? Lin Xiaoyu's face was full of vigilance as she quickly pulled her hand back. Did her earlier actions seem too obvious, alerting this little creature? The next moment, Lin Xiaoyu locked eyes with those pair of eyes. It turned out that the cuter the animal looked, the more serious it was. The more adorable it became. Lin Xiaoyu suppressed the urge to reach out and give it another good rub, and lightly coughed. Is something wrong? She initially thought the sable would condemn her earlier mischievous behavior or keep a distance from her. But to her surprise, the sable looked much more serious at this moment, and with a somewhat muffled voice. It managed to scrape out a piece of mushroom from the plate with its little paws and gestured in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Do you need this? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback at first, then nodded frantically. This is a good thing. Who would refuse wild mushrooms? The sable's voice was still a bit muffled. Can I exchange this for other food? To smoothly get through the winter. It seemed unlikely for the sable to rely solely on itself. Although these mushrooms tasted somewhat acceptable, they were not part of the sable's normal diet. At a critical moment, it still needed to discuss this with Lin Xiaoyu. Are you serious? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. She could not resist the taste of mushrooms. The most crucial thing was the sable's attitude. From the sound of it, it basically agreed to have dealings with her. This was the most delightful news for Lin Xiaoyu, though she overlooked the fact that her earlier words might have had a slight ambiguity. The sable, which already had a poor relationship with humans, was quite sensitive. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, it immediately frowned and began to munch loudly on its food, and through the bowl, Lin Xiaoyu could still hear the sable's mumbling. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Anyway, I never intended to rely on you humans, humph. Lin Xiaoyu finally realized that her earlier words seemed to have been misunderstood, and quickly grabbed the sable's little paw. No, that's not what I meant. I'm very happy to exchange with you. The sable held the bowl in one hand, looking up at Lin Xiaoyu, with chicken soup still on its lips. From Lin Xiaoyu, the sable felt a great deal of sincerity. Unfortunately, the sable's fur was yellow, so it couldn't blush. At this moment, it could only awkwardly hum in agreement. Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed. What made her even more excited was the system's notification sound that came the next second. Current progress. Sable favorability 40. Achievement tag. Snack diplomacy unlocked. Unlock conditions. The sable does not reject your presence and has a certain chance of unlocking small snacks in the mountains. Achievement details. The sable wants to eat the food you make, but it's okay if it doesn't eat. Points 20. Current points 130. Watching the favorability gradually rise. Seeing the previously unfriendly sable now gradually turning into a cute little creature that eats and says it's hungry in front of her. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't be happier. She felt like singing, just as Lin Xiaoyu was immersed in her own world, contemplating whether to take advantage of the rising favorability and enjoy some more interaction with the sable. A sudden knocking sound came from the door. This immediately put the sable on high alert. Through the crack in the door, the sable could smell a somewhat familiar scent. Just moments ago, it was as soft as a brownish-yellow dough ball. Now it had turned into a prickly hedgehog. Lin Xiaoyu quickly rubbed the sable a couple of times. What's wrong? The sable didn't doubt Lin Xiaoyu, but was still wary of the person outside. Why is he here? The only person who could elicit such a strong reaction from the sable was probably Huang Daxian. Huang Daxian only came to visit when he had something important to discuss. But Lin Xiaoyu had already helped resolve previous issues, so Huang Daxian shouldn't have any urgent matters to seek her for now. Seeing the sable's cautious demeanor, Lin Xiaoyu pointed to the cozy den inside. Villagers do come to visit me sometimes. Don't be afraid. They wouldn't dare to harm you now. If you're worried, you can hide in that den and just avoid seeing him. The sable snorted towards the door and quickly dashed into the den. Jiong also ran a few steps to the front of the den and pulled the sable's exposed tail inside. As for the room full of weasels, they had become less fearful of people as they got more familiar with Lin Xiaoyu. Besides, they all believed that as long as Lin Xiaoyu was there, no one would dare to harm them. When the door opened, the next moment, they indeed saw Huang Daxian's face. Upon seeing him, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but mumble, "Your nose is quite sensitive." Huang Daxian blinked. What? Then he caught the scent of chicken and mushrooms simmering in Lin Xiaoyu's house. He quickly waved his hands. "I'm not here to mooch off your food." Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle at Huang Daxian's expression. "Who said you were here to mooch?" "Then what you just said. It wasn't about you." Lin Xiaoyu was too lazy to argue with Huang Daxian. "But why did you think of finding me? Is there something going on?" Seeing Lin Xiaoyu take the initiative to ask about his matters, Huang Daxian immediately put on a mournful face, looking quite comical yet a bit pitiful. "Xiaoyu, I'm really out of options." Just as he was about to enter the house, he caught a glimpse of the room full of weasels, all with shining eyes, holding little bowls and eating. Huang Daxian instantly felt every pore on his body break into a sweat. The thought of entering was dismissed, and he hurriedly began to complain to Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you need to help me think of a way. My cellar has been completely wrecked. Ever since those rats caused havoc, no one in my family dares to stay underground for too long. The wood down there has been gnawed away, and if someone gets trapped underground, it would be a life and death matter. Lin Xiaoyu nodded gently. That is indeed quite serious. But we can't do without a cellar. This winter is tough enough as it is, and if the grain is left outside, it definitely won't work. It must be stored in the cellar. Without it, our family might starve to death. Lin Xiaoyu continued to nod. Indeed, that won't do. So, Xiaoyu, will you agree? Who would have thought that Lin Xiaoyu would only listen and not take action? She waved her hand. I agree to help you. But what about when you go to provoke those animals in the mountains again? Chapter 12. This is too expensive. Thinking of how hard it was to calm the sable down, especially its sudden outburst in the room earlier, Lin Xiaoyu felt a lump in her throat. Wang Yukai, on the other hand, wore a mournful expression. I really don't dare anymore. Didn't you see me avoiding these things now? If I had known it could lead to such a big mistake, I would have tied my dad up at home. Seeing Wang Yukai's tearful demeanor, Lin Xiaoyu knew her scolding had mostly worked. Even if she was angry, she couldn't really ignore helping him. After all, the main quest still had a way to go. She remembered that in the game, all difficulties had to be resolved before the next NPC would appear. She thought of the generous rewards for completing the main quest and agreed. Let me think of a way to help you. I can't just watch your family starve to death. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyu's agreement, a glimmer of hope sparked in Wang Yutsai's eyes. What do I need to do? Lin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. Just tidy up a bit at your place, but be careful not to hurt yourself. I'll come over to check after I finish eating. Okay, I'll go back and wait for you. Wang Yukai was overjoyed. He had just broken out in a cold sweat, and now the wind made him shiver. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to invite him inside to warm up, but Wang Yukai, both smiling and anxious, said no, I need to hurry back. He then quickly walked toward the village. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions as she retreated back into the house. The Sable also had good hearing and had already noticed Wang Yukai's voice fading away. Lin Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her face still smiling. How about that? I promised you before that this person wouldn't dare to provoke you again. The Sable huffed. He wouldn't dare. Then, with a complicated look, it glanced at Lin Xiaoyu. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. What? What did you say? This seemed to be the first time the Sable had said something relatively polite to her. Lin Xiaoyu was afraid she had misheard. But this proud little creature, having finally spoken up, now showed its pride again. Forget it if you didn't hear. Lin Xiaoyu could only squat down with a pitiful expression. I really didn't hear. Can you please? The matter they discussed before is settled. In the next couple of days, I'll see if I can send you something. After saying that, the Sable headed for the door and dashed out. Lin Xiaoyu pouted, waving goodbye from a distance. Be careful on the road, and feel free to come play often. The Weasel family was also enjoying their meal, looking very satisfied. Seeing that the Sable had already left, the mother Weasel stood up. Well, we should head back to the mountains. If you need our help, just let us know. After saying that, the mother Weasel awkwardly scratched her head. But you should still take care of us a bit more. I feel much more at ease leaving Jiong here with you. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Xiaoyu cheerfully sent off the Weasel family, and then remembered that she hadn't eaten much of her meat yet. Since it would take time to tidy up Wang Yukai's house anyway, she might as well fill her stomach. Otherwise, it was so cold outside, and if she went hungry, the wind would cut right through her. After eating her fill, Lin Xiaoyu set off with Jiong. This little creature followed her wherever she went, always snuggling in her arms. Even when they saw people in the village, it remained calm and even waved its little paws to greet them. Lin Xiaoyu not only had a good relationship with the Weasels, but the news of her keeping one by her side had spread throughout the village. When Lin Xiaoyu arrived at Wang Yukai's doorstep, he was extremely excited. Pointing inside, I've cleared out this rotten wood and some food scraps. Take a look. Lin Xiaoyu didn't dare look down. Just a glance made her gasp. Most of the wood had already been chipped away, leaving only a little to barely support the cellar. Wang Yukai was brave enough to crawl down there. But Lin Xiaoyu didn't even dare to go down. It really needed some repairs if someone got crushed. Lin Xiaoyu thought for a moment. This would need to be replaced, and the dust inside needs to be cleaned out, and Lin Xiaoyu carefully listed the materials. With the Greater Khingan Mountains nearby, there were plenty of trees around. If the villagers really needed some urgently, it wouldn't be considered indiscriminate logging to chop down a couple of trees. That was also the easiest material to deal with. The remaining materials were sand and construction mortar. This was where Lin Xiaoyu's knowledge fell short. Go get some paper and a pen. I need to calculate how much your family might need. After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, Wang Yukai hurried inside. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu took the opportunity to open the system panel to the exchange mall. After a while, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is so expensive." Wang Yukai, who was coming out with paper and pen, was momentarily stunned by Lin Xiaoyu's shout. "Xiaoyu, what is so expensive?" Lin Xiaoyu waved her hand. "Nothing." After that, she picked up the pen and started jotting down various materials. Some common materials she suggested Wang Yukai handle himself. But for those that were rare, Lin Xiaoyu would need to rely on the system mall for exchanges. Watching her hard-earned points being spent on various materials made Lin Xiaoyu feel like a knife was twisting in her heart. What was even more disheartening was that her remaining points were not enough for the exchange. Building a house was indeed much more expensive than renovation. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't even imagine how sunny and happy she would be if all those points were spent on her little house. In just half a day, Lin Xiaoyu managed to gather the materials and bring them to Wang Yucai's home. Wang Yucai's eyes lit up, and, after a quick count, he looked at Lin Xiaoyu with some difficulty. Most of the materials are gathered, but there are still some like volcanic ash, which is the best tool for repairing the cellar. Wang Yucai gently pointed at the list. Then he looked at Lin Xiaoyu with a helpless expression. For a moment, Lin Xiaoyu really felt like she must have owed this guy something in her past life. She sighed. "Wait, let me think of a way." Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu hadn't given up on him, Wang Yucai's eyes lit up again, quickly nodding in agreement. But agreeing was one thing. Lin Xiaoyu was genuinely troubled about what to do next. Having been out in the cold for half a day, Lin Xiaoyu's hands and feet were freezing. Even colder was Lin Xiaoyu's heart. What to do now? To save her life, Lin Xiaoyu had saved her last 10 points. With so little, it definitely wouldn't be enough for her own use, let alone exchange for good building materials. Going inside to guard the stove, Lin Xiaoyu unbuttoned her coat, feeling that this evening seemed colder than usual. The firewood in the stove crackled, and in her pocket, Jiong was munching on seeds, making a crunching sound. Hearing this noise, Lin Xiaoyu remembered that Jiong was still in her pocket. She reached in and pulled the little creature out. Jiong had long since gotten used to living with Lin Xiaoyu. Now, even lying in the palm of her hand, it showed no signs of fear, instead blinking its tiny eyes while munching away. How can you be so greedy? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel sorry. So she reached out and ruffled Jiong's head a couple of times. Jiong made a couple of happy sounds, seemingly expressing its joy. After all, this little creature was in its developmental stage. Eating and sleeping more would help it grow. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. That's right. It's not just Jiong that is in the developmental stage. There must be plenty of little animals that are greedy for food as well. If she can't find these materials herself, can the animals in the mountains not find them? If she gets them to help, this will definitely work. Chapter 13, helping a great deal thinking of this. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly felt a bright future ahead. A spark of hope ignited in her heart once again. The hedgehog in her arms seemed to still be confused about what had happened and was abruptly kissed by Lin Xiaoyu. The hedgehog blinked its eyes, completely bewildered, and could only instinctively chew on the sunflower seeds in its mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed. "You really helped me a lot." The hedgehog was stunned. "Did I?" Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoyu specially brought a large amount of delicious food. The system mall had plenty of food available, and with her last 10 points, Lin Xiaoyu didn't save any for herself and went up the mountain with a backpack. The winter mornings in northeast China were cold enough to feel like a knife cutting through, and even a gust of wind could make one shiver. The snow stuck to the trees was blown down by the wind, icy and cool against her face, and in the distance, she could faintly hear 2 sparrows arguing over a piece of corn. A squirrel, completely disturbed and unable to sleep, was holding a shell of a pine nut, ready to ambush the noisy woodpecker. The sunlight shone down, not enough to melt the ice and snow, but it added a warm hue to the winter. Cold as it was, her mood was good. Lin Xiaoyu looked up at the beautiful scenery of the mountain and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Suddenly, something rolled down from above. The originally gray-brown, spiky ball was now covered with some snow, looking as if it had been dusted with a layer of icing sugar. It rolled past Lin Xiaoyu and then bumped its head against a nearby tree. The branches swayed gently, and the two sparrows that had been chirping on the branches flapped their wings and flew away. The little creature lazily stretched and then tugged at its soft belly. Nothing rolled down. Seeing that it was all spines and had not pricked anything tasty, the hedgehog's tone was clearly a bit frustrated. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. There's snow all around. Even if you did prick something, it would probably be knocked off by the snow. The hedgehog suddenly heard someone speaking and was immediately frightened, quickly curling up into a ball. Lin Xiaoyu hurried over and gently stroked the little creature's spines. Don't be afraid. It's me, the one who fed you in the woods last time. Upon hearing this, the hedgehog cautiously poked out its nose to sniff. It really did smell like a human. After reluctantly revealing its little eyes, they lit up, showing a friendly demeanor. It's you? The hedgehog quickly stretched its limbs again and, upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, became incredibly excited. Do you have food? Yes, Lin Xiaoyu said, quickly pulling out a few nuts from her pocket. Although these weren't as sweet as berries, they were extremely high in calories, which was exactly what the animals needed. The hedgehog happily munched on the food, making little grunting sounds. Last time, you said you would take care of our food. We didn't believe it. But it turns out to be true. Seeing the hedgehog so happy, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but reach out and stroke its soft belly. The skin, long trapped inside, was particularly delicate, feeling like she was touching a newborn baby. It turned out that not only was the fluffiness captivating, but even this delicate skin sensation could immerse Lin Xiaoyu in joy. As the hedgehog enjoyed its tasty food, it didn't pay attention to Lin Xiaoyu and even actively stretched its body, making it more comfortable for Lin Xiaoyu to pet. Lin Xiaoyu was very satisfied, her eyes glancing eagerly at the hedgehog. By the way, I provide you with food. Could you help me with something? The hedgehog crunched on the nuts. What do you need? As long as you say it, I will definitely help. Lin Xiaoyu was in high spirits. Actually, I just wanted to ask you, where can I find volcanic ash soil? Volcanic ash soil? That stuff is not easy to find in the mountains. The hedgehog swallowed the nut in its mouth. What do you need that for? It's to help the people in the village. The hedgehog nodded and was thinking hard with its not-so-large brain when its peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a crimson figure. The hedgehog was startled and instantly curled into a spiky ball. Moments later, a weasel blinked its eyes and approached Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're up the mountain again. It's a pity we didn't find any good wild mushrooms. Otherwise, we would definitely bring some for you. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. I came up this time to ask you about something. She then explained the situation she encountered in detail. As soon as the female weasel heard that Lin Xiaoyu was looking for volcanic ash soil, her eyes lit up. This stuff is indeed not easy to find, but I just happen to know who can find it. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. It seemed she wasn't wrong. At crucial moments, these animals could indeed help. The female weasel said seriously, the red fox travels farther than we do and has a relatively keen sense of smell. Getting the Red Fox clan to help should make it easier to find this. They can look for volcanic ash soil. The white snake can find precious materials in various dark corners. Mice are best at gathering news in the mountains. The female weasel arranged everything, then clapped her hands. Done. We can help you with this, and we guarantee to gather all the materials for you in the shortest time possible. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. You really mean it? How can I thank you? The hedgehog had nearly finished eating and gently poked Lin Xiaoyu's instep with its little claw tip. Don't you have some food left? Let's trade. Lin Xiaoyu readily agreed. Soon, under the weasel's summons, all the animals came. Even the previously reluctant Martin joined in. Lin Xiaoyu felt a sense of emotion. It seemed she had really underestimated these animals' willingness to act. Watching them look so confident, Lin Xiaoyu quickened her pace down the mountain. However, just halfway down, she ran into Wang Yukai, who was coming up the mountain. Chapter 14. VIP Socialite. As soon as Wang Yukai saw Lin Xiaoyu, his eyes lit up. How's it going? Have the materials been gathered? Lin Xiaoyu replied with almost. There should be news soon. What do you mean by soon? I've already asked my friends for help. Wang Yukai had a rough idea of who Lin Xiaoyu's friends were and smiled a bit sheepishly. I really appreciate their help. Once my family is back on their feet, I'll definitely show my gratitude. Gratitude isn't necessary. Just don't disturb them in the future, Lin Xiaoyu said, preparing to head down the mountain. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to remind Wang Yukai, when the wood is almost cut, come back and don't disturb them while they're resting. Damaging the trees will also affect the ecosystem of the fairies. Hearing this, Wang Yukai felt so guilty that he almost couldn't hold his axe steady and quickly glanced around nervously. Then he gave Lin Xiaoyu a flattering smile. I know, I understand. Let us hope Wang Yukai truly understands. The next evening, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly went up the mountain as promised. From a distance, she spotted a weasel squatting on a large rock. At that moment, several little ones were huddled in front of their mother, eating something from the mountains. Their eyes sparkled as they chewed. Since Lin Xiaoyu had helped these little critters, their lives had improved significantly, and they had grown a bit bigger. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu, the weasel quickly stood up. I heard earlier that everyone has gone to get the supplies. They should be here soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu felt a wave of excitement. This was truly wonderful. However, she couldn't help but worry. With so many materials, can you all manage? The weasel confidently patted its chest. If we can't manage, I wouldn't promise you anything. As soon as the words left its mouth, a figure emerged from a nearby snowdrift. A hedgehog cautiously approached, carrying some collected materials on its back. Although these items weren't much, Lin Xiaoyu could tell it was the hedgehog's limit. Lin Xiaoyu quickly took out a bag and carefully collected the pitiful little items. Her eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you. The hedgehog responded with a grand air. You're welcome. I'm just the advance team. There's more to come. Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. When she looked up again, she was genuinely stunned by the scene before her. A rat was carrying large chunks of volcanic ash towards her with both hands. A red fox had sacrificed its beautiful tail to hand the volcanic ash over to Lin Xiaoyu, then immediately began shaking its fur and rolling in the snow. The white snake had also brought other items to help. This grand procession moved Lin Xiaoyu so much that she couldn't find her words. She quickly embraced them to express her gratitude. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu had only prepared 2 sacks, but they were almost overflowing. If it were just up to Lin Xiaoyu, there was no way she could have done this alone. After greeting everyone, Lin Xiaoyu quickly headed down the mountain. When Wang Yukai arrived again, he saw 2 full sacks of volcanic ash, with 2 weasels watching nearby. Wang Yukai was a bit cautious this. Lin Xiaoyu appeared calm and walked over to the sacks. Don't worry, they're just helping keep an eye on things. The 2 weasels waved goodbye to Lin Xiaoyu and quickly dashed into the woods, disappearing in no time. Wang Yukai was now extremely excited. Becoming friends with the weasels meant he was somewhat of a demigod. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have time to discuss this with Wang Yukai. All right, let us quickly take these back. This should be enough to repair your cellar. Enough. There might even be extra. Wang Yukai was so happy he could hardly keep his mouth closed and directly shouldered the 2 sacks. You don't need help anymore. You've already done so much for us. After saying that, he ran towards the bottom of the mountain, leaving deeper footprints than when he came. Lin Xiaoyu was relieved and quickly followed after clapping the dust off her hands. As Wang Youcai's figure gradually faded, the animals in the forest finally felt free to peek out. The red fox wagged its tail, its beautiful eyes squinting into slits. Indeed, not everyone has a pleasant scent. We help Xiaoyu. We can't keep going to her for food. Mission accomplished. We should retreat now. Get away from me, you stinky fox. The hedgehog immediately curled up into a ball and rolled towards its burrow. Almost simultaneously, as Lin Xiaoyu was heading down the mountain, she heard the mechanical voice of the system by her ear. Current progress. Weasel favorability 60. Achievement tag. VIP socialite. Unlocked. Unlock condition. The weasel is very attentive to what you say and is willing to take action. Achievement details. Mutual exchanges make good friends. Points 30. Current points. 30. Chapter 15. Making up for mistakes. Lin Xiaoyu successfully unlocked an achievement, which made her breathe a sigh of relief as her points had just been reset to 0. Moreover, this achievement granted her an additional 30 points, enough to last her a long time. Her mood instantly improved. and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Fortunately, Wang Yukai was even happier than she was at the moment and did not notice anything unusual about Lin Xiaoyu's emotions, continuing to chatter away. This is great. Our cellar is fixed now, so we won't starve this winter. I promise, we will never do anything unethical again. Lin Xiaoyu replied with a hum, following right after. With everything gathered, all that was left was the repair work. Recently, the villagers have been watching the commotion at Wang Youcai's home, and when it truly needed manpower. The neighbors were particularly enthusiastic. You lend a hand, and we will send someone over. In just one evening, the repair work progressed significantly, about 70 to 80% completed. In winter, the nights in the Daxian region always come early. Fortunately, the nearby snow-covered landscape allowed the starlight to shine through, providing some illumination. With the snow reflecting the light, the villagers could hurry home under the night sky. Lin Xiaoyu was about to leave as well, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Let's live well from now on. Jiong had been curled up in her pocket and hadn't tea poked its head out since earlier, probably too hungry. There was still some food at home, and she had saved a plump chicken a few days ago. Lin Xiaoyu was thinking of making something delicious for Jiong later, as a way to thank the mother weasel for its contributions. However, Wang Yukai called Lin Xiaoyu out. Xiaoyu, you've been busy with my family's affairs today, and it's almost mealtime. I can't let you go back now. We may not have much to eat, but I have to invite you. Inside the warm house, Wang Yukai brought out almost all the good food he could find. It was already quite a feat to have food to offer right after the cellar had just been wrecked, but he wanted to treat Lin Xiaoyu, or rather, to treat Jiong that she brought. Wang Yukai managed to get half a piece of smoked meat and cooked it with cabbage in a soup. Jiong initially stayed in Lin Xiaoyu's arms, but by the end, it had jumped to the edge of Lin Xiaoyu's bowl, its little feet dangling naturally over the table's edge. It swayed gently while devouring the smoked meat clean. Looking at it, it really resembled a little person. Wang Yukai smiled, but felt a bit awkward, mainly because he felt intimidated at the thought of sitting at the same table as the weasel spirit. Eating with Huang Daxian was something to brag about for quite a while. Lin Xiaoyu sent a piece of meat from her bowl to Jiong's left hand and stuffed a piece of cabbage into its right. Jiong sniffed, then picked up the meat in its left hand and ate it in a few bites. Lin Xiaoyu watched and gently flicked Jiong's head with her finger. You need to pay attention to a balanced diet, otherwise, you'll turn into a ball in a couple of days. Jiong rubbed the spot where it had been flicked, looking aggrieved, and quickly ate the cabbage as well. Old Wang was so startled by this action that he didn't even dare to approach the table. Sitting beside them with a small bowl, he looked quite pitiful. Seeing this made Lin Xiaoyu feel a bit uncomfortable. It's fine, this little thing is very obedient. You can come up and eat with us. Old Wang shook his head vigorously, his expression showing how embarrassed he was. It's all right, just don't disturb the spirit while it eats. Earlier, he had gone up the mountain several times trying to get a skin, and now he was showing such awareness. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle at this. Soon, the meal came to an end. It was getting late, and Lin Xiaoyu had to hurry home. Wang Yukai was incredibly grateful to Lin Xiaoyu, almost wanting to escort her home himself. Old Wang mustered his courage and approached Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I really have something I want to discuss with you. I don't know if it will be useful to you. Jiong, who had been yawning, was already prepared to face the cold wind when they stepped outside. However, it was called back, curiously peeking out of the pocket. Old Wang was startled, and his expression turned a bit awkward. I just want to make amends and see if I can help you in those. On the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu was curious. What do you want to say? Old Wang's expression turned serious. Didn't I mention before that a group of foreigners wanted to do business with me? They want the sable from our mountain? Lin Xiaoyu nodded. I had promised them that I would bring the skins over, but after all the trouble, I ended up collapsing my own cellar. I definitely won't do that, but... Old Wang said, rubbing his hands together. When I went to find them a few days ago, they mentioned wanting to go into the mountains themselves. It seems they need to prepare something. Oh, right, they mentioned some kind of drug, ropes, and apparently, they need to buy some knives. Chapter 16. The Flying Mountain broadcast upon hearing this. Lin Xiaoyu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If what old Master Wang said was true, the animals in the mountains would be in trouble. Moreover, this was in her jurisdiction. If a poaching incident occurred in the forest she was responsible for, she would truly feel guilty to death. This news came just in time. Old Master Wang's eyes remained fixed on the bright, small black eyes of Jiong, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. I wonder if this news can help you. It certainly can. This news is indeed timely. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly grabbed Old Master Wang's hand. Thank you so much. I also thank you on behalf of the animals in the mountains. Jiong, who had been somewhat confused about the situation, climbed up a bit from Lin Xiaoyu's pocket upon hearing her words. With all its might, its little paw reached out and rested on Old Master Wang's hand. The slightly cold touch of its furry paw immediately startled Old Master Wang, making him break out in a cold sweat. But he didn't dare pull his hand back, fearing it would startle Huang Daxian. Muttering to himself, as if praying for peace, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, this little creature can tell good from bad and won't blame you. That's good. With Lin Xiaoyu's reassurance, Old Master Wang finally felt at ease, and a smile appeared on his face once again. Jiong quickly withdrew its paw, curled up with its tail in Lin Xiaoyu's pocket. Its fluffy tail felt like a natural blanket, protecting against the cold wind. However, Lin Xiaoyu felt thoroughly chilled by the biting wind. It turned out that when she was in a bad mood, she was particularly sensitive to the cold. Once inside, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly took Jiong out of her pocket, removed her outer jacket and pants, and warmed her hands by the stove, feeling a sudden chill on her back. The words Old Master Wang had said echoed in her mind, making it impossible for her to ignore. It seemed necessary to spread the news up the mountain. Not only that, but she also needed to strengthen her patrols. No matter what, she had to crush the greedy intentions of these outsiders in the cradle. Yes, that is how it should be. With the idea of protecting the fluffy inhabitants of the mountains and safeguarding her own livelihood, Lin Xiaoyu hurried up the mountain the next morning. After spending some time together, many animals in the mountains had already formed a bond with Lin Xiaoyu. Early in the morning, Lin Xiaoyu spotted a white snake foraging in the woods. The white snake's belly was still bulging, indicating it had just eaten its fill. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, the white snake immediately waved its tail, looking very pleased. You're here? But Lin Xiaoyu's attitude was not as usual. She frowned and said, There has been a bit of trouble. We need to gather everyone quickly. Old Master Wang had only heard part of the news and did not know when those people would come up the mountain. The sooner they prepared, the safer the animals would be. The white snake observed Lin Xiaoyu's anxious expression and nodded. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. It then quietly coiled around a tree. At the top of the tree, a small sparrow could be seen pecking at its feathers. The white snake quickly slithered up the tree, wrapping around the sparrow from behind, and in one swift motion, it caught the little bird. The sparrow was terrified. Its feathers that had been painstakingly arranged, now fluffed up in fright, and many downy feathers near its wings were struggling to come loose. The little sparrow, with its sharp beak, was eager to bite the white snake, but was afraid of being swallowed whole. The white snake flicked its tongue, loosening its grip slightly to prevent the little creature from escaping, but not enough to knock the sparrow unconscious. Notify the neighbors to gather here, quickly. I need to digest this bit of food in my stomach, or else I might disturb your bird eggs. The little sparrow's tearful eyes were filled with distress. The white snake flicked its tongue. Did you hear that? The little sparrow nodded furiously. Only then did the white snake finally release the sparrow. The little bird flapped its wings and flew away. Soon a pitiful commotion erupted in the valley. Gather for a meeting, gather for a meeting. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realized. Wow, a broadcast in the sky. The speed of this information spread was indeed impressive. The white snake then descended from the tree as it had gone up, straightening up partially in front of Lin Xiaoyu and swaying. This little creature is chattering everywhere. It probably won't be long before the other animals arrive. Lin Xiaoyu finally felt relieved. Before long, a hedgehog came rolling down the mountain. Behind it followed a red fox and a family of weasels standing in a neat line. Even the mice, who had been busy digging at the roots of a tree, hurried over, their hands and mouths still covered in dirt, looking quite disheveled. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to speak, a golden figure left a series of small footprints in the snow, holding wild mushrooms in its hands. It was actually a sable. She didn't expect this little creature to have taken her previous words to heart. In this snowy weather, it had managed to bring mushrooms from the snow. Approaching Lin Xiaoyu, the sable still had that proud demeanor, raising its hand to present the mushrooms. This is what we agreed to exchange. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have time to feel touched and quickly accepted the mushrooms, then gathered everyone together. I came up the mountain this time to bring everyone news. The mother weasel, while grooming her young, asked Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what happened? Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. I'm afraid someone is going to come up the mountain to poach again. Chapter 17. Unity and Cooperation. Preparing to catch intruders. As soon as these words were spoken, the animals in the forest froze in place, some even maintaining their previous postures. The female weasel was the first to react, quickly approaching Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're not joking, are you? The nearby Martin spoke with a tone clearly tinged with displeasure. I knew humans couldn't be trusted, but at the same time, fearing to upset Lin Xiaoyu, it twitched its sharp mouth, and a few whiskers trembled gently. But I'm not talking about you. I know you've tried your best. Seeing the expressions of disappointment in the eyes of the animals who had previously trusted her, Lin Xiaoyu immediately realized that she seemed to have caused a misunderstanding. Everyone, let me explain. It's not the villagers from down the mountain, but people from even further away. Lin Xiaoyu said earnestly, the only place I have authority over is this nearby village. You should know that there aren't many households around here. I got this news from Old Man Wang. Outsiders have heard that there are many rare animals here and want to sneak up the mountain to hunt. I'm just worried that you might suffer losses, which is why I hurried to inform you. Upon realizing that Lin Xiaoyu had not broken her promise, the animals seemed to relax significantly. The Martin looked at Lin Xiaoyu awkwardly. Can we trust what those people say? Jiong, who had come up the mountain with Lin Xiaoyu, peeked out from her pocket, her small claws scratching at her fur. She had eaten a bit too much meat these days. Her fur was now shiny and her body plump. She almost lost her footing and fell back into the pocket, but managed to steady herself, raising one small paw and speaking in a childish voice on behalf of Lin Xiaoyu. It's true. I can prove it. Not to mention hunting on the mountain. He wouldn't even dare to eat at the same table as me. The Martin didn't say anything more, only looking troubled. There were many prey on the mountain, and many of their skins were valuable. But regardless of which kind the intruders targeted, those like the marten and the fox would not escape unscathed. The red fox, looking at its fluffy tail, had a pained expression. I'm scared of being hurt. We can't let those people catch us. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. So we need to think of a way to make sure these people leave the mountain empty-handed. The marten quickly added, just leaving empty-handed isn't enough. We need to teach them a lesson. Its sharp teeth were grinding with a creaking sound. Lin Xiaoyu agreed with this point. If they don't get beaten, they won't learn their lesson. Making the poachers suffer a bit will save us a lot of trouble. I will strengthen the patrols in the mountains these days, aiming to check the area twice a day. Everyone also needs to be more vigilant. If you see any suspicious people, you must inform me immediately. After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, she specifically reminded, don't eat unfamiliar fruits. If anyone is hungry, come to my house. If those people have tampered with the food, it could be troublesome. As for how to leave an indelible shadow on the poachers, that still required everyone to brainstorm together. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was contemplating this, the red fox leaped lightly and landed in front of her. The tip of its fiery tail brushed against Lin Xiaoyu's arm, making her feel a tickling sensation. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Quick, tell me, Lin Xiaoyu said, while her hands were also busy, gently holding the fox in her arms and stroking it. The feeling was indeed very satisfying. The fox's eyes squinted into a narrow slit. In the past, there were many people who came up the mountain to hunt. I accidentally fell into a trap before. You humans used quite a few traps to catch us. So why don't we give them a taste of being hunted too? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback, just as she wanted to ask the fox about its past experiences. The nearby family of mice began to squeak the loudest. It's mostly aimed at us. Several gray mice rubbed the dirt off their bodies while squeaking in protest. Before Lin Xiaoyu could speak, the hedgehog began to rub its belly and muttered, You brought this upon yourselves. Who told you to steal rice from others? Was that really stealing? The few mice suddenly felt guilty, their voices quieting down, leaving only their shiny eyes darting around. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu didn't have a better idea, and after thinking it over, she finally nodded in agreement. All right, then it's settled. On one hand, We need to prepare large traps to catch people. On the other hand, Lin Xiaoyu also needed to stock up on food and strengthen the patrols. Only by doing this can we ensure that the poachers leave empty-handed and learn a lesson in the process. Everyone gathered together and indeed had plenty of ideas. While going up the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu was still troubled, her brows furrowed in a look of grievance. But on the way down, with a sense of assurance, her expression became somewhat better. She hugged Jiong and hurried down the mountain. To make large traps, many tools were needed, with wood being the most important. The next day, while patrolling the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu called everyone to prepare ahead of time. At this moment, the mice, who were generally disliked, became the elite of the group. Their sharp front teeth were excellent for cutting wood. A single mouse could gnaw through a threshold the thickness of a child's arm in no time. A group of mice working together caused the wood to snap with a crack. As soon as the wood fell to the ground, the marten and the weasel rushed forward to lift it, temporarily collecting it to the side. The fox skillfully gathered branches nearby, using its front paws to dig into the soil. The winter sun may not bring much warmth, but it could lift one's spirits. As the cold wind howled past, the forests of the Greater Khingan Mountains revealed another scene. Watching everyone busily working, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Who says animals don't have brains? When gathered together, they can create a blazing inferno. Chapter 18. The poacher goes up the mountain after completing 2 rounds of patrolling the mountain today. Jiong followed Lin Xiaoyu down the hill under the glow of the evening sky. This kind of day continued for several days, with traps set up everywhere in the mountain prepared together with Lin Xiaoyu. Now everything was ready, just waiting for someone to come. For some reason, Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit excited. Even she couldn't say whether she was looking forward to the poachers coming up the mountain or hoping that such people would never come. At night, the night wind howled, causing a rustling sound outside the window. Jiong couldn't sleep well because of the noise and simply snuggled up next to Lin Xiaoyu's pillow. Lin Xiaoyu extended her index finger and gently scraped it across Jiong's nose, sounding scolding but filled with amusement. Who allowed you to sleep in bed? Jiong, looking like a spoiled child, stretched all 4 limbs out in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Its back was golden, and its belly was clean white, especially its 2 little paw pads, which had been taken care of by Lin Xiaoyu over the past few days and had even received some hand cream at night. Now smelled sweet and looked soft. Lin Xiaoyu was instantly smitten by Jiong's cuteness and simply allowed it. Outside, it was icy and snowy, but inside the house, it was warm as spring. This life was simply delightful. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow at the foot of the mountain was already eager to try. Most of the villagers and forest rangers were asleep. The night was the perfect cover, making it the best time to go up the mountain. Under a black wool hat, a pair of greedily shining green eyes glimmered. At last, he had found it. The old man Wang from the village, who was so timid that he was scared off by the animals outside, had refused to cooperate no matter what. To obtain more animal skins to send back home for making high-end handicrafts and selling them at high prices, he had put in a lot of effort. What was that saying? If you want something done right, do it yourself. The man muttered in his poor Chinese and immediately put on a mask. He then picked up a cane with a sharp end, using it to assist himself as he made his way up the mountain under the cover of night. The forest was peaceful, with only a few carnivorous animals roaming at night. The red fox's eyes would shine with a strange red light at night, and it was currently hiding behind a tree, quietly observing everything. Xiaoyu was right. This person had indeed come up the mountain. The red fox quickly turned and left, its furry coat brushing against the dry grass, making a rustling sound. What was that? The man's face changed immediately. He could sense that there were definitely animals in the forest, but he couldn't catch anything at the moment. He saw nothing around him and could only hear the howling wind. He had another night. He didn't believe he wouldn't catch a single animal. The man rummaged around in the bushes for a while, but found nothing, and then he headed further up the mountain. On the other side, the red fox had rapidly rushed to the weasel's den. Its 2 paws were desperately digging at the entrance. The mother weasel woke up immediately. What's wrong? Someone's coming. After saying this, the red fox said nothing more and continued inside to deliver the message. The little ones were terrified. The mother weasel quickly took out the largest one from the litter. Take care of your siblings. Hide in the spare hole we recently dug. I'll go call Xiaoyu. After settling them, the mother weasel rolled in the snow, covering her fur with a layer of white like sugar icing. While this disguise looked fake up close, it allowed her to blend into the vast white snow from a distance. The man who came up the mountain found nothing useful. Just mice and sparrows hiding in the trees. Strange, didn't they say there were a lot of animals in this forest? Why can't I find a single one now? The man had come up the mountain prepared for a bountiful harvest, but he was also taking risks. If the villagers caught him, it would surely be a lesson, and he might even be handed over to the police. After taking such risks and spending so much time preparing, he couldn't find a decent animal, and his mood sank to the bottom. At that moment, not far away, a marten was standing in the snow, blinking its eyes at the man. A smug smile appeared in the man's green eyes. See, this mountain cannot be empty. There must be something. Just watch, I'll catch you this time. The man stepped closer, and the marten did not immediately flee. In fact, it looked at the unfamiliar human with a hint of curiosity. Meanwhile, inside the wooden house, Lin Xiaoyu was still sound asleep in bed. The heated con was a bit too warm tonight, and she was sweating as she slept. Jiong was also sprawled out, sleeping comfortably. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the door, the sound of claws scratching against the wooden door. Jiong, who slept relatively lightly, immediately heard the noise. Its little eyes went from hazy to bright in just a second. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it dashed to the door. Indeed, it wasn't mistaken. Something was scratching outside the door. Jiong sniffed the air and immediately detected a familiar scent. It's Mom. She must have urgent news at this hour. Jiong hurried back to Lin Xiaoyu, gently scratching her head with its little paw. Lin Xiaoyu felt ticklish and instinctively rubbed Jiong. However, Jiong didn't intend to let her off. Instead, it continued to bother her, even lying directly on Lin Xiaoyu's face. Lin Xiaoyu was suddenly woken up, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. What's wrong, Jiong? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night and causing a ruckus? Jiong quickly pointed towards the door, its voice soft and quiet. There's a sound. Lin Xiaoyu finally woke up completely, hurriedly wrapping herself in a thick cotton coat to open the door. As the cold wind blew in, Lin Xiaoyu was startled awake. Lowering her head, she saw the mother weasel standing outside the door, looking excited. Xiaoyu, you were right. That man went up the mountain tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned cold. Damn it, it really is a group of unrepentant thieves. Saying this, Lin Xiaoyu quickly went back into the house to get dressed, not forgetting to grab the electric baton in her hand. We can't show mercy to such people. By the way, did our traps on the mountain get triggered? They hadn't tea when I came down, but the weasel looked worried. I saw a marten. It was standing right above the traps we dug, probably trying to use itself as bait. Chapter 19, Let him run away what? Lin Xiaoyu was immediately alarmed upon hearing this. Her dark eyes widened, and her eyelashes trembled. The poachers who could go up the mountain at this time were undoubtedly vicious criminals. It was hard to catch a prey on the mountain, and they definitely wouldn't let it go if anything happened to the sable. Hurry up. Lin Xiaoyu disregarded everything else, grabbed a flashlight from the room, and closed the door of the cabin. She didn't even have time to lock it and hurried up the mountain, stumbling along the way. In the deep night of the Greater Khingan Mountains, the north wind howled, blowing off a layer of powdery snow from the trees. The soft white snow that had melted a bit during the day froze together again at night, feeling like small gravel. At this moment, the wind blew the snow onto her face, making it feel as if small knives were scraping her skin. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, and besides the sound of her footsteps in the snow and the gusts of wind, she could hear her own heartbeat. Please, don't let anything happen. Following the path up the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu's legs moved quickly, afraid that if she slowed down, she would miss something extremely important. The yellow weasel ran ahead, leaving a long trail of footprints on the ground. Suddenly, on a rock, a fox stood high up, looking this way. Upon seeing the weasel and Lin Xiaoyu, it almost jumped up in excitement. The weasel hopped onto the rock. What's going on? Lin Xiaoyu rushed forward, eager to ask the fox about the situation, fearing she might miss everything by just a bit. The sable was indeed bold. When that person pounced, it had been standing on the trap, and fortunately, It dodged just in time when it fell, otherwise it would have been caught by now. Listening to the fox, Lin Xiaoyu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed, though her back was still drenched in cold sweat. Who called me? Perhaps hearing the commotion, the sable ran directly to Lin Xiaoyu's side. Its brownish yellow, extremely soft fur was still intact, showing no signs of injury. Lin Xiaoyu's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled down. Luckily, she hadn't arrived too late, and thankfully, the animals in the mountains were safe. Wait, what about that person? Just now, he failed to catch me and was probably trapped in the pit. When Lin Xiaoyu and the others dug that trap, it was over a meter deep, and a regular person would be buried up to their chest if they fell in. If it weren't for the frozen soil at the bottom, even the fox couldn't dig it out. They would have to dig the hole another 2 meters deeper. For an ordinary person, climbing out from inside would be extremely difficult. Lin Xiaoyu immediately became spirited, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. That shameless poacher deserved to be caught. If she could bring him back, she might even receive a reward. With the reward, she could buy a bunch of delicious food to share with the animals on the mountain. Lin Xiaoyu thought happily, and her steps noticeably quickened as she headed straight for the trap they had dug earlier. Previously, it was covered by branches and a layer of snow, making it look like flat ground at first glance. But now, the upper cover was gone, and from a distance, one could see a dark pit leading down. Many animals were nearby, and upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, they all made way for her. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced with excitement. She didn't dare to fight and was afraid of hurting someone. But when she thought that this person wanted to take so many lovely animals from the mountains to skin and sell for money, a surge of anger welled up inside her. She absolutely couldn't let this guy live comfortably. Lin Xiaoyu quickly searched around, but beside some clumps of dirt, there was nothing. So, she simply formed a snowball. It wouldn't hurt much when it hit, but the cold would definitely be uncomfortable. She decided to vent her frustration first, and then figure out how to get the person out and turn him over to the authorities. Lin Xiaoyu, dragging her formed snowball and looking quite indignant, walked a few steps to the trap. I'll let you, huh? Originally, Lin Xiaoyu was furious and prepared to teach the poacher a lesson. However, at the bottom of the pit, there was not a single person in sight. Only a few faint traces of struggle. The person ran away. Lin Xiaoyu's heart instantly sank. She had wanted to take the opportunity to vent her anger, but now, all she could do was throw the snowball into the pit in frustration. Looking at the footprints, they seemed to lead deeper into the forest. Please don't tell me he went in to catch other animals. The more Lin Xiaoyu thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Finally, she made up her mind. You all hurry back and hide. I'll follow the footprints ahead. There usually weren't many people in the mountains. And since the other party had specifically worn spike shoes, there were very clear traces left in the snow. As long as she followed the footprints, she would be able to catch that person. However, despite her words, the furry ones behind her didn't retreat at all. Instead, they gathered closer to Lin Xiaoyu. The female yellow weasel blinked at Lin Xiaoyu. We'll follow you. That person has fallen into the pit and definitely won't dare to come back. Besides, it's safer for us to stick with you. The other furry little heads nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing their trusting expressions, Lin Xiaoyu felt a sense of comfort, but also knew that time was of the essence, so she quickly set off. All right, you all stay behind me. Tonight, no matter what, we must drive this person out of the forest and make him never dare to come back. For self-preservation. For winter survival. It was unclear who led the charge, but suddenly a shout rang out, creating a cacophony. To others, it was just noise, but to Lin Xiaoyu, it sounded like a unified battle cry. Following this path, Lin Xiaoyu felt like the glorious king of the jungle. Running in front, a whole bunch of animals followed behind her, their little legs moving quickly. Some of the reluctant ones simply clung to the red fox's fur and rode on its back. The red fox was speechless. Don't mess up my fur. It took me a long time to keep it nice and clean. The white snake remained silent, quietly coiling around the red fox's tail. A few yellow weasels silently grabbed onto the fur on the red fox's back with their little paws. After all, the fox had thick fur, and pulling out a couple of strands wasn't a big deal. The direction of the footprints seemed to head south. Lin Xiaoyu ran breathlessly, feeling no cold at all. All her anger was directed at making this guy pay the price. Just then, a sudden wail echoed in her ears. Ouch! It hurts like hell. Chapter 20 Huang Daxian. Now, Lin Xiaoyu is fluent in various animal languages, and as soon as she heard the sound, she quickly slammed on the brakes. The hedgehog was still rolling forward and nearly crashed into Lin Xiaoyu's feet. The red fox saw the hedgehog's spines sticking out in front and was immediately scared, tipping over and falling into the snow. The white snake rolled around several times, and the two yellow weasels also tumbled out. When they sat up again, they were still holding tufts of fur in their little paws. Seeing the red fox wince in pain, the two yellow weasels, feeling guilty, quickly dropped the fur and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Xiaoyu, why did you stop? The red fox shook off the snow from its body, looking resentful. That sudden break had caused it the most harm. Its eyes shot a green glare at the two yellow weasels. Lin Xiaoyu felt awkward. I just heard something calling nearby. What could it be? It's late at night. The red fox hadn't finished speaking when it heard a low wail not far away. Oh no, what should we do? It really hurts. The red fox's squinted eyes widened in shock. It turned out Lin Xiaoyu wasn't imagining things. There was indeed something out there. Lin Xiaoyu quickly walked towards the sound while carefully recalling the characteristics of that noise. It sounded somewhat sharp, which basically ruled out the possibility of it being a large animal. After a while, a flash of brownish yellow in the white snow caught Lin Xiaoyu's attention. The key point was that this creature was rolling around on the ground, holding its fluffy belly with its paws, trembling in pain, and even its tail was curled up into a ball. The female yellow weasel recognized it at a glance. Is that Daxian? Hearing someone call its name, Huang Daxian awkwardly lifted its head. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? The female yellow weasel hurriedly bounded over. What are you doing out here at this late hour? Didn't you know there are poachers in these mountains? I know, that guy just ran past me, but I can't just drag it back to my den. As soon as the words left its mouth, another round of farts erupted, which made the female yellow weasel jump back 2 steps, quickly covering its nose. What did you eat? I don't know. There's nothing in the mountains right now. I just took a bite here and a bite there, and ended up like this. Huang Daxian said while its stomach churned again, clearly having eaten something bad. Now that they had encountered it, they couldn't just ignore it. However, Lin Xiaoyu had rushed out in a hurry and had nothing but a flashlight and some rope to catch poachers. To help Huang Daxian, she needed to find something to stop the diarrhea. That meant she would have to use the system. Lin Xiaoyu quickly opened the system store, where a variety of goods were displayed, but she didn't have time to browse. She immediately clicked into the medical section. The treatment medicine required 10 points, but fortunately, Lin Xiaoyu still had some points in the system store and quickly exchanged for a packet of medicine powder. Quickly take this, as long as you eat it. You'll feel better, Lin Xiaoyu said. As soon as Huang Daxian held the packet of medicine, it caught a bitter scent, immediately shivering, and its fur bristled. What is this? Why is it so bitter? Good medicine is bitter. This is a special remedy, Lin Xiaoyu said seriously. I exchanged this with great difficulty. Didn't you just eat something bad? But you can't give me something so bitter. The female yellow weasel looked at Huang Daxian, who was still being picky at this moment, and quickly shouted for the other yellow weasels to come help. Big brother, third aunt, you two hold him down while I give him the medicine. Seeing the other weasels rolling up their sleeves and coming over, Huang Daxian suddenly felt panicked. Looking weak. I'll eat it, is that okay? Saying this, it quickly took the medicine in hand, quietly prepared itself mentally, and boldly bit the bullet, closing its eyes and gulping down all the medicine powder. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu remembered. Oh no, I forgot to bring water, just as she was about to exchange for some. The other yellow weasels simply grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and stuffed it into their mouths. This method is indeed simple and crude. However, wild animals do have good resistance. Unlike domesticated ones, they are not overly pampered, and their constitution is surprisingly strong. Huang Daxian smacked its lips. Although its face didn't look great, the medicine was indeed effective, and soon its stomach stopped churning. Finally, Huang Daxian shot Lin Xiaoyu a grateful glance. Benefactor, if it weren't for you, I would have been suffering from stomachache all night. After saying that, it stepped forward and shook Lin Xiaoyu's finger vigorously. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at Huang Daxian's appearance. It's no problem. As long as I can help you, that's fine. By the way, you said you brushed past that person earlier. Is that true? Huang Daxian nodded earnestly, forming a small fist with one hand and patting its chest. Of course it's true. That person's eyes were still green. It scared me. After saying that, it pointed into the distance. They went in that direction. Oh, by the way, it seems like that person is injured and has a scent of blood on them. The trap earlier was covered with branches and snow, so they probably got scratched accidentally. It was also possible that this person was unlucky and triggered other traps that Lin Xiaoyu and the others had noticed. Lin Xiaoyu thought to herself that it was a good thing. This person needed to be taught a lesson, so they would think twice before coming back to the mountains again. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to ask a few more questions, several purple martens suddenly came running from a distance. They looked frantic, and upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu and the others, their expressions lit up. What are you? Oh no, oh no. The forest on the south ridge is on fire. One of the purple martens exclaimed, panic evident in their voice, tears welling up in their eyes. What do we do? All our food is over there, and our burrows for survival. What did you say? The purple martens were suddenly anxious, raising their paws and running that way. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. The trees of the Greater Khingan Mountains are always interconnected. If one catches fire, it can easily ignite others. This was not good news. Lin Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward to chase after them. Huang Daxian had also recovered enough and shook off its fur to catch up. I remembered that person's scent. I might be able to help. Chapter 21. The animals in the mountains have become spirits at this moment. They hurriedly ran towards the south ridge. When Lin Xiaoyu arrived, a large area of trees was already ablaze, and nearby animals were fleeing in all directions. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly started rubbing snow on the trees. The marten was the most agitated, rushing in to carve out 2 cubs, and only after confirming there were no kin inside did it feel much more at ease. It quickly thought of a way to knock down the surrounding trees. While trying to extinguish the fire, it also organized everyone to help. As long as the trees fell, they could form a fire break and temporarily contain the flames. Fortunately, many animals that had been stirred up that night were willing to help, and they all trusted Lin Xiaoyu. The fox was frantically digging at the tree roots, while the mice gnawed at the trunks. In these deep mountains, not every tree was robust. They could always find a few smaller ones. After much effort, the fire was finally temporarily suppressed, at least preventing a major forest fire. Lin Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief, but his gaze suddenly fell on a cigarette but on the ground. This fire was started by the poacher. How despicable to set a fire after failing to poach. The marten, who abhorred evil and sought vengeance, felt that their home had been completely destroyed, and it was impossible for them to survive on their own. This winter was already hard enough, and now it was even worse. They had to find this person. Lin Xiaoyu quickly stopped the marten, who was ready to chase after the culprit. Calm down a bit. Let's think of a way together. Lin Xiaoyu then remembered what Huang Daxian had just said. You said that person was injured, right? Can you still track his scent? With so much smoke around, finding the scent would indeed be difficult. Huang Daxian scratched his head, and just then, a gust of north wind howled past, ruffling his fur. His small, dark eyes spun around in their sockets, suddenly remembering something, and he dashed toward a nearby tree. He struggled to climb up with his forelegs, but due to feeling a bit weak, he nearly slipped down several times. The comical sight made Lin Xiaoyu chuckle, and he couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Hurry and get me up there. I can sniff the scent more clearly if I can catch the wind." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu immediately became serious, quickly picked up Huang Daxian and placed him on a nearby tree branch. This height was much better than before. Huang Daxian quickly raised his head to sniff the scent carried by the wind, then straightened up his paw and pointed into the distance. That way. It's coming down the mountain. Although the fire in the forest had been stopped, the fire in Lin Xiaoyu's heart had not been extinguished. They had to capture this person and teach him a severe lesson. Lin Xiaoyu strode in the direction Huang Daxian indicated, with the weasel and the marten's clan following closely behind. Even the red fox shivered at that moment, mumbling, "How can that person run so fast? What is he transforming into?" But despite the complaints, their bodies were honest, and they quickly followed, unwilling to fall behind. At midnight, a thin layer of snow fell in the forest, melting into a cold chill upon touching the skin. The man's scarf had become damp from his exhaled breath and was now frozen with frost. A layer of silver glimmered on the black scarf, and even his eyelashes were coated with white. The wound on his hand had not yet stopped bleeding, and now the wind blew against it, causing a sharp pain. What kind of cursed place is this, with traps in the forest and animals acting like spirits? Every time he caught an animal, he was ambushed by a trap in the woods, first falling into a pit and barely climbing out, only to encounter a self-made animal trap. Did these traps in the forest target humans rather than animals? The anger in his heart seemed to be stuck in his throat, unable to rise or fall. Furious, the man spat on the ground. After all, he had just set fire to a large area, so he considered it a way to vent his anger. He couldn't return empty-handed. Looking at the sky, the man's heart raced, and even his breathing had unknowingly become heavier. There was still time to return from this cursed place before dawn. Next time, he needed to bring more supplies into the forest. He had to bring back a few more pelts from mountains. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a brownish-yellow figure. The man instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misjudged in the dark. But the next second, something bit into his leg. Sharp teeth tore through his pants, leaving a bloody mark. The man shook violently, trying to shake off whatever was on his leg, but when he looked down, he saw a marten. At that moment, the marten's eyes were filled with rage, wishing it could bite off a piece of flesh from this man, refusing to let go of its grip. If it raised its head, it would see a glimmer of greed in the man's similarly green eyes. Although it had been bitten, it had delivered itself as prey. God bless, tonight was not in vain. The man rolled up his sleeves and reached for his waist. He still had a dagger tucked in his belt, and now he couldn't care less about the quality of the pelt. Being able to bring something back was the real skill. But in the next second, something suddenly pounced on him, followed by a fierce bite. When the man reached out to grab it, it turned out to be a weasel. This seemed to press the start button, and countless martens and weasels lunged at him as if they were risking their lives. Even the mice were now trying to burrow into his pants. The man was immediately brought down. Huang Daxian, lacking stamina and coming in last, was anxiously jumping nearby. Let me bite, let me bite. The exposed skin of the man became the best target for the animal's attacks. Huang Daxian was anxious, spinning around and unable to find an opportunity to intervene, so he set his sights on the dagger at the man's waist. With sharp teeth, he quickly bit through the belt, then dragged the dagger away towards Lin Xiaoyu. Previously, these animals acted independently, relying on their own abilities, but now, under Lin Xiaoyu's command, they had completely united as one. The rope that was originally used to catch animals was now used to bind a person. The man had almost no intact area left on his body. His face was covered in wounds, and most importantly, he was frightened by the commotion. When he saw Lin Xiaoyu, tears of grievance unexpectedly streamed from his big man's eyes, squirming like a big worm. "Help me. Please save me." Lin Xiaoyu snapped back to attention, his expression turning cold. "Was that fire you set?" "Yes, it was me." Chapter 22. Sworn brothers with Huang Daxian after being attacked by so many animals and falling into numerous traps. The most critical thing was that these animals actually used his rope to tie him up. The man's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and now he could only think of one thing. "You better hurry and take me to the police. It's too dangerous here. The animals have become clever." Lin Xiaoyu looked at his pathetic state and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. A system notification sounded in her ears. Current progress. Yellow Weasel Favorability 70. Achieve Sworn Brothers with Huang Daxian. Achievement tag. Unlock condition. Yellow Weasel willingly becomes your good helper. Can be called upon anytime. Achievement details. Huang Daxian thinks your medicine is a bit bitter, but it indeed cures illnesses. Points 30. Current points. 50 with the help of these animals. Lin Xiaoyu saved a lot of effort and directly led the man down the mountain. Earlier, she was solely focused on capturing the poacher, sweating profusely without realizing it. Now that she had relaxed, the cold wind really felt chilly. Lin Xiaoyu quickened her pace and finally arrived at the village at the foot of the mountain just as dawn broke. At the village entrance, an uncle was fixing his tricycle used for transporting vegetables in autumn. As soon as he saw Lin Xiaoyu, he quickly greeted her. Lin Xiaoyu smiled upon seeing him. This tricycle was just right to take the man to the police. "Uncle, can I borrow your tricycle? This guy went up the mountain to poach." and I need to take him to the police station. Hearing about borrowing the vehicle, the man hesitated at first, but when he heard it was a poacher and took a closer look to see a foreign face, he immediately became furious. What the hell? Wang Yukai's family was harmed by this group before. I can't let him get away. Seeing that the villagers were quite aware now, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that right? I'll go get the keys from the house and help you take him there. After saying that, she hurriedly went inside. Taking the man to the police station went much smoother than Lin Xiaoyu had anticipated. When they brought him in, he was clearly somewhat delirious. His eyes filled with terror. These things in the mountains seemed to have become clever. Those traps only catch people and tie them up. The police officer frowned. Looking at the poacher's neurotic state, what's wrong with this guy? Lin Xiaoyu didn't dare to fully recount her experiences in the mountains. She could only kick the man's leg again and say, "He's crazy. I saw him go up the mountain last night and followed him. Not only did he dare to poach, but he also dared to set fires. I caught him up there all night. Comrades, you have to lock him up properly, or he'll harm others again." The police officer found the poacher's current state somewhat amusing. Do you think he dares now? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he wouldn't dare to commit such wicked acts again in his life. When Lin Xiaoyu left, the sun was fully up. After a night of turmoil, she was feeling a bit sleepy. Yawning, she got into the uncle's tricycle, heading straight back to the village, while the system notification sounded in her ears. Current progress. Purple Weasel Favorability 50. Achieved Avengers Alliance. Achievement tag. Unlock condition. Purple Weasel trusts you more and is willing to fully accept you. Achievement details. Revenge is a must. Purple Weasel acknowledges your actions today. Points 30. Current points 80. In just one night, her points skyrocketed to 80. And she also resolved a knot in her heart. Leaning against the back of the uncle's tricycle, Lin Xiaoyu fell into a deep, sweet sleep. The price for this, however, was that Lin Xiaoyu caught a cold upon arriving at the village. Inside the small wooden house, the stove was burning brightly, and the firewood crackled in the flames. Soon, the kettle on the stove began to whistle, steam escaping from every crack. Lin Xiaoyu sneezed, tears and mucus streaming down, quickly making herself a cup of ginger soup. As the warm liquid entered her stomach, she felt a wave of comfort, as if every pore in her body was sweating out toxins. Feeling the same way was Jiong. This little creature had been nestled in Lin Xiaoyu's arms all night, but it had also been outside for a whole night. Although it had a thick layer of fur, it had still caught a bit of a chill. Now it looked a bit dazed, coming over to sip some ginger soup. Lin Xiaoyu rubbed Jiong's soft fur, chuckling, "We're both in the same boat here." Jiong blinked its eyes and sneezed. Lin Xiaoyu quickly gave it the rest of her ginger soup. She could afford to buy medicine with money when she was sick, but if these little creatures got sick, she would have to spend points. Lin Xiaoyu was reluctant to spend her precious points in the system store on things that shouldn't be spent on, unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, this little cold wasn't too serious. After drinking some ginger soup and catching up on sleep during the day, Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit congested and coughed. But at least it wasn't as uncomfortable as before. Meanwhile, in the mountains, looking at the once habitable place now turned into ruins. The food that had been painstakingly accumulated was reduced to ashes. The purple weasel stood on a rock, feeling a wave of disappointment. She could still hear the wails and complaints of other clan members nearby, with the most pitiful being the young cubs that hadn't yet grown up. Disaster struck when it rained overnight. In a tree hole that barely sheltered from the wind and cold, a heavily pregnant weasel was in great pain, her eyes bloodshot. The mother yellow weasel was anxiously pacing nearby. "Sis, don't be too anxious. It shouldn't be time yet, right?" But the purple weasel could no longer speak a complete sentence, her belly heaving. Soon, the sounds of several cubs crying came from the tree hole. Looking at the newborn cubs, there was a clear reluctance in the purple weasel's eyes. However, the law of survival of the fittest in the jungle was something every wild animal could not evade. These cubs were born prematurely, and now that their habitat was destroyed, even the adult weasels would struggle to survive through this winter, let alone these little ones. "I can't take care of them." A tear of reluctance fell from the mother's eyes, but she still ran out of the tree hole. "Sigh, you little ones. I can't care for you any longer." Without a second thought, the purple weasel returned to the clan and followed the main group to the other side of the mountain. Chapter 23: The Abandoned Cubs. What should we do? The weasel looked at the small cubs in the tree hole, crying loudly, with only a thin layer of fuzz on them, feeling very anxious. In this freezing weather, it's hard enough for adult martens to survive, and if no one takes care of them, these little cubs will definitely freeze to death. Suddenly, the mother weasel thought of Lin Xiaoyu's face. 13. Yellow 13, who had been waiting outside for an opportunity to help, heard the mother weasel calling for him and quickly approached, tentatively looking inside. Sister-in-law, is it convenient for me to come in? Convenient as can be, the mother weasel murmured, while covering the purple marten cubs with dry grass as a blanket. These things actually wouldn't be of much use. They would be blown away in no time. But it's better than nothing. Sister-in-law, you this. Yellow 13 came in and was stunned at first glance. They were all pitiful little things. If we don't take care of them, they'll all die overnight. The mother weasel's eyes were filled with reluctance. You stay close to them. At least you still have some warmth. I'm going to find Xiaoyu and think of a solution. What? Yellow 13 pointed at himself with his claw. Sister-in-law, you want to watch the cubs? Looking at these chubby little balls of fur that hadn't fully grown their hair yet. Yellow 13 felt nervous from the bottom of his heart. I've never taken care of kids. How can I do this? What's wrong with that? It's still saving lives. The mother weasel shot a glare at Yellow 13. You don't know how to get to Xiaoyu's place. Enough talking, don't waste time. Come over quickly. Yellow 13 was half pushed, half forced by the mother weasel onto the little cubs, feeling very uncomfortable. It was a restless rest. He was really afraid of sitting on these little guys and crushing them, while still hearing their whimpering cries. The key was that these little things were alive, moving under Yellow 13's body, and he couldn't just scratch them because they were ticklish. Yellow 13 was on the verge of tears, feeling very wronged. All right, sister-in-law, I'll watch them here. You hurry up and go, don't waste time. I'm afraid if you come back late, there won't be just one alive. If you say anything unlucky, I'll sew your mouth shut. The mother weasel muttered as she quickly found some dry grass to temporarily block the tree hole. Turning around, she saw countless little footprints leading deeper into the forest. These were traces left by the Marten clan. Their habitat was destroyed, and if they stayed here, it would be collective suicide. It's just a pity for these little ones. The mother weasel shook her head and hurriedly hopped down mountain. In a wooden house in the mountains, Lin Xiaoyu was warming her hands by the stove, and Jiong was imitating her, spreading his forepaws to learn how to warm up. However, this little thing was clearly not doing it right. He seemed to be overcooking, and Lin Xiaoyu could smell a burnt odor, quickly pulling Jiong into her arms. You're too close. You'll be overcooked in no time. Jiong blinked, not quite understanding what overcooked meant, but it sounded delicious. Just then, there was a scratching sound at the door, along with the mother weasel's call. Lin Xiaoyu quickly went to the door and saw the mother weasel standing there, looking very anxious. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, she became even more excited and jumped in place. Xiaoyu, it's bad. Something serious has happened. After saying that, she explained everything in detail to Lin Xiaoyu. As a pet lover, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't bear to see the little furry creatures suffer, especially so many newborn cubs. This matter had to be addressed no matter what. Lin Xiaoyu didn't rush out immediately. Instead, she quickly turned back to find a thick coat. It was icy outside, and if she went out empty-handed, these little cubs would definitely freeze to death. Newborn cubs are very fragile and can't withstand even a little cold. Under the guidance of the mother weasel, Lin Xiaoyu quickly found the tree hole where the purple marten cubs were hidden. From a distance, she could hear a wailing sound, but it wasn't from the martens. It was from Yellow 13. This is life-threatening. Shrimp and pork heart. Why isn't he back yet? The mother weasel covered her ears, looking disgusted as she entered. Seeing the weasel come in, Yellow 13 quickly jumped up like he had found a savior. He then hugged his tail, looking very wronged. These little cubs are asking me for milk. Looking at Yellow 13's chest, which was already wet, Lin Xiaoyu seemed to understand something. She patted him a couple of times. You've been wronged, and we won't forget everything you've done for us. As the last bit of warmth dissipated from Yellow 13, the purple marten cubs immediately started crying. Their little pink mouths tried to suckle, but ended up missing, revealing their soft little tongues and whimpering nonstop. Lin Xiaoyu felt a pang of heartache. From a certain perspective, this situation couldn't be blamed on the martens. Survival of the fittest. If they took these little ones with them, neither mother nor cubs would survive. But these little things were truly pitiful. Lin Xiaoyu carefully picked one up, gently touching its little mouth with her fingertip. Perhaps Lin Xiaoyu's hand was warm. The cubs' cries began to soften. They could still survive. Lin Xiaoyu didn't dare to delay, quickly gathering the remaining cubs and wrapping them in old clothes. On such a winter night, to prevent these purple marten cubs from freezing and starving to death, arranging a suitable place for them to stay was the best plan. As for the rest, they could discuss it later after returning. Lin Xiaoyu counted. There were 5 in total, not one less. Although their condition wasn't great, at least they were all alive. Yellow 13 wiped the wet spot on his belly half dry and came to Lin Xiaoyu. They probably haven't had a drop of milk. They're going to have a rough night. After acting as a male caregiver for so long, Yellow 13 was verbally disdainful of these little cubs, but he genuinely cared for them deep down. It was just that getting milk was not an easy task. Chapter 24. Feeding is a big problem relying on our current viewpoints. Lin Xiaoyu quickly accessed the system all. The products here were dazzling, and she soon discovered the novice pet care package. For 10 points, it included goat milk powder, a bottle, a syringe, and a bunch of other items. Lin Xiaoyu had previously been raising pets online and was excited to handle such small cubs for the first time. So she spent 10 points to redeem the novice package. Goat milk powder cannot be mixed with water that is too hot. Otherwise, the nutrients will be lost. Lin Xiaoyu poured the boiled hot water into a cup and quickly transferred it to an empty cup back and forth. Before long, the steaming warm water gradually cooled down to a drinkable temperature. She mixed the goat milk powder into the warm water according to the ratio, watching as the clear water gradually turned milky white. She leaned in to smell it, catching a faint scent of milk. The tiny cub couldn't hold such a large nipple yet, so Lin Xiaoyu drew the goat milk into a straw, cradled one of the sable cubs in her arms, and squeezed a drop of milk near its mouth. The newborn sable cub still hadn't opened its eyes, but upon tasting the sweet milk, it immediately began searching around, its mouth anxiously whimpering, clearly starving, with its little nose constantly sniffing, afraid of missing out on something delicious. Slow down, you're too eager. Lin Xiaoyu quickly inserted the tip of the syringe into the sable baby's mouth and gently pushed out the warm goat milk. After finally having a sip of warmth, the sable cub eagerly gulped it down, its little tongue licking the tip of the syringe. This small syringe could only feed 10 milliliters at a time, but the newborn cubs couldn't eat much anyway. With food in its belly, the first little one relaxed its guard, and, as Lin Xiaoyu held it, it actually dozed off in her embrace. Lin Xiaoyu was instantly smitten by this adorable little creature, unable to resist leaning down to sniff the sable baby. It smelled nice, with a hint of milk. If there was anything in this world that Lin Xiaoyu couldn't resist more than furry pets, it would probably be the cubs of those furry creatures. The mother sable watched from the side, seemingly relieved. Great, as long as they eat, they'll survive. After saying that, she placed the sleeping cub back in the nest and quickly brought Lin Xiaoyu another one. At first, when feeding, Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed, feeling like she had finally raised a pet child. Everything was so fresh, even when the sable baby just let out a little milk burp. Lin Xiaoyu found it incredibly cute. However, too much cuteness can also be overwhelming. By the time she reached the 4th one, Lin Xiaoyu's hands were already numb. After feeding all 5 sable babies, she felt as if she had shed a layer of skin, utterly exhausted. The mother sable and Jiong helped out from the side and were also worn out. Just having food wasn't enough. They also needed regular cleaning of their droppings. Xiaoyu, can you handle this? The mother sable was genuinely a bit worried. As for Lin Xiaoyu's character, the mother sable absolutely trusted her. However, taking care of 5 little ones required constant vigilance, which was something an average person couldn't handle. Despite being exhausted, Lin Xiaoyu still set an alarm for 2 hours later. No problem, just leave it to me. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu agree so readily, the mother sable felt a wave of gratitude in her heart. All right then, I'll come by to help whenever I have time these next few days. After saying this, She reminded Jiong, "You're grown up now. Remember to help Xiaoyu, got it?" Although Jiong was still just a little one. After receiving the task from its mother, it stood up straight, nodding vigorously to prove it was determined to help. Considering there were still a few little cubs waiting for her to return home, the mother Sable prepared to leave. Before she left, Lin Xiaoyu gave her some food. "This fire might have affected your hunting a bit. Tell everyone, if anyone is missing anything to eat, just come find me. I'll take care of it. Also," Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up, "if you have any news about the Sables, please let me know. They are strong and stubborn. They won't come looking for me directly, but I can't just sit back and do nothing." The mother Sable agreed immediately. Then her figure disappeared into the snowy night. Lin Xiaoyu quickly closed the door and moved the nest for the 5 little ones closer to the fireplace before finally feeling at ease to close her eyes and sleep. It turned out that taking care of children was indeed an extremely exhausting task. Every few hours, she had to feed them and take turns cleaning up their mess. In just a few days, Lin Xiaoyu developed 2 very prominent dark circles under her eyes. When a mother Sable came to visit Lin Xiaoyu with wild mushrooms, she was startled by Lin Xiaoyu's appearance. Wow, what happened? Chapter 25. Those who raise children suffer. Lin Xiaoyu rubbed her tired eyes and brought the mother weasel into the house. "Don't worry about that for now. Quickly take a look at my labor results over the past few days." In the small nest originally meant for Jiong to sleep in, 5 baby sable cubs had barely opened their eyes. These little creatures grew quickly, and under Lin Xiaoyu's patient care, not only had they opened their eyes, but 2 or 3 of them were already pushing each other for a single nipple. Their layer of milk fur had not completely shed, but their bodies had already plumped up significantly, feeling soft to the touch. The mother weasel's eyes brightened. "They really are chubby." Only when talking about these did Lin Xiaoyu show a proud expression. "Of course, this is the result of my sleep over the past few days." With the wild mushrooms brought by the mother weasel, Lin Xiaoyu prepared some delicious food to share with the weasel family, while also inquiring about the Sable family situation. The mother weasel sighed. "I've seen them, but their lives aren't too great. It's not easy to find a suitable habitat for them now. Just getting through this winter safely is already something to be thankful for." Lin Xiaoyu was curious about the Sable situation, with 2 thoughts in mind. The first was to help the Sable family in her own way, to see if she could make their winter a little easier. The second was to find the Sable mother. Even if she couldn't return these cubs to her, at least she should know that her children were doing well. However, upon hearing the weasel speak of the hardships outside, Lin Xiaoyu temporarily dismissed these thoughts. Just before the weasel was about to leave, she prepared 2 bags of dried fish. "One bag is for you, and the other bag is to help me deliver to the mountains. Food is scarce outside now. At least this can help them." The mother weasel readily agreed. "No problem." She then called Huang Daxian, and the 2 of them hurried back to the mountains, each carrying a bag. After sending off the weasel, Lin Xiaoyu returned to the house. At this moment, the 5 baby sables had eaten and drunk enough, and were piled together in a heap. Sleeping soundly, Lin Xiaoyu felt her heart warm, reaching out to gently rub one of them. Perhaps it was because Lin Xiaoyu had been caring for them for the past few days. The little sable babies had completely familiarized themselves with her scent. The moment Lin Xiaoyu's fingers touched one, it directly hugged her finger and gently rubbed against it with its chin. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Caught off guard by this sudden scene, feeling both delighted and hesitant to make a sound. These little creatures were simply too adorable. However, it pained Lin Xiaoyu to think that they had to live alone at such a young age, relying solely on artificial feeding to grow up. "No matter what, I have to take good care of you," Lin Xiaoyu promised the baby sables, as if making a vow to herself. Not a single one can go wrong. After that, Lin Xiaoyu became even more meticulous in caring for the little cubs. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion or if it was true. She had always felt that little creatures growing up in the wild developed strong self-care abilities in no time, while domesticated ones couldn't compare. About a week later, seeing that the baby sables could crawl out of their nest, Lin Xiaoyu felt very happy. However, Huang Daxian, who came to borrow food, shook his head disapprovingly. No. How can their physical strength withstand the winter snow outside? Under your care, they can at most survive one winter, but once released into the wild, they will definitely freeze to death." Lin Xiaoyu had been feeling proud of the progress of these little creatures, thinking it was all due to her careful care. But Huang Shisan's comment doused her enthusiasm, and her smile froze on her face, quickly turning into a hint of panic. What should we do then? You need to take them outside, Huang Shisan said seriously. The fur on the sables is thick. You fed these little ones so plump, they have a layer of fat. During the day, the wind won't penetrate, but only by experiencing the wild atmosphere can they grow better. Listening to Huang Shisan, Lin Xiaoyu pondered. But then she thought that she couldn't let these little ones lose their natural instincts. It seemed like heaven was also sympathetic to these little ones who had been born without parents. For days, the north wind had been howling, making it hard to open one's eyes. Just after Huang Shisan spoke, a sunny day arrived. The weather was quite warm today, with temperatures outside only about -10 degrees. For the Greater Khingan Mountains in northeast China, this was already exceptionally pleasant weather. The weather was indeed nice. Dressed in a cotton coat, Lin Xiaoyu carried the 5 baby sables out of the house. Aside from the night they were born, this was the first time these 5 little ones were going outside. Their eyes had completely opened, although they still had a layer of blue membrane on them, which shone with a beautiful color under the sunlight. Lin Xiaoyu carefully placed the little ones on the ground. Although the milk fur on their bodies hadn't completely shed, new hair had already grown in their pores, and the fur on their bellies was quite thick. Only their little paw pads remained soft and tender, the moment they touched the snow on the ground. One of them let out a loud cry. Chapter 26. Restoring the home. Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of nervousness in her heart. Just as she was about to check if anything had been damaged by the cold, the little creature began rolling around in the snow. Its brownish-yellow fur was sprinkled with a layer of white snow, making it look like a brown glutinous rice ball covered in icing sugar, incredibly cute and healing. Jiong had been following Lin Xiaoyu since earlier, observing the little creature's every move with its bright eyes. The relatively larger Jiong quickly became a big playmate for the 5 little ones, and soon they were chasing each other around the yard. The sunlight was not blinding. Instead, it brought a warm and healing feeling, and even the wind had become gentle. One could faintly smell the scent of firewood from the villagers' homes wafting into Lin Xiaoyu's yard. Sitting in her yard and watching Jiong lead the 5 little ones in their playful antics, a knowing smile unconsciously appeared on her face. This feeling was quite nice. After letting the little ones play outside for a while, they seemed to be in a better mood. When they returned to their nest, they each fell into a deep sleep, clearly exhausted. Lin Xiaoyu noticed the sparkle in Jiong's eyes, although the 5 little creatures were a bit bothersome. Jiong also showed a hint of fondness. You've worked hard. Lin Xiaoyu gently rubbed Jiong's fur. Can you keep an eye on them at home for me? Jiong blinked its eyes, seemingly curious about this request. Lin Xiaoyu looked up at the window. The sunlight was just right, making it a good time to go out. I have something very important to do. After leaving her home, Lin Xiaoyu hurried to the village. The issue with the poachers had mostly been dealt with, but the vast forest on the mountain had been destroyed. She needed to think of a way to restore the burned forest area and ensure that the local ecology would not be affected. This task could not be done by Lin Xiaoyu alone. She had to involve everyone. Otherwise, it would be too much for her to handle alone. Recently, Lin Xiaoyu had helped Wang Youcai's family repair their cellar, and her reputation in the village was quite good. When they heard she was planning to get everyone to work together, many people immediately came forward. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu explained her plan to restore the forest area after the fire to everyone. As she noticed the pairs of eyes focused on her, she quickly added, I want to let anyone work for free. I can. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Youcai spoke up, a smile in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiaoyu. If it weren't for you and the spirits on the mountain helping us, my family would have starved long ago. It's just a matter of planting some trees and moving some broken wood, right? I can do this physical work. With one person speaking up, others quickly followed suit. Plus, since Lin Xiaoyu had been in close contact with Huang Xian before, the villagers, being simple-minded, naturally regarded Lin Xiaoyu as someone with great abilities. No problem, just plan out what needs to be done, and we'll cooperate with you when the time comes. Xiaoyu, my health isn't great, so I can't do much physical work, but I can help everyone cook. Hearing the villagers' words, Lin Xiaoyu felt extremely excited. Great, thank you all so much. The good reputation she had built up in the village was now proving to be helpful. Feeling motivated, Lin Xiaoyu walked back with a smile on her face. The reason the Marten clan had moved away was entirely due to the local ecology being affected. If she and the villagers could restore the forest to its former state, the Martens would surely return. Once that happened, everything would return to normal. Just thinking about this filled Lin Xiaoyu with energy, and she hummed a song as she walked. However, restoring the mountain's ecology would not be accomplished merely by doing some physical labor. Lin Xiaoyu quickly began to devise a long-term plan. In the initial phase, she would need to remove the charred wood and clear a large area of the forest. Then, she would have to replant vegetation and refill the area. Only then could she ensure the ecology would return to its original state. When the plants thrived, the animals would naturally return. This project was not small, and Lin Xiaoyu began calculating in her mind before heading back up the mountain. This time, however, she was not alone. She brought Jiong with her. The weather had warmed up over the past few days, and Jiong had grown noticeably larger. Instead of continuing to nestle in Lin Xiaoyu's arms, Jiong walked upright like a human, albeit unsteadily. Behind Jiong were the 5 little Martens. After a few outings, the little ones no longer wanted to stay inside the house. Huang Daxian was right. The Marten's fur was indeed thick enough for the weather. They followed in a straight line behind Lin Xiaoyu, turning the originally tedious path up the mountain into something much more interesting. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, a female yellow weasel bounded out from the forest. Seeing the little followers behind her, she couldn't help but chuckle. They've all grown so big. Lin Xiaoyu felt a sense of maternal pride as she heard others compliment the little Martens. Aren't they? They're much stronger now when feeding. The 5 little creatures blinked their eyes and, noticing Lin Xiaoyu had stopped, immediately huddled together. Xiaoyu, are you going up the mountain to walk them, or? I want to discuss something with everyone. Lin Xiaoyu said seriously, I plan to take the villagers up the mountain. Upon hearing this, the female yellow weasel's expression changed. Xiaoyu, didn't you say before that you wouldn't let the villagers come up casually? Lin Xiaoyu smiled wryly. This is a different time, and besides, their trip up the mountain won't affect anyone. It's mainly to help me maintain the ecology. Then, Lin Xiaoyu laid out her plan. When the female yellow weasel found out that the villagers were coming to help restore the Marten's home, her eyes lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. Then they can move back. Chapter 27. Restoring the ecosystem. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Xiaoyu said seriously. That's why I wanted to come up the mountain to discuss it with you all. This is a good thing. It will definitely be fine. With Huang Weasel's reassurance, Lin Xiaoyu's anxious heart finally settled down. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the branches, warmly illuminating Lin Xiaoyu, making her feel a glimmer of hope. Without delay, after obtaining the agreement of the animals in the mountains, Lin Xiaoyu hurried to discuss the repairs with the villagers. A few days later, when the villagers followed Lin Xiaoyu up the mountain again, the animals in the forest did not react with the same agitation as they had towards the previous poachers. Although they still did not like humans, they could hide in the corners and observe silently. And it turned out that this fear was mutual. The villagers had developed a deep respect for the animals in the mountains at this moment. Even the men from the mountains focused solely on cutting down the dead trees that had been burned, not daring to move otherwise. After several days of efforts from the villagers, the trees in the mountains were finally managed properly. What remained was to restore the ecosystem to its original state. This required the support of the system. Looking at the item that required 50 points to exchange, Lin Xiaoyu felt as if her heart was bleeding. But thinking of the minks still living in dire straits, having to move to find a more suitable place in this cold winter, Lin Xiaoyu felt a pang of discomfort. Buy it, without hesitation, just buy it. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the last few points in her system shop that could successfully exchange for the item. When Lin Xiaoyu carefully spread the ecological restoration potion over the flattened ground, a tender sprout broke through the frozen soil at a visible speed, directly emerging from the ground. That splash of green became the most eye-catching color in the white forest. What surprised Lin Xiaoyu even more was the growth speed of this sprout. In just a few minutes, the sprout gradually transformed into a growing sapling. It then continued to grow step by step. Not only were the trees restored, but even the plants that should have existed in the forest began to grow back. Fruits hung on the branches, as if they were the best gift for this winter. The ecosystem was truly beginning to recover. For Lin Xiaoyu, this could be said to be the best outcome. With these, the minks could move back. Lin Xiaoyu immediately felt that the heavy stone that had been hanging over her heart was finally being set down. The hard work of recent days had almost exhausted the last bit of her strength. Now, seeing the ecosystem in the mountains gradually recovering, Lin Xiaoyu could finally drag her weary body back to her little wooden house. The fire in the little house was burning brightly. At night, there was no need to turn on the lights, as the glow from the fire could be seen through the gaps of the stove. The sound of wood crackling in the fire could be heard. Accompanied by such sounds, Lin Xiaoyu slept particularly soundly. The occupied Jiong snuggled beside Lin Xiaoyu's pillow, sleeping in a sprawled position. The 5 little minks also imitated this, evolving from huddling together for warmth to sleeping on their backs, one resting on top of another, snoring together. Inside the little house was a rare warm night. Meanwhile, on the mountain, the mother weasel looked at the large tree that had completely recovered in just half a day and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoyu is really too useful. The trees are back, and the minks should." Just as the mother weasel was pondering, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass. The sound was not too loud, but in the quiet forest, it was quite clear. The mother weasel immediately raised her head and tiptoed towards the direction of the sound, fearing that something was quietly moving in the forest, until the mother weasel saw a brownish-yellow figure. Her small eyes widened in surprise. Upon seeing the family of minks, she excitedly dashed over and grabbed the leader's hand. "You're back. Where have you been all this time? I was so worried about you." Looking at the mother weasel's excited expression, the mink family appeared somewhat awkward. "We searched for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable place. So we thought we would come back and take a look. A few days ago, we saw humans going up the mountain again, so we didn't come out." Speaking of humans, the minks still carried a hint of disdain. Didn't those guys say they would never come up the mountain again? They just made an agreement a few days ago, and now. Upon hearing this, the mother weasel immediately understood something and quickly explained to the minks, No. The humans came up the mountain this time not to harm us, but to help us." After saying that, she hurriedly recounted how Lin Xiaoyu had sent down the fallen wood and restored the ecosystem during this time. The minks, who originally wore faces full of disdain, were now filled with shock. When they heard that their former habitat had been repaired with the help of humans, their expressions changed. "Don't tell me you're joking? What do you mean? How could I joke with you about this?" As she spoke, she pointed towards Lin Xiaoyu's wooden house. "If you don't believe me, just ask Xiaoyu." And, just as the mother weasel was about to finish her sentence, she seemed to remember something and smiled at the mother mink. "If you go to Xiaoyu, there might even be a surprise." However, she kept silent about what the surprise was, only urging the minks to see for themselves. At this point, it was already late, and the minks, weary from their journey, naturally couldn't go find Lin Xiaoyu and had to return to their former habitat. After the ecosystem was restored, many fruits had increased in the forest. This was something extremely precious for the minks, who were lacking food. "What do you think the surprise at Xiaoyu's is?" One of the minks nestled in the newly chosen tree hole, curiously asked while opening some pine nuts. "Hard to say. Could be food prepared for us?" "It must be. This winter has been so hard. Xiaoyu must have prepared food for us." Despite the minks' generally poor relationship with humans, they trusted Lin Xiaoyu immensely. While the others were chatting, the mother mink sat quietly, eating without saying a word, looking at the familiar surroundings outside. It suddenly recalled the snowy night when she gave birth to her babies. After all the turmoil, the mink's habitat had returned, but her babies could no longer come back. Chapter 28, Its child is alive that night. The ferrets spent a relatively comfortable night in the tree hole. The next morning, several ferrets hurried down the mountain, heading straight for Lin Xiaoyu's wooden house. The sunshine was quite pleasant today, warmly shining on people's bodies. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu was doing morning exercises in the yard with Jiong and 5 ferret cubs. There weren't many entertainment options in the mountains, but being able to be with the furry ones every day was already a great joy for Lin Xiaoyu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Lin Xiaoyu was calling out the rhythm for herself while exercising in the yard. Compared to the 5 ferret cubs, Jiong was already quite large and was mimicking Lin Xiaoyu's movements quite well. The 5 ferret cubs following Lin Xiaoyu were also trying their best to imitate her. However, the 4 little paws were not very coordinated, and they didn't quite know how to stand upright. One of them lifted a paw and fell backward, directly knocking over its brother behind it, and also pulling down 2 other cubs that were learning nearby. The sight of these 5 soft and cute creatures trying their best to learn made Lin Xiaoyu chuckle, while Jiong stepped forward like a little policeman directing traffic, helping the 5 cubs stand up one by one to avoid getting tangled up. The warm winter sun shone on them, creating a cozy atmosphere. When the ferret family came down from the mountain, they saw this scene. Perhaps the most shocked was the ferret mother. 1, 2, all 5. That night, to survive, she hadn't even given these little ones a sip of milk. In such a snowy day, she had never dared to hope that the 5 cubs would still be alive. But unexpectedly, all 5 were safe and sound. Watching the warm scene of Lin Xiaoyu exercising with the cubs, and recalling what the weasel had said to her the night before, the ferret mother suddenly understood what the surprise was. Let's go back. Looking at the situation in the distance, the ferret mother didn't know why she didn't have the courage to approach and didn't know how to face her cubs. At this moment, the other ferrets seemed to understand something as well, and with a sound of agreement, they turned and walked back up the mountain. Lin Xiaoyu, who was originally with the little ones in the yard, suddenly felt a gaze sweeping over her. She had planned to continue exercising with the little ones, but suddenly looked up and saw the ferret family preparing to leave. She was extremely excited and waved her hand. "You guys are back." Saying that, she joyfully rushed forward and blocked the direction the ferrets were heading. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu again, the ferrets felt a warmth in their hearts. It was impossible to find a more suitable habitat in the mountains. We discovered that our old home seemed to have returned. So we came back. That's great. If you can come back, then my efforts weren't in vain, Lin Xiaoyu said, warmly inviting the ferrets inside. Jiong raised its paw to wave at them, as if greeting them. The 5 ferret babies were seeing ferrets other than themselves for the first time. They curiously tilted their heads and looked up and down. Seeing her children right in front of her, the ferret mother was incredibly excited. She instinctively moved closer to the little cubs, who knew that these 5 little creatures hadn't fully accepted the arrival of the ferrets and were instead startled. Quickly retreating behind Lin Xiaoyu and gently tugging at her pant leg with their little paws. Lin Xiaoyu looked at their cautious appearance, peeking out to carefully observe, feeling both helpless and amused. She could only pull out the largest one from behind her. "You are the big brother. You need to set an example for your younger siblings." That little one blinked its eyes, repeatedly observing Lin Xiaoyu and the ferret mother. "She is your mother." "Mother?" The largest cub blinked and then sniffed carefully at the ferret mother. Although it had only been with its mother for a little over an hour, that familiar scent gradually eased the cub's wariness, and it immediately jumped into the ferret mother's embrace. The other 4, also blinking their eyes, gradually relaxed their guard and followed suit. Seeing her cubs, who should have perished from cold and hunger on that snowy day, now so vividly present in front of her, the ferret mother felt immense joy, and her gaze towards Lin Xiaoyu was filled with gratitude. "Xiaoyu, thank you." If Lin Xiaoyu remembered correctly, it seemed to be the first time she had heard such polite words from a ferret. Lin Xiaoyu felt a little awkward and scratched her head. It's nothing. After all, they're little lives. As long as they are okay, that's good. "Xiaoyu, can I discuss something with you?" The ferret mother, despite the brief reunion, didn't lose herself in the moment. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu, there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "What is it?" Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously. "If there's something you want to say, just say it. I will definitely help you as long as I can." The ferret mother gently stroked the soft fur of the cubs, her eyes shining brightly, but she still held back her reluctance. "Can these few kids stay with you for a while longer?" Seeing the surprise in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, the ferret mother continued. "Although we have a habitat now, it will take some time to settle down completely. I'm afraid I can't take care of these cubs if they follow me. Can I wait until I'm settled before bringing them back?" To be honest, Lin Xiaoyu had also raised these little ones bit by bit. If she suddenly sent all 5 cubs back to the ferrets, she would also feel reluctant. "Okay, I agree to you." Lin Xiaoyu actively extended her hand to gently touch the ferret mother's fingers as a form of agreement. The ferret mother was overjoyed, and her eyes sparkled with light. Current progress, ferret affection level 60, Achievement tag, Guardian of the Cubs, unlocked. Unlock conditions. The ferret is very grateful that you saved the 5 cubs. Achievement details. The ferret's feelings towards you have become closer, and you will become the most trusted partner of the ferrets. Points 50. Current points. 50. Chapter 29 is this. Attribute. Lin Xiaoyu was startled when she suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Saving these 5 baby ferrets was purely an instinctive action on her part, and she didn't expect that it would earn her quite a few points. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of Lin Xiaoyu's lips as she hurried back into the house to bring the ferrets some delicious food. The ferrets' eyes sparkled with excitement as they received the food Lin Xiaoyu had brought. Having spent some time with the ferrets, this was the first time Lin Xiaoyu saw them look at her with such eyes, as if they wanted to see through her completely, almost as if they had something to say. However, in the end, they expressed nothing and turned to walk into the mountains. The 5 little ones watched their mother's figure disappear into the distance, clearly feeling a bit reluctant. But it seemed they were also unwilling to leave the little wooden house where they had lived since they opened their eyes. "All right, don't just stare," Lin Xiaoyu said as she rubbed the heads of the baby ferrets. "Your mother is going to prepare a place for you, and she should be back soon. Until then, you can continue to stay here." As lunchtime approached, Lin Xiaoyu quickly went back into the house. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the chimney, and the aroma of stewed meat wafted out through the cracks in the door, making anyone salivate. The ferrets returned, which felt like an achievement for Lin Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the ecological potion she had sprinkled in the forest continued to take effect. The fruits in the forest began to increase in number. In the first couple of days after their return, the mother ferret would come looking for Lin Xiaoyu to borrow things to help her through the long winter nights. Every time the mother ferret joyfully ran over, her eyes would dart around her little ones. Lin Xiaoyu could tell she missed her babies. But each time, she couldn't stay long, hurriedly taking the borrowed items and rushing back to the mountains. Lin Xiaoyu watched the direction in which the ferret had left, feeling a sense of emotion. "It's great. At least my efforts haven't gone to waste." She didn't know whether the ferrets were too busy settling down their new home or if there was already enough food in the mountains for them to enjoy. Lin Xiaoyu also didn't notice when the visits from the ferrets started to decrease. And there were even stretches of 3 or 4 days when she couldn't see them at all. The little ones would sometimes look out the window from the little wooden house. They remained silent, quietly missing their mother. Lin Xiaoyu could only gently rub their little heads and say, "Don't worry, your mother is thinking of you too." A light layer of fresh snow had fallen in the mountains, and the mornings after snow were often the coldest. The wind could chill a person to the bone. As usual, Lin Xiaoyu went to the yard to chop firewood in preparation for cooking, then took the little ones to patrol the mountains. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, she almost stepped on something. Lin Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to seeing little animals around the door these days and quickly lifted her foot. Upon closer inspection, she relaxed. What was on the ground wasn't a small animal, but some wild mushrooms, along with some chestnuts and pine nuts from the mountains. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough for Lin Xiaoyu to eat for a while. Who could it be that left so many delicious things at her doorstep? Lin Xiaoyu wondered, quickly looking up to search for the source. Sure enough, she spotted many small footprints leading away from her door, showing that someone had come, left the food, and then departed, with their bushy tail leaving trails in the dirt. These foods were either things she had previously exchanged with the ferrets or items that the ferrets loved to eat. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly understood. No wonder she hadn't seen the ferrets lately. It turned out they weren't just settling down in the mountains, but were also finding ways to bring her good food. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't let down the gratitude for the tribute from the ferrets, so she quickly grabbed a basket and collected everything. The mushrooms were used for stewing, and the chestnuts were roasted over the fire. Before long, they split open, releasing a sweet aroma. The chestnuts and wild fruits at the door were enough to satisfy Lin Xiaoyu's cravings, while the mushrooms were strung together and hung outside to dry. Besides these foods, Lin Xiaoyu also discovered a beautiful tuft of fur at her door. It was fur from the ferret, bright orange and golden, with a hint of purple sheen when held under the sunlight. These little things seemed to be not just a thank you gift. It was like a tribute. Looking at this pile of offerings, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze instinctively fell upon the mountains. although she could no longer see the direction the ferrets had gone. She felt as if a few pairs of little eyes were watching her. Lin Xiaoyu accepted all the food, and with that beautiful tuft of ferret fur, she traded a small piece of cloth from a village ant and carefully stitched a pouch for herself. Although Lin Xiaoyu's sewing wasn't very detailed, it was still recognizable for what it was. After finishing the pouch, she tucked the tuft of ferret fur inside, carrying it like a talisman. One corner of the pouch also hid a small bell that jingled as she walked, almost as if announcing her arrival to others. This feeling was quite reassuring. Lin Xiaoyu felt very content with this, and it turned out that such actions indeed pleased the ferrets. After Lin Xiaoyu took the pouch on a patrol around the mountains, the beautiful notification sound from the system rang in her ears once more. Current progress. Ferret favorability 70. Achievement tag. Territory pass unlocked. Unlock condition. Improve the relationship with the ferrets. Achievement details. The ferrets really like you and are willing to get close to you. Points 50. Current points. 100. Chapter 30. Trouble with snakes. Listening to the system's prompt and seeing her points increase, Lin Xiaoyu was happier than anyone else, almost bouncing up and spinning around in place. The points she had previously exhausted were now replenished. It turned out that as long as she treated these animals well, they would repay her in various ways. It seemed she needed to be even kinder to them in the future. But how could she do that? After pondering for a while, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze fell on her somewhat shabby little house. This small wooden cabin was just big enough for her. But now she not only had to take care of herself, but also provide comfort for the animals on the mountain. With 6 little creatures squeezed in together, Lin Xiaoyu felt there wasn't much room to move around. It seemed she had to think of a way in the system store. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu opened the system store to browse the items. Just then, a striking red banner floated across a corner of the store. It was a limited-time discount. To expand her little wooden cabin, it would originally cost 100 points, but now it only required 80 points, a whole 20 off. She couldn't believe her luck. Lin Xiaoyu quickly clicked into the item details to take a closer look. It would initially increase the area of the cabin and cellar, enhancing the cabin's durability and thickness, expanding in proportion to the current style. This was a rare opportunity. Her house definitely needed to be bigger. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiaoyu clicked to confirm the exchange. Instantly, 80 points were deducted, and in their place was a wooden cabin that was now twice the size. The change made the house tremble violently, waking the 5 little minks inside, who immediately huddled together. Jiong stood frozen, blinking in surprise. Once the shaking stopped, he immediately started running around the house with his big tail, then excitedly jumped into Lin Xiaoyu's arms. Our home has gotten bigger. It wasn't just the house that had grown. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and gently tapped Jiong on the nose. Then she stepped outside. Previously, the cellar was pitifully small. After filling it with a few sacks of potatoes and some cabbages, there was hardly any space left. Even though the system store could exchange for a large amount of food, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't store much. So she could only distribute it little by little to the animals on the mountain. Now the situation was different. The cellar had expanded, allowing her to store more supplies. Perhaps she could even ensure that the little animals she was familiar with were well fed. Lin Xiaoyu thought to herself, feeling extremely happy as she hurriedly placed all the food she had stockpiled recently into the cellar. Watching the cellar fill up, Lin Xiaoyu felt a sense of security swell within her. After organizing the cellar, she also tidied up the arrangement of furniture in the house. At the same time, she left some reserved space for the weasels and minks, whether they came to find her or had a meeting indoors. There was enough space. And Lin Xiaoyu even specially placed a table there. Imagining those furry little creatures sitting at the table earnestly discussing their future livelihood, Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. Seeing as she still had a lot of points left, she exchanged for 2 new outfits for herself. It had been a long time since she had worn new clothes, and Lin Xiaoyu now felt like a child who had just bought new clothes, both excited and thrilled. Opening the door, Lin Xiaoyu walked in from outside. Jiong's eyes immediately lit up. The sweater she wore was light-colored, adorned with a few delicate flowers, adding a splash of color to the little cabin. Although she wore light-colored pants on the bottom, they matched perfectly with the sweater, looking clean and pretty. Lin Xiaoyu wasn't unattractive to begin with. She just didn't often dress up. Now her hair was neatly arranged to one side, braided into a twist, looking clean and simple, yet exuding a rustic beauty. Jiong blinked, moved closer to Lin Xiaoyu, wanting to touch her pants with his little paws, but worried about getting them dirty, so he could only watch with longing. The 5 little minks were also mesmerized by her appearance. One that had been playing with its siblings stood frozen, momentarily forgetting itself, then rolled over and scrambled over to her. Lin Xiaoyu felt a little shy under their gaze. How do I look? It felt different. Jiong spoke first. It's like you've turned into a different person. The other little ones jumped in place. So pretty, so pretty. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu immediately found a small mirror in the house. Although she still couldn't see her whole appearance clearly, she could at least get a rough idea. It really looked good. A smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Xiaoyu's face. This 10 points was well spent. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to change out of this outfit and try on another, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lin Xiaoyu hurried to open it. Xiaoyu, my family. As soon as the other person looked up, they were taken aback by Lin Xiaoyu's appearance. Lin Xiaoyu immediately recognized the person in front of her. It was Aunt Shanming from the village, who was usually a warm-hearted person and had good relationships with the villagers. Aunt Shanming, what's the matter? When Lin Xiaoyu asked, Aunt Shanming snapped back to reality and immediately pointed in her direction. There's a snake problem in my house. It's serious. Trouble with snakes. Lin Xiaoyu's mind raced, recalling the game's narrative. She vaguely remembered that there weren't many plot lines involving snakes. One was about a villager disturbing a snake that was hibernating while digging a foundation, which led to the snakes bothering them every day, causing headaches. However, she hadn't paid much attention to that side quest at the time. Could it be at Aunt Shaming's house? Chapter 31, The Great Immortal Steps Back in the past. My family had found quite a few snake skins in the yard, thinking that the snakes had just passed through and would leave after shedding their skins. However, it turned out that there were more and more of them now. Aunt Shanming became increasingly agitated as she spoke. Our family has always been honest and straightforward, never harming the animals in the mountains. How could this happen? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Aunt Shanming's troubled expression and said, Don't worry, take me to have a look. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyu grabbed a clean jacket and followed Aunt Shanming outside. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Aunt Shanming's husband gathering the translucent snake skins at their doorstep. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, the man quickly stood up and said, Xiaoyu, you're here. Look at these snake skins. We've discovered them in the last couple of days. Lin Xiaoyu immediately stepped closer. There were 4 or 5 skins of various sizes, and the largest one was over 2 meters long, which would be considered an adult snake. These snakes aren't nesting in our house, are they? If they continue to stay here, we won't be able to live peacefully, Aunt Shanming said, looking at Lin Xiaoyu with a distressed expression. Lin Xiaoyu recalled a side issue she had dealt with before. Considering the current season and the fact that Aunt Shanming's family had just built a new northern room every 2 years, she pointed to the house and said, Aunt, your problem mainly lies with the house. Aunt Shanming looked at Lin Xiaoyu in astonishment. No way, the northern room was built just fine. Her husband gently nudged her arm and added, Well, don't forget, our northern room was originally an empty lot. When we dug the foundation, we did see a few snake skins. Reminded by her husband, Aunt Shanming suddenly recalled. It seems that was indeed the case. However, those snake skins were all piled in one corner, and we didn't see any living creatures at the time. Produce. Our family was so immersed in the joy of adding a new room that we didn't think about that. Seeing that Aunt Shanming finally remembered, Lin Xiaoyu took on a serious tone. To be honest, these snakes arrived here before you did. You've taken over their territory and occupied their den. So now they're unwilling to leave. What should we do? We can't have snakes shedding skins around here all the time. I've been scared to death just looking at those things lately. Aunt Shanming, being timid and now involved in housing issues, immediately wore a worried expression. Lin Xiaoyu thought carefully. The snakes in the village were different from those in the mountains, and she wasn't familiar with them. To make them leave, she first had to drive the snakes out of the house. If someone got hurt, it would be troublesome, right? Snakes are afraid of realgar. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered and quickly opened the system shop, where she indeed found an option to exchange for realgar. The price wasn't too high, just 5 points. Although after this exchange, Lin Xiaoyu would have only 5 points left if it could help the villagers and prevent conflicts between villagers and wildlife. It would be worth it. When Lin Xiaoyu magically handed a packet of realgar powder to Aunt Shanming, the woman's eyes shone with grateful tears. Oh, Xiaoyu, it's all thanks to you. With this, my family shouldn't be afraid of snakes anymore. Seeing Aunt Shanming so excited, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but remind her, I'm giving you this realgar powder to drive away the snakes. Once they come out of your house, don't harm them. Just let them leave on their own. Aunt Shanming immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Don't worry. My family would never do anything like what Wang Yukai's family did. We absolutely cannot let those 5 immortals take revenge. Seeing Aunt Shanming so enthusiastic, Lin Xiaoyu felt she had done enough and it was time to head back. The sun was gently and warmly shining down on them. In the yard, Lin Xiaoyu, as usual, practiced exercises with the 6 little creatures from her house. Their shiny fur looked even more vibrant these days, shining with a golden glow under the sunlight. The 5 baby minks, fat and well-fed, clumsily mimicked Lin Xiaoyu's movement from behind, resembling 5 little meatballs. Although their movements were uncoordinated and somewhat chubby, it was quite amusing. At least they weren't falling all over the place like before. While coming down the mountain to visit Jiongjiong and bring Lin Xiaoyu some wild mushrooms, the mother weasel couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, these little ones have grown so big. I was wondering why the minks have been so energetic these days. Look at them. Their new home is almost ready. Seeing the weasel arrive, Lin Xiaoyu stopped, allowing the 6 little ones to move freely while holding the wild mushrooms in her hand, reflecting softly, I really don't want to send them back. Even the hardest days for me feel like a sweet burden. If it were just Lin Xiaoyu and Jiongjiong left at home, I'd probably find it hard to adjust. How about I talk to the minks and see if they can leave 1 or 2 behind for you? That won't work. These 5 little ones have been inseparable since birth. If one goes back, they all have to go back together or their health could be affected. The mother weasel nodded. You really think of everything. Lin Xiaoyu smiled lightly, just as she was about to share Jiongjiong's recent situation with the weasel. A hurried sound of footsteps came from outside. The mother weasel was already used to it and blinked her eyes, looking outside. The 6 little ones playing in the yard also gathered around. As soon as Aunt Shanming entered, she saw the 7 pairs of eyes, big and small, blinking at her, making her scalp tingle. Xiaoyu, can you ask the great immortal to step back a bit? It's a bit creepy. Lin Xiaoyu awkwardly smiled and opened the door, allowing the weasel to lead Jiongjiong and the 5 little minks inside. Now Lin Xiaoyu's house had expanded to twice its size, and she had specially prepared a space for them to move around, making it less awkward to stay inside compared to before. Once the door was closed, Lin Xiaoyu stood in the yard and conversed with Aunt Shanming. Aunt, what is going on now? Aunt Shanming looked even worse than yesterday. She seemed a bit disheveled due to the ineffective method, and her eyes were filled with despair. Xiaoyu, the suggestion you gave me didn't work. Yesterday, I sprinkled the realgar powder around the yard, as you said, thinking that once the snakes left, I could treat them to something nice, and that would be the end of it. But today, there are even more snake skins. As she spoke, Aunt Shanming pulled out an entire snake skin and placed it in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Look at this long one lying on my doorstep. Who would panic upon seeing it? In the past, during the slack farming season, everyone used to come to my house to chat and have tea, but now, no one dares to enter. Chapter 32, Can They Help? Having snakes in the house is a headache for anyone. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the snake skin taken out by the other person and felt a wave of frustration. Normally, snakes fear realgar powder. Once this stuff is sprinkled, the snake problem should be dealt with cleanly. But what is going on now? Not only did the snake not leave, but it continued to shed its skin inside, growing wantonly, as if it had teamed up with Aunt Shanming's family. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out, but Aunt Shanming's eyes kept scanning the room. Xiaoyu, I wonder if I can say something to you, Aunt Shanming said, pointing into Lin Xiaoyu's room. Can you think of a way to get them to help? They say the 5 immortals are one thing, and since you have such a good relationship with the yellow immortal, they should be able to help too. Thinking back to the white snake encountered in the mountains and the weasel's efforts to gather these animals together, Lin Xiaoyu's heart stirred a little. After all, the weasel was at her home now. Asking around wouldn't take much effort, and if a solution could be found, wouldn't that be perfect? All right, I'll ask for you, but we'll have to wait for their response. The weasels are not snakes. They need to socialize too, Lin Xiaoyu said. Aunt Shanming was hearing about animal diplomacy for the first time. However, upon hearing there was some hope, she quickly nodded in agreement. Soon Lin Xiaoyu returned to the house. At that moment, Jiong was sitting at the small table, eating the wild fruits brought back by the weasel from the mountains. Most of the fruits from the mountains had already frozen, and biting into them felt like eating a slushy, sweet, and sour. Look at you. You've really grown a lot these days. Staying with Xiaoyu has made you fat, the mother weasel said with a smile, stroking Jiong. The shiny, smooth fur was a testament to the time and effort Lin Xiaoyu had spent on Jiong. The extra wild fruits were generously placed on the table by the mother weasel. The 5 baby martens quickly rushed up to share, and in no time, their mouths were dripping with juice. Even so, they were reluctant to let go, and the room was filled with the sound of munching. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu enter, the mother weasel quickly pushed the thing she brought toward Lin Xiaoyu. There are plenty of good things growing in the mountains these days. This is great. Everyone will be able to get through winter well. I guess they won't be borrowing things from you for a while. But don't worry. Their feelings for you are still there. They won't neglect you because of this. Listening to the mother weasel, Lin Xiaoyu smiled lightly while also pondering how to explain the situation to her. Noticing Lin Xiaoyu's hesitance, the mother weasel couldn't help but ask Xiaoyu, "Is something the matter here?" Lin Xiaoyu replied with a hum, "There is indeed a bit of trouble, and I was just thinking about discussing it with you." After saying that, she recounted Aunt Shanming's situation in detail. If it were before, the mother weasel would have found a way to help Lin Xiaoyu through her connections. But now it seemed a bit difficult. Seeing the worried expression on Lin Xiaoyu's face, she couldn't help but tentatively ask, "What's wrong? Is this matter very troublesome?" "It is a bit troublesome, mainly because—" The mother weasel raised her head and spread her hands toward Lin Xiaoyu. "I don't know them." Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Don't you have any connection with them? Wild animals usually help each other out, and there would be more chances to interact. But these snakes stay in the village, so we indeed have no contact." Just as Lin Xiaoyu was feeling troubled, she heard the mother weasel's voice again. "But I get along quite well with the snakes in the mountains. We weasels don't have conflicts with snakes. I'll find a way to help you ask them how they can move." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Really? Can that work? What's the problem? If it really doesn't work, I can let the white snake come down and talk to them. They're relatives after all." Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed and insisted on preparing more delicious food for the mother weasel. That noon, the scent of stewed chicken wafted through Lin Xiaoyu's yard. It wasn't until evening that the mother weasel, feeling stuffed, hurriedly went out under the cover of night. In this era, households had no good entertainment options. Villagers were very frugal with their electricity, unwilling to turn on lights, so they simply closed their doors early to rest. With everyone resting early, the outdoor animals had the opportunity to move around. At this moment, in a dark corner, the mother weasel's eyes glimmered with a subtle light. The village dogs sensed something unusual and began to bark, but they were quickly silenced when the mother weasel threw a piece of chicken at their heads. Soon they were just eating, oblivious to barking. The mother weasel had a knack for gathering information. Once the barking stopped, the village fell silent. The news was quickly gathered, and taking advantage of the night, the mother weasel hurried to Lin Xiaoyu's small house. Lin Xiaoyu was always worried, not knowing how this matter would be resolved. Seeing the mother weasel arrive, she quickly prepared a bowl of chicken soup for her and stood by carefully. While drinking, the mother weasel shook her head. "Xiaoyu, this matter is likely to be a bit troublesome." "How troublesome?" "As troublesome as it can be." Chapter 33 Trouble as much as you can before long. The bowl of chicken soup was empty. Mother weasel wiped the grease from her mouth and recounted everything that had happened to her. The snakes were all complaining, saying that their territory had been taken over by these humans and that they were unwilling to leave no matter what. What could be done? They had already made it clear that they wanted to dig up the foundation in front of the door to reclaim their territory. Otherwise, they would continue to shed their skin in the yard. Mother weasel said this with a troubled look at Lin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, it's not that I have to speak for them, but after all, these snakes were here first." Lin Xiaoyu was also feeling a headache about this. Digging up the foundation in front of the door, not to mention how much it would cost, it would ultimately destroy the house. Rural people are very superstitious, always thinking that breaking ground, equals breaking wealth. Moreover, hiring people to handle this matter would require a lot of money, and Shanming would likely have a hard time agreeing. But since the answer she received was like this, Lin Xiaoyu had no other choice. Mother Weasel quickly returned to the mountain under the cover of night. The next morning, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly shared everything she had learned with Aunt Shanming. Just as Lin Xiaoyu had guessed, Aunt Shanming's expression was very unpleasant, looking troubled with her head lowered, gently tugging at the hem of her clothes, seemingly lost in thought. "Auntie, I know this matter may be a bit difficult for you, but this is the fact I found out," Lin Xiaoyu said, glancing at the ground where there was still a large pile of yellow sulfur powder, and the clear traces of snakes crawling nearby. "It's not like we've been having snake troubles in our yard for no reason." "Xiaoyu, I understand." Aunt Shanming looked at Lin Xiaoyu's smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but tried her best to appear calm. "You've worked hard these past few days. I have an idea now. You can go back first. As for the digging and breaking ground," Aunt Shanming said, her face showing a more troubled expression, "I still need to discuss this with my husband. Let my family consider it some more." Lin Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, I understand." After leaving, she headed straight for her wooden house. From Aunt Shanming's earlier attitude, Lin Xiaoyu could somewhat guess what was going on. It was likely that she didn't want to spend such a large sum of money on this matter. Saying we'll consider it basically equated to giving up. However, this was ultimately someone else's issue, and no matter how anxious Lin Xiaoyu was, there was nothing she could do. Not long ago, in order to allow the mountain's ecology to recover as soon as possible, Lin Xiaoyu had not allowed the villagers to go up the mountain, fearing they would disturb the Sable family. Now, hearing the weasel talk about the situation on the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu was also curious. Taking the opportunity to patrol the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu gathered the villagers together to accompany her up the mountain to check the situation. In previous trips, although the villagers had spent a lot of time and effort, the burned trees were of no use to the forest. It was better to let each family benefit from them. Therefore, almost every household had collected a considerable amount of firewood. Some crafty ones had even started experimenting with charcoal at home. It was said that this type of charcoal was especially delicious for roasting meat in winter. So when Lin Xiaoyu found everyone ready to continue protecting the forest and patrolling the mountain, almost every household actively responded. But the previously enthusiastic Aunt Shanming leaned against her door, refusing to come out no matter what. "My family will not participate in this for now. My husband is not well, and besides, I need to take care of things at home these days." Aunt Shanming smiled awkwardly, her eyes even avoiding Lin Xiaoyu's gaze. It was probably those snakes at home causing a ruckus. Maybe she felt that by coming over to inquire. Lin Xiaoyu was pushing her to dig up the foundation at the door. Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to make things difficult for her, so, since she was unwilling, she decided not to push it. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu led everyone up the mountain. This time, the animals on the mountain were no longer hiding cautiously as they had before. Instead, they poked their heads out of the woods. Their eyes were fixed on the villagers. Some timid ones still didn't dare to interact with the animals, while those a bit bolder would bring a handful of sunflower seeds from their homes to offer. The weasels were the boldest. While other animals hesitated, the weasels swaggered over, cracking open the seeds. Huang Daxian sniffed around one of the villagers, and after managing to knock off a small piece of meat pie from that person, he swaggered away. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle and scold Huang Daxian. "No taking food in public. Don't you remember how you got a stomachache last time?" Huang Daxian looked wronged. "Who told you humans to make such delicious food?" Chapter 34, Can They Agree? Lin Xiaoyu had become accustomed to the work of patrolling the mountains and naturally did not feel it was tiring. The villagers followed Lin Xiaoyu up and down the mountain, treating it as exercise. When going up the mountain, everyone carried tools, ready to help at any moment. Coming down, each of them held pieces of wood they had picked up in the forest. For the villagers, it was not considered a wasted effort. However, this kind of work could not be finished in just a day or two. For several consecutive days, Lin Xiaoyu led everyone up the mountain. At first, only the men were willing to go up to do some physical labor, while the women mostly stayed home to help with cooking and tidying up. But when they heard that the little animals in the mountains were not only harmless, but also liked to approach people, even the village children were a bit tempted. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoyu's persuasion, they probably would have wanted to go up the mountain to pet the animals. But no matter when it was, As long as Lin Xiaoyu needed help, Aunt Shanming always stepped back, refusing to go up the mountain no matter what. Her cautious demeanor was indeed very suspicious. Not only was Lin Xiaoyu concerned, but even the other villagers whispered among themselves. Have you noticed that Annie's face hasn't looked good these days? Isn't that right? She used to be such a cheerful person, smiling at everyone from afar, but now she stays locked up in her house all day. What happened to her family? It's probably still because of the snake issue at home. If it were happening in my house, I wouldn't be able to smile either. On the way down the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable listening to the villagers' discussions. To put it bluntly, the snake issue had not been resolved, and she had no idea how Aunt Shanming's family had been coping these past few days. After descending, Lin Xiaoyu did not go home directly, but instead went to Aunt Shanming's house. Sure enough, just as the villagers said, whenever there was the slightest noise at the door, Aunt Shanming hurriedly retreated into the house. Lin Xiaoyu watched her somewhat flustered back and quickly called her out. "Auntie, it's me. What is going on with you these past 2 days? You haven't gone up the mountain or even stepped outside." Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, Aunt Shanming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but her expression still looked somewhat grim. "I really have no choice." Seeing Aunt Shanming's extremely poor complexion, Lin Xiaoyu felt even more worried. "Is the snake in your yard still causing trouble?" This question seemed to be the last straw for Aunt Shanming. Upon hearing it, she immediately put on a mournful face, looking pitiful. "Xiaoyu, to be honest, I'm really being driven crazy by those snakes. Not only are there snakes in the yard, but now I can even see them in my dreams. I feel like they're coiling around my neck, almost suffocating me." Saying this, she grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's hand. "Xiaoyu, I beg you, help me think of a solution. We didn't mean for this to happen, and besides, we still need to live in this house. If we dig up the foundation, how will we live here in the future?" At this moment, the men in the house also came out, and seeing Aunt Shanming's appearance, they couldn't help but sigh. "Xiaoyu, our family isn't unreasonable. You've given us plenty of good food and drink, but now these snakes are causing trouble in our home, and won't leave." The village men, unable to say anything else, found a corner to squat down, puffing on their cigarettes with a particularly troubled expression. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the couple and felt a deep sympathy. To say that these snakes were causing trouble indeed made no sense. Moreover, they were genuinely given food. How could they continue to linger here, causing chaos? "Xiaoyu, can you help Annie think of another solution? We really can't dig up this land." Aunt Shanming tugged at Lin Xiaoyu's hand. "There must be another way to solve this." Looking at the eager faces of the family, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "All right, I'll try again." Speaking of this news, at a critical moment, she still needed to consult the weasel family. Seeing the mother weasel, Lin Xiaoyu felt somewhat embarrassed. The villagers really had no solutions, and if the foundation was disturbed, their family wouldn't be able to live either. Moreover, these snakes showed no signs of retreating. This was a troublesome matter. The mother weasel scratched her head upon hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words. "To be honest, I'm not too familiar with the snakes in the village, and I can't really help you persuade them. But looking at how they acted before, if they don't listen, this matter is definitely hopeless." Seeing Lin Xiaoyu at a loss, the weasel also became anxious. "I might have another method, which is, it can mean breaking ties with these snakes." Lin Xiaoyu was curious. "What method?" "Your yellow sulfur powder may have been sprinkled on the ground, but as long as the snakes avoid it, they won't be affected. However, living enemies are different. If we can invite the snake's natural enemies to guard the yard, then maybe there is a chance to negotiate." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu felt a glimmer of hope. Sprinkling yellow sulfur powder and this method were similar in that they both relied on intimidation to scare the snakes away. However, the difference was that the sulfur powder could only stay where it was sprinkled. If the snake's natural enemies were invited, the situation would be different. This idea is good. But what about the snake's natural enemies? Well, it depends on how you use your personal charm, the mother weasel said with a sigh. Gently patting Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder, the minks on the mountain are excellent at dealing with snakes. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. The minks had been harmed by the villagers before, and with their personalities, it was already a limit for them to avoid conflict now. Would they agree to help the villagers? Chapter 35. The territory of the Marten, the unease in Lin Xiaoyu's heart, made her hesitant to agree directly. But when she thought about how Aunt Shanming's family had been overwhelmed by this matter these past few days, to the point of not sleeping well, Lin Xiaoyu felt she should help think of a solution. So, with a nervous heart, Lin Xiaoyu climbed the mountain with a bag full of snacks. A thin layer of snow had fallen on the mountain these past 2 days, and the 5 baby martens had been staying at the bottom of the mountain. Although snow wasn't new to them, this freshly fallen snow was still light, blowing away with the wind and getting stuck in their brown fur. At first, the little creatures rolled in the snow, but soon they started running against the wind, enjoying the novelty of the snowflakes hitting their faces. Lin Xiaoyu struggled to keep up and couldn't help but shout from behind, "Slow down. If you run any faster, I won't be able to catch up." However, these playful little ones clearly weren't listening. Lin Xiaoyu continued to chase after them. Suddenly, her foot slipped and she fell down the mountain in a heap. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoyu was dressed warmly that day, and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground, which quickly left a white imprint on her green military coat. She didn't feel any pain in her backside, but it took her some effort to get back up. After finally standing up, she quickly put on gloves and patted the snow off her back. The little ones, who had been happily playing, stopped in their tracks when they saw Lin Xiaoyu fall while trying to chase them, suddenly feeling guilty. This scene was also noticed by the marten. Originally using its paws and tail to sweep away the snow to find wild mushrooms, the marten hurried down from the top of the mountain. The mother marten even stopped in front of her young ones, tapping each of their heads with her paw. "Why are you all so naughty? If Xiaoyu gets hurt, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." After saying that, she quickly walked over to Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the little ones, who had a pitiful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "It's okay, it's okay. It's my fault for not watching carefully." These little ones were getting more mischievous, and she guessed they had caused quite a bit of trouble for her. At that moment, a younger marten kept sniffing Lin Xiaoyu. She still had a pouch on her from earlier, which contained a tuft of marten fur. Regardless of whether the martens recognized Lin Xiaoyu, as long as they caught a whiff of this scent, they had to give her some convenience, and so one immediately approached her. "Are you here to find us?" Lin Xiaoyu was initially planning how to start the conversation, but she was caught off guard by the question. It wasn't until the marten named Ning Ning asked again that Lin Xiaoyu came to her senses. "I do have something to discuss. Then let's not talk here," Ning Ning said, dragging her big tail and running a few steps ahead. "Our habitat has been repaired. Let's go over there." The mother marten seemed to suddenly snap back to reality and quickly called out to Lin Xiaoyu. "Right, this is a good chance for you to see our habitat. For humans, this could be considered a high honor." Ning Ning led the way, and Lin Xiaoyu, accompanied by several other martens, quickly arrived at the marten's habitat after passing through a large forest. There was a wide open space, and it was broad daylight. As she brushed aside the branches, what came into view was a group of busy martens. During the day, the martens were as busy as humans, each with their own tasks. The living areas they had dug out, whether in tree holes or burrows, were all interconnected, forming a complex yet orderly little society. Lin Xiaoyu was instantly amazed by the scene before her. It seemed these martens had indeed been quite industrious these days. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a feat in such a short time. While Lin Xiaoyu was astonished, she was also contemplating how to start the conversation. The mother marten had the same thought. With her little paws together, she gently pushed the snow off, feeling a bit anxious. "Well, I have something to discuss with you." The marten finally mustered up the courage, only to speak at the same time as Lin Xiaoyu. The marten's eyes widened in surprise, filled with curiosity. "Xiaoyu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched her head, feeling a bit guilty. "It's mainly about something in the village, but I don't know if you would be willing to help." After saying that, Lin Xiaoyu quickly explained the situation regarding Aunt Shanming's family being troubled by snakes and needing a way to deal with them. The Wang family had already gone too far, and the martens had long held opinions about the villagers. It would be normal if the martens refused to help. Lin Xiaoyu had prepared herself for a direct rejection. However, surprisingly, the mother marten blinked thoughtfully. "Going down the mountain isn't a problem, but we haven't had much to eat these days, so." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She never expected the marten would agree. She quickly followed up on the marten's words. "This is easy to solve. I still have plenty of food and drinks. Besides, if you help Aunt Shanming's family, they have to provide you with food anyway." Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, The mother marten immediately nodded. All right, then it's settled. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the marten, still a bit surprised. I thought you wouldn't agree. I'm doing this for your sake. It's not easy for you in a village. Besides, the marten's proud demeanor returned, her eyes sparkling like glass beads as she glanced back at the forest. The ecology of this mountain can't recover so quickly relying on just you alone. So if we can take this opportunity to repay the villagers, that would be best. After saying that, fearing Lin Xiaoyu might interpret her words differently, she added with a hint of pride, I'm just repaying a favor, nothing more. The other martens also nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaoyu understood the marten's temperament and knew she couldn't contradict it at this moment, so she could only nod with a smile. Yes, I understand. You really are more generous than I thought. Flattered by Lin Xiaoyu's compliment, the mother marten felt a bit shy. Chapter 36, helping each other at the same time, what had been bottled up inside was finally expressed. Xiaoyu, I have something I want to discuss with you, said Mama Weasel, looking at the little ones not far away. A few cubs had been awakened by their mother and were now covering their heads, looking quite pitiful. When they noticed Mama Weasel looking their way, they quickly straightened up, afraid that if they did anything else, they might upset her and receive another paw swipe on their heads. These little ones have caused you quite a bit of trouble. And the most critical thing is that they're growing up little by little. They can't stay with humans forever, Mama Weasel said with some concern, looking at Lin Xiaoyu. So I want to discuss with you that after the snake incident is resolved, I'll take them back. What do you think? Although Lin Xiaoyu had been inseparable from these little cubs since they arrived at her home, she felt a bit reluctant to let them go now. However, it was only natural for Mama Weasel to want to take her own cubs back, and it would be unreasonable to refuse. Okay, once this is over, you can take them back. By then, I will have raised them to be plump and healthy, and they definitely won't be sickly. All right then, when can we go down the mountain? Lin Xiaoyu thought it over and decided that Mama Weasel should go tonight. During the day, she still had to visit Aunt Shanming. After all, she wasn't just inviting someone to help. She needed to give Aunt Shanming a heads up. What? You want the animals from the mountain to help? Is that feasible? When Aunt Shanming heard this, she instantly felt overwhelmed and instinctively doubted it. But when she saw Lin Xiaoyu bringing 5 little weasels to her door, she was afraid of saying the wrong thing and offending these creatures. Aunt Shanming immediately clasped her hands in front of her chest and murmured, as if that would bring her some comfort. Xiaoyu, I really trust you, but seeing that Aunt Shanming still had some reservations about this matter, Lin Xiaoyu spoke up at the right moment. You don't need to worry about anything else for now. We need to resolve the snake problem first. Besides, didn't you assure me before that you hadn't done anything to harm these animals? These animals in the mountains are sentient and won't harm innocent people. Listening to Lin Xiaoyu's repeated assurances and recalling how the snakes had been disturbing her to the point of sleeplessness, Aunt Shanming's heart began to waver. Xiaoyu, is what you said really reliable? Regardless, we have to let the weasels come and give it a try, Lin Xiaoyu replied earnestly. This is the best way apart from digging up the foundation. If it doesn't work, then I really have no other options. Aunt Shanming felt embarrassed herself. Lin Xiaoyu had already come up with 2 ideas, and if she rejected them all, it wouldn't be sincere to ask for help. Moreover, since Lin Xiaoyu had brought up the suggestion, it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. All right, Xiaoyu, I'll follow your lead. Seeing that Aunt Shanming had finally agreed, a heavy stone lifted from Lin Xiaoyu's heart. Okay, I'll let them come tonight to give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. After finalizing things with Aunt Shanming, Lin Xiaoyu hurried to inform the weasels. The villagers generally went to bed early. When 4 or 5 weasels marched into the village, they only disturbed the village dogs. Everything else remained unaffected. The other villagers were already sound asleep. As the snakes that had been hiding in various corners of Aunt Shanming's house prepared to emerge from the darkness and leave more traces of their presence in the yard, they were suddenly met with a paw to the head. Who asked that? Looking for death. Before the snake could finish its complaint, it looked up and saw a pair of glowing eyes belonging to a weasel in the darkness. The snake was startled and tried to flee, only to be caught by the weasel by its vital point. Bro, don't do it. The snake panicked, its tongue flicking out as it uttered extremely cowardly words. The weasel narrowed its eyes, gripping the snake's body with one paw while delivering a series of critical hits on the snake's head with the other. Now you know you were wrong? You had to cause trouble for us, didn't you? The weasels responsible for guarding Aunt Shanming's family that first night were all elite members selected from the weasel clan. Beating up these snakes was as easy as pie for them. Previously, these snakes had been exceedingly arrogant, taking advantage of the fact that humans couldn't do anything about them and running rampant in Aunt Shanming's yard, feeling quite proud of themselves. However, now they were thoroughly subdued by the weasels. Bring all the snakes out. Don't make me drag them out one by one. The leading weasel crossed its arms and glared fiercely at the snakes. It was proven that sometimes the bloodline of a natural enemy could be more terrifying than anything else. After being thoroughly beaten by the weasels, the snakes dared not cause any more trouble and could only comply. Before long, in every corner of Aunt Shanming's yard, snakes began to emerge from the darkness, appearing very conspicuous against the pale ground. The weasel counted, and there were at least a dozen of all sizes. Chapter 37, New Territory in Such a Small Courtyard. Aunt Shanming's family of 3 was already cramped, and with so many snakes squeezed in, it was indeed too crowded. These snakes needed to reproduce, and there was no other way. They gradually exposed themselves to human sight. So many. The few minks that came to support looked at the snakes in the courtyard and couldn't help but frown. From now on, you need to find a different place. You can't stay in a village and harm people. Got it? The leading mink took a few steps forward to the snakes. If you keep causing trouble, we'll have to go down the mountain again, and you know the consequences of bothering us. Under the bloodline suppression, the snakes didn't dare to resist, but each one looked aggrieved. Let us go, no problem, but you have to point us in the right direction. Where can we go? Exactly. This was originally the place we chose. There's south no suitable place for us to live in the mountains. If you make us move, aren't you putting our lives at risk? The minks had always listened to Lin Xiaoyu. Their thoughts were quite simple. Since these snakes had already affected the villagers' living environment, it would be best to catch them all and disperse them. However, what the snakes said made the minks, who had lost their habitat recently, feel a bit sympathetic. This winter was particularly hard to endure. If all these snakes were made to move without a place to settle, it seemed like they would only face a dead end. The few minks looked at the tearful snakes and felt a headache. What should we do? We can't really let them wait to die outside. How about we consult Xiaoyu properly? All right, it's settled. The few minks huddled together and eventually came up with a solution. The next morning, when Lin Xiaoyu woke up and, as usual, went out with Jiong and the 5 mink cubs, she saw a scene that made her scalp tingle. In her own courtyard, dozens of snakes were either crawling on the walls or lying across the yard. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, these creatures instinctively tried to hide in the corners, but were caught by the minks who were on night watch the previous night. Why are you running? We came to discuss a solution with Xiaoyu today. Why are you acting so sneaky? When the snakes heard the minks' words, they stopped, their faces filled with embarrassment. Sorry, it's a habit. One of the minks approached Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, all the snakes from Aunt Shanming's yard are here. We've talked to them. It's not that they don't want to move, but they lack a place to live. Then, it explained the current trouble to Lin Xiaoyu in detail. To be honest, Lin Xiaoyu was not the kind of person who was afraid of snakes. She was just caught off guard earlier. Now seeing the snakes huddled together in her courtyard, looking pitiful, she felt a pang of discomfort. Aunt Shanming's family couldn't be affected by these snakes any longer. But they also couldn't just let the snakes fend for themselves. There's still good living space on the mountain. I'll take the lead in planning a habitat for you. From now on, you can stay up in the mountains, live your own lives, and not come down anymore. How's that sound? Upon hearing that there was a new home, the snake's eyes immediately lit up. Of course, that sounds great. As long as the snakes could agree to work a little harder, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Xiaoyu. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu changed into thick clothes and, accompanied by the minks, went straight into the forest. The area that the minks mentioned was rarely visited. On ordinary days, there were hardly any animals, let alone humans. This somewhat desolate place might seem a bit pitiful for humans, but for the snakes who were in need of a resting place, it was like a piece of heaven sent down. Instantly, their eyes sparkled, and before long, they slithered into the rarely visited forest. One snake at the end of the line even turned back to glance at Lin Xiaoyu, looking teary-eyed. Benefactor. Then it also disappeared into the depths of the forest with its companions. Now Aunt Shanming's family was completely relieved. They used to worry about whether the snakes would come to cause trouble, but now, their courtyard was finally peaceful. Aunt Shanming excitedly grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's hand, her mouth full of gratitude. Xiaoyu, we really owe you this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do. The more Aunt Shanming spoke, the more emotional she became, tears streaming down her face. Looking at her serious dark circles, it seemed that it wouldn't be easy for them to fade away. That's nothing. Just come to me if you need anything in the future. Accepting Aunt Shanming's gratitude, Lin Xiaoyu didn't forget about the promise she made to Mama Mink and quickly returned home. The 5 little cubs had spent quite some time with Lin Xiaoyu, and when they heard they were going back, they were a bit reluctant, tears welling in their eyes. What's there to cry about? If you miss me after you go back, you can always come down to find me. I'm not going far. Lin Xiaoyu gently placed her hand on the heads of the little ones. Even Jiong felt a bit reluctant and stuffed some of his treasured dried fish into the little one's hands as a parting gift. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was contemplating whether to take the little ones up the mountain this afternoon or delay it for another night to prepare more goodies for them, there was a knock at the door. When Lin Xiaoyu opened the door, she saw Mama Mink standing at the entrance, looking anxious. Lin Xiaoyu's smile carried a hint of bitterness, but now she had no choice. You're here to take the cubs back, right? I'll let them follow you up the mountain now. Unexpectedly, when the mink heard this, it quickly waved its little paws. No, I came to discuss something with you. Chapter 38. Family Honor Matchmaker. After the mother marten finished speaking, she immediately beckoned to the back. Before long, a pregnant marten waddled in. My sister is about to give birth soon, and it's freezing in the mountains these days. Can her babies take shelter here? I'm worried that the young ones won't survive this winter, the mother marten said, her eyes showing a hint of embarrassment. I know this might trouble you, but for Lin Xiaoyu, this was actually good news. She had always liked these furry creatures, especially the adorable little ones. Moreover, helping the animals in the mountains reproduce normally was part of her duty as a forest ranger. How could she do this job while otherwise? Lin Xiaoyu immediately agreed. Sure, no problem. My place has expanded a bit, and there's plenty of space. If you need anything, just come find me. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly ushered them inside. Lin Xiaoyu's place was indeed twice as large as before. With the extra space, she could easily set things up, as she briefly planned for the mother marten. The mother listened attentively, nodding frequently. Lin Xiaoyu had agreed to help with the birthing, and on that same day, the 5 little ones followed their mother out. Before they left, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but remind the mother marten, if there are any other martens in the mountains that need to give birth, just bring them here. I have plenty of goat milk powder for the babies, and I can definitely help take care of them. The mother marten looked at Lin Xiaoyu with gratitude in her eyes and readily agreed, then turned to leave with her little ones. Through this event, Lin Xiaoyu successfully unlocked 2 achievements. Current progress, marten favorability 80, achievement tag, cooperation first unlocked. Current progress, marten favorability 100, achievement tag, family honor matchmaker unlocked. Unlock condition, the marten is willing to go through fire and water for you. Achievement details, the marten considers you family. Points 100. Current points, 105. Hearing the system's notification and seeing the side quest's favorability maxed out, Lin Xiaoyu felt very happy. The marten, which had been the most difficult to deal with before, now regarded her as family. Not only could she pet the furry creatures anytime, but she could also interact with them intimately, and the sense of accomplishment was unprecedented. The news about the birthing base quickly spread throughout the marten family. Lin Xiaoyu exchanged points in the system store for several birthing nests and replenished some goat milk powder to help feed the babies. When she saw a tiny marten, still covered in a thin layer of fur and desperately crying with its eyes closed, appear before her, Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed. She tentatively extended a fingertip and gently touched the little one's nose. It was soft and tender. The unique texture made Lin Xiaoyu's heart race with excitement. She thought that the marten, having just given birth, would be protective of her babies, so she only dared to touch gently. But unexpectedly, the freshly delivered marten carefully cradled one of the little ones in her arms and personally brought it to Lin Xiaoyu's hands. Can I hold it? Lin Xiaoyu asked, astonished. The mother marten, despite being at her most exhausted moment, looked at Lin Xiaoyu with sparkling eyes. What's the problem? If it weren't for you, they would have been born in the snow. Lin Xiaoyu was extremely happy and carefully pressed her nose against the marten baby. The little creature, just born, already had a faint scent of milk. It hadn't had any milk yet, and immediately opened its mouth, trying to search, its tiny pink tongue sticking out, which made Lin Xiaoyu's heart flutter with excitement. "This is too cute," Lin Xiaoyu said, and upon hearing a few cries from the marten baby, she quickly returned the little one to its mother's embrace. The marten baby desperately searched for its mother. After taking a couple of sips of milk, it showed a satisfied expression and made a series of humming sounds, which made Lin Xiaoyu very happy. After a busy day, Lin Xiaoyu warmed the room and, after confirming the safety of each baby, lay down to sleep. The room gradually quieted down, while the howling northern wind outside formed a stark contrast to the warmth inside. Suddenly, outside in the snow, a series of footsteps approached, quickly gathering together. Pairs of glowing eyes appeared clearly in the dark. The keen-eyed Lin Xiaoyu caught the scent outside, rubbed her eyes, and walked unsteadily to the door, trying not to disturb Lin Xiaoyu as she opened it. In the next second, the weasel appeared at the door with the mountain animals. Lin Xiaoyu had left them some space to move around at home, and the weasel could also bring everyone over for a small meeting. As the organizer of today's event, the weasel naturally took the central position. The white snake from the mountains and the recently displaced yellow snake also arrived. However, due to the different natures of the two snakes, their presence created a distinct atmosphere. The fox blinked and sized up the two snakes across from it, narrowing its eyes while observing the hedgehog. The hedgehog then slapped the mouse, which was attempting to gnaw on the wood inside the house. "Ahem, everyone who should be here is here. I called you all over today to introduce the situation with the martens," the weasel said seriously, detailing how the martens were accommodated here and how Lin Xiaoyu took care of them meticulously. As soon as the mother martens started talking about Lin Xiaoyu's thoughtfulness, it was as if a floodgate had opened, and they completely dropped their previous pride, eagerly sharing their recent experiences. "Xiaoyu has helped us so much, and I can guarantee with my life that Xiaoyu is absolutely a trustworthy person," the weasel said excitedly, standing up from its spot. "I think we should unite. From now on, let's stick with Xiaoyu, travel with her, protect her safety. Friendship is mutual. We can't always let Xiaoyu do everything for us." This winter was colder than previous years, and with all that had happened in the mountains, life would be tough for all animals once winter set in. Everyone present had benefited from Lin Xiaoyu, who hadn't asked her for food. Now, with the weasel's rallying call, many animals nodded in agreement. Even the usually greedy mouse temporarily set aside the snacks on the table. Everyone expressed their stance. "What do you mean?" The white snake squinted at the yellow snake. "Do you have a problem with Xiaoyu?" Chapter 39. Tree cutting. The white snake's survival ability in the wild is stronger than that of the yellow snake, and its deterrent presence is also more significant at this moment. The yellow snake was happily eating, but upon hearing the white snake's voice, it was startled, and its food got stuck in its throat, unable to go up or down. The white snake squinted its eyes, looking at the yellow snake as if it were an idiot. "How could I have such a disgraceful fellow of my kind?" Although the white snake complained, it chose to help the yellow snake at a critical moment, directly slapping its tail behind the yellow snake. Slap! The sound was very crisp, and the food in the yellow snake's throat went down in an instant, prompting it to throw a grateful glance at the white snake. "I, like everyone else, thought that if it weren't for the little rain, I probably wouldn't have such a good habitat now, just like everyone else." Seeing that everyone agreed readily, the yellow weasel proactively extended its hand. "All right, let's settle it like this." The other animals quickly placed their hands on top, and everyone made a pact at that moment. The hedgehog, being covered in spikes, couldn't approach actively and could only clap its little hands from the side. The white snake and yellow snake placed the tips of their tails together as a substitute for hands. "Protect little rain, starting with me." The animals present were very excited, forgetting to make noise. Lin Xiaoyu, who had already fallen asleep, heard the sounds outside and rubbed her sleepy eyes as she walked out of her room. Only a dim light was on outside, and upon raising her eyes, she saw a large group of animals. "What's going on? Why is everyone here in the middle of the night?" Lin Xiaoyu, still groggy, couldn't tell if she was awake or still dreaming. The red fox was the first to react, quickly getting up from its spot and gently sweeping its soft tail tip across Lin Xiaoyu's body. The sensation was very comfortable, making Lin Xiaoyu, who was already not fully awake, yawn even more. The other animals gathered around, coaxing Lin Xiaoyu to come inside. The red fox helped her lie down, while the marten and yellow weasel kindly covered her with a blanket. A mouse stacked on top of another managed to reach the light switch, finally turning off the light. Today's meeting was about to wrap up, and everyone should return to their homes. As they were leaving, the animals gathered at the door of Lin Xiaoyu's house, standing in the slightly illuminated yard, once more putting their hands together, this time almost whispering their agreement. Protect Lorraine, starting with me. Then they all went their separate ways. In the room, Lin Xiaoyu was still in a deep sleep. It seemed like she had just had a dream about a large group of animals gathering in her house, but now she was comfortably lying in bed. It must be because she had been getting too close to the animals in the mountains recently that she had such a dream. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was thinking, a faint system voice came to her ears. Considering that Lin Xiaoyu was still asleep, the system's prompt tone was much gentler than usual, and the volume was lower. Current progress. Yellow Weasel Favorability 100. Achievement tag. Yellow-bellied Weasel Intelligence Bureau unlocked. Unlock condition. The yellow weasel is willing to go through fire and water for you, taking it upon itself to protect you. Achievement details. Protect Little Rain, starting with me. Points 50. Current points 155. Lin Xiaoyu was too tired to ponder whether the system's prompt was part of her dream, and she fell asleep again due to exhaustion. On this blustery night, Lin Xiaoyu unknowingly completed the main storyline of the Yellow Weasel while also gaining a very good night's sleep. Unfortunately, such tranquility was only temporary. In the middle of the night, a strange noise suddenly came from afar. Lin Xiaoyu, who had been peacefully asleep, was jolted awake by the commotion. What's going on? An earthquake? The purple marten and yellow weasel, who had dispersed earlier, also stopped in their tracks. Listening carefully, the sound continued, one after another. Don't tell me someone is cutting trees at this hour? The purple marten's face turned cold at these words. The yellow weasel stood on a large rock, perked its ears, and searched for the source of the sound. There, the yellow weasel found the source of the noise, and without hesitation, the purple marten followed the yellow weasel into the mountains. Tonight's wind was strong, mixed with the falling snowflakes, which felt like little knives scraping against their faces. The purple marten and yellow weasel kept their bodies low, moving through the snow. The closer they got, the clearer the sound became. The purple marten and yellow weasel's hearts raced at the distressing sound. It sounded like we're being cut, the yellow weasel murmured. By now, the yellow weasel and purple marten had passed through the outer forest and arrived at the primitive forest area of the southern ridge. This place was rarely approached by anyone, and only the animals in the forest would traverse such areas repeatedly. Standing on a rock, the purple marten's eyes widened in shock. In the distance, they could vaguely see the figures of a dozen people. Each was clad in heavy protective clothing, clearly designed for tree cutting. The chainsaw's teeth spun rapidly, creating a deafening sound in the once quiet forest. And that was the noise the purple marten and yellow weasel had heard. Just as we suspected, these guys are really cutting down trees. The yellow weasel murmured, but suddenly noticed that the purple marten next to it was eager to jump in. Seeing the chainsaw about to hit a big tree, it dashed forward. We can't let them do this. These are the trees of the forest. The yellow weasel was startled and hurried to stop it, but it was clearly too late. But the purple marten didn't make it. A hand suddenly grabbed the purple marten by the scruff of its neck from behind, and before it could react, the hand had already pulled it back in front of the yellow weasel. The purple marten was shocked by this sudden action, its eyes widening in surprise. It bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite the hand behind it fiercely. But the next second, it saw Lin Xiaoyu, whose little face was red from a cold. The purple marten's eyes widened in surprise, its heart filled with astonishment. Little Rain, how could it be you? Lin Xiaoyu rubbed the purple marten's body to calm its anger, and then crouched down alongside the two to look into the distance. Those people didn't notice the presence of others. The sound of the chainsaw nearly drowned out all other noises in the forest, providing Lin Xiaoyu and the others with a cover, preventing Lin Xiaoyu from being exposed immediately. I can hear this noise just as clearly as you two can. Feeling something was off, I hurried out from home, Lin Xiaoyu said while softly lamenting. I just didn't expect that these guys would have such audacity. From the looks of it, a lot of trees are going to suffer this time. The purple marten pouted. Then why didn't you let me go and stop them? I would have bitten their hands off no matter what. The purple marten said, showing off its sharp teeth. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the purple marten's confident expression and couldn't help but chuckle, quickly reminding it. But they have so many people. What if they catch you? Now hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, the purple marten's anger was almost extinguished, watching as the trees were chopped down in a matter of moments, and then carefully cut into small pieces by those dozen people. The purple marten felt incredibly frustrated. What do you think should be done? Chapter 40. Night Guardian Lin Xiaoyu's mood wasn't much better. The forest she was responsible for was now being recklessly cut down, which would definitely harm the local ecology. Such behavior must not be tolerated, but for now, she couldn't act rashly. This issue needed careful planning and a gradual approach. Tomorrow, she would hold a representative meeting in the village. No matter what, this sort of thing must not continue. After all, both the Sable and the Weasel were watching Lin Xiaoyu closely, and since she was speaking seriously, they had no choice but to remain silent. Before long, Lin Xiaoyu led the two of them out. I'll find a way to deal with the reckless logging, but you mustn't act impulsively, she urged them. After repeatedly reminding them, Lin Xiaoyu began to descend the mountain. She had walked this path countless times, but it was the first time she had ventured so far. Aside from the distant sound of logging, all she could hear was the wind and the crunch of snow beneath her feet. Her heart raced at the thought that the forest she was protecting was being targeted. She felt furious. Tomorrow, I have to gather everyone together. It's only been a few days since we stopped worrying about the animals on the mountain, and now they've started eyeing the trees again. Lin Xiaoyu muttered to herself. Suddenly, she spotted a pair of round, big eyes in a tree in the distance, glimmering with an eerie light in the night. Initially, Lin Xiaoyu was focused on her path, but she couldn't help but notice those eyes. They stared at her seriously. For some reason, she felt a bit unnerved by the gaze and instinctively stopped in her tracks. This feeling was too strange. The surroundings were pitch black, and Lin Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Cautiously moving forward, those eyes remained fixed on her, still observing from afar. What was going on? Where did those eyes come from? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't make sense of it. But fortunately, the owner of the eyes showed no intent to harm her. They simply watched from a distance. Finally, as she maneuvered around the big eyes, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly ran ahead, and almost simultaneously, she heard the system's notification sound. Your main quest has been refreshed. You are about to start the main quest, the moment of the silly roe deer. Please complete the main quest as soon as possible. Congratulations. You have obtained the title Night Stare. Current progress, Owl Favorability 10. Unlock condition. The owl has begun to notice you. Achievement details. The owl thinks you are similar to the creatures on the mountain. You have gained 10 points, current points, 165. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Xiaoyu was bewildered. Wait, what does it mean to refresh the main quest? Were those eyes she saw earlier actually from an owl in the tree? When did the weasel-esque quest get completed? Lin Xiaoyu had a multitude of questions in her mind, but it wasn't the time to resolve them immediately. The gaze she felt earlier made her a bit uncomfortable, so she hurriedly ran down the mountain. When she returned to the warm wooden house, Lin Xiaoyu's heart gradually calmed down. Familiar surroundings helped her settle more quickly. She took off her heavy coat and curled up in bed, wrapping herself in a cotton quilt. The snug feeling combined with the warmth of the heated Kong made her feel much more at ease. Once her mind cleared, Lin Xiaoyu finally began to think carefully about what had happened to her that night. After checking the points she had actually gained in the system store, she realized she had indeed completed the main quest regarding the weasel. As for why she had no recollection of it, perhaps the previous dream was not just a dream after all. As for the new side quest, Lin Xiaoyu had played enough on the computer to understand the basic process, so she didn't need to waste time and effort on that. The only unresolved issue was likely the villagers' logging problem. It had been too dark the night before, and she hadn't recognized who the people on the mountain were, but it shouldn't be easy for outsiders to find a relatively hidden spot without a local guide. She needed to clarify things with the villagers first thing in the morning. Nestled in her room, Lin Xiaoyu felt wide awake, with anger alone keeping her alert. Finally, as dawn broke, she couldn't contain her excitement and quickly changed into her usual clothes and went outside. One of the biggest characteristics of Northeast China is that the sun rises quickly. When Lin Xiaoyu stepped outside, it was still dim. But by the time she reached the village, it was already bright all around. Many villagers were busy at their doorsteps, chopping firewood or preparing frozen cabbage for breakfast. Lin Xiaoyu's expression was far from cheerful as she rushed to notify the villagers. After breakfast, we need to hold a village representative meeting. There's something very important I need to discuss with everyone. She didn't reveal any details about the issue. She only conveyed the message. The villagers trusted Lin Xiaoyu completely and cared deeply about what she had to say. Just after breakfast, the villagers hurriedly gathered around her. The eager eyes looking at Lin Xiaoyu were filled with concern, especially from a few meddlesome ants in the village. Xiaoyu, why did you call us here this morning? What happened? How can we help? Yes, just tell us what we can do. We'll definitely find a way. Especially Shanmeng Ani, who had recently benefited from Lin Xiaoyu. Almost gathered everyone in the village. Xiaoyu, we all trust you. Seeing the concerned faces, Lin Xiaoyu found it hard to connect these villagers with the ones who sneaked up the mountain last night. The anger in her heart diminished, turning into a helpless sigh as she faced the villagers. I know everyone has their own things to do, and I wouldn't trouble you unless it was a serious matter. Lin Xiaoyu spoke earnestly about the logging incident from the night before. Even though there are plenty of trees in this forest, they cannot be recklessly cut down. If we allow random logging, it will lead to ecological imbalance, and in the end, we will all suffer. Lin Xiaoyu thoroughly educated the villagers about the dangers of reckless logging. She shared all the harm she knew with the villagers. Not every family in the village was highly educated, but they could understand the message. One uncle slapped his forehead, his expression turning serious. Are you saying these rascals went up the mountain, cut down our trees, and ran away with the money, leaving us in trouble? Although his words were a bit crude, the message had been conveyed. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. They are destroying the local ecology, and the ones affected will be us villagers. Which little brat is so heartless to do such unethical things? Chapter 41. This is a cat. Ow. The villagers immediately united together. At this moment, they spontaneously took the initiative to go up the mountain to catch those wood thieves. Xiaoyu, just tell us what to do. We will all listen to you. Seeing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Xiaoyu was very happy. Since everyone trusts me, a 1T bead around the bush. Lin Xiaoyu first divided the people present into several groups. Not only do we need to strengthen the patrols in the mountains, but we also need to self-check and correct things in the village. If anyone sees something unusual, they can report it to me immediately, and we will strive to catch these people as soon as possible, Lin Xiaoyu said seriously. Just then, a woman in the corner suddenly held her stomach, and her face turned pale. Oh no, Xiaoyu, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Lin Xiaoyu recognized her at a glance. Wasn't he this Zhong's mother from the village? She usually got along well with everyone. People have their needs, which is inevitable, so Lin Xiaoyu nodded immediately, a bit worried. Zhong's mom, when did your stomach start hurting? Don't tell me you caught a chill. If you're really feeling unwell, I can have someone take you to the clinic. The others in the village nodded along, and someone even stood up to accompany her. Upon hearing this, Zhong's mother's expression became even more awkward. What'll be wrong? It's just a sudden stomachache. Go to the bathroom is no big deal. You all continue the meeting. I'll be right back. Saying this, she quickly slipped away. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu didn't take this matter to heart. Distributing tasks to everyone was the priority. However, after Lin Xiaoyu finished assigning the work, she didn't see Zhong's mother return. What should we do now? The tasks for the others had already been assigned, and Zhong's mother hadn't had a chance to say anything before leaving. Don't tell me she sneaked home? Someone at the scene said. Lin Xiaoyu felt that the villagers were gossiping. It shouldn't be like that. She probably was just really having stomachache. If she were really in pain, she wouldn't have left and not come back. Zhong's mother had been acting a bit strange lately. She hadn't been chatting with us much. If it weren't for the meeting today, it would be hard to see her. Is that so? Lin Xiaoyu had been too busy dealing with the Minx issues recently to know much about the village situation. The others in the village nodded vigorously. Yes, we don't know what is going on. She just rarely interacts with the villagers. Not only Zhong's mother, but even her son Zhong had been missing lately. No one knew what he was busy with. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Lin Xiaoyu appeared to be deep in thought. However, dealing with the troubles in the mountains was the priority. Only by catching those loggers on the mountain could they truly minimize the impact. And this could only be resolved through repeated patrols of the mountain. So, Lin Xiaoyu went up the mountain again. This time the main area for patrolling was the forest that had been cut down before. With so many people that night, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't believe they wouldn't find any clues after searching for a while. As Lin Xiaoyu prepared to head up the mountain, the minks and weasels in the mountains came out of the woods, following her like guardians. This was Lin Xiaoyu's first time visiting this forest during the day. Looking at so many trees that had been chopped down into stumps, the forest that should have been lush was now a large clearing, which genuinely pained Lin Xiaoyu. It takes time for those tiny saplings to grow into towering trees, especially seeing those large trees that even 2 or 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around. Now cut in half, made Lin Xiaoyu even angrier. The minks jumped onto one of the stumps, looking at the tree rings with empathy. This tree is probably older than my dad. Lin Xiaoyu said nothing, carefully searching the area. These loggers used chainsaws, and with just a few cuts, they could bring down a big tree and then cut it into small pieces to transport down the mountain. For trees that weren't as sturdy, a few people could tie them up with ropes and carry them down together. The once white ground was now clearly visible with a pile of wood shavings, scattered in the forest by the wind, as if the trees were shedding tears to tell the whole mountain forest about their plight. These trees had already been cut down, and the severed roots could never grow into large trees again. The only solution was to dig out these roots and replace them with new trees. Lin Xiaoyu said, gently bending down to stroke the circles of tree rings, feeling very sad. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was lost in thought, something suddenly flew out from the woods. Before Lin Xiaoyu could see what kind of bird it was, it actually grabbed a small stone from the ground and threw it at Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyu quickly covered her head, but the stone still hit her hand. Ouch! Even through her gloves, Lin Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if it had hit her head. What are you doing? Seeing the bird in the sky attacking Lin Xiaoyu, the minks and weasels panicked. The weasel quickly climbed up Lin Xiaoyu's pants leg, while the mink cooperated by throwing a snowball when the weasel stood on Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder. The two worked together quite well. The weasel kept an eye on the pesky bird and threw the snowball at it when it approached again. Surprisingly, the weasel was quite accurate, hitting the bird with the snowball. The bird fell directly from the sky, landing in the snow. The weasel, standing on Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, was flustered, blinking at the mink. Did you put stones in the snowball? The mink also looked confused. How could that be? Am I that bad? After glancing in the direction where the bird fell, it added, if I really had put stones in the snowball, it wouldn't just have fallen down like that. Everything happened too fast and was a bit inexplicable. Lin Xiaoyu hadn't even realized why the bird attacked her when the bird was already dealt with by the weasel and mink. Quick, go check. Hope it's not really hurt. Lin Xiaoyu was genuinely a bit anxious. The weasel hadn't even had time to get off Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder before it reached the fallen bird. This is... Lin Xiaoyu looked at the little creature on the ground, with gray-black feathers and a short face, blinking its eyes, unable to say a word for a long time. An owl? Lin Xiaoyu blinked, looking closely. It indeed was an owl. Upon further inspection, she wanted to see if the owl had any injuries. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Xiaoyu's hand touched the little creature, she heard a snoring sound. Is it asleep? The weasel said curiously. Chapter 42 Attacked by a bird. The marten shot a glance at the weasel and said, What did I say? Owls sleep during the day and are active at night. It must have just woken up suddenly from hearing the noise. You still doubt that I was holding a stone in the snowball? The weasel looked embarrassed, trying to defend itself as best as it could. I was just anxious. How was I supposed to know it was an owl? At the same time, Lin Xiaoyu looked at the owl and suddenly recalled the bizarre large eyes she had seen in the night sky on the mountain. The system's prompt at that time seemed to indicate it was an owl, but there had been so many events that night that her brain couldn't process all the information. And naturally, she overlooked it. So was this little creature that was staring at me that night. While Lin Xiaoyu was musing, the owl that had fallen to the ground suddenly reacted. It looked as if it had been forced to wake up after hearing some noise, and there was a clear sense of fatigue in its eyes. Lin Xiaoyu tried to soften her voice as much as possible. Hello, get lost. To her surprise, the owl had quite a temper. It completely ignored Lin Xiaoyu's kind eyes and tone, instead flapping its wings and preparing to launch another attack on her. "Wait, stop!" Lin Xiaoyu shouted as she watched the excited little creature. The weasel and the marten quickly stepped in to intervene. "What is wrong with you, you crazy bird? You can't just attack people without knowing what's going on." "Crazy? These humans are the real crazies. They were cutting down trees on the mountain. I saw it all. They took away so many trees." The owl's words were clear to Lin Xiaoyu, and she quickly explained, "You misunderstood. I'm not a lumberjack." The weasel rushed in to explain, "I know some people have done a lot of terrible things, but Xiaoyu is definitely not one of them. I promise." After saying this, the weasel looked at the marten. "Take Xiaoyu to the side first. Let me see if I can convince it." Seeing that the weasel was about to use its social skills again, the marten didn't hesitate and led Lin Xiaoyu away. Although the owl was already a bit of a distance from them, the marten remained vigilant, closely watching the owl's every move. If the owl dared to pay any attention to Lin Xiaoyu, the marten would rush to protect her at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, the weasel recounted everything that had happened during this time to the owl in detail. The owl turned its large eyes towards Lin Xiaoyu's direction, clearly showing a skeptical expression. "Is what you said true?" "Of course it's true." The weasel looked seriously at the owl. "Do you think the marten is someone an ordinary person can handle?" The owl had some doubts about the weasel's previous words, but seeing the marten's alert posture, carefully protecting Lin Xiaoyu, it was compelled to believe. After all, this little creature was not one to easily forget grudges. "All right, I can temporarily believe that what you said is true." With the owl's words, the weasel's eyes immediately lit up, and it waved towards Lin Xiaoyu. "Misunderstanding resolved?" Lin Xiaoyu asked as she was about to approach. The marten remained vigilant, still carefully protecting Lin Xiaoyu. When Lin Xiaoyu got closer, the owl indeed did not show any of its earlier aggressive behavior, and instead studied her with its large eyes. Lin Xiaoyu tried to smile kindly, her eyes full of warmth, knowing that the only thing she could do now was to prove her goodwill and that she meant no harm. "You do seem quite different from those lumberjacks. In fact, I'm also catching those people." Lin Xiaoyu spoke excitedly about the trees being cut down on the mountain, as if she had finally found someone who understood her, pouring out her thoughts and plans to the owl. "We need to catch all those people secretly cutting down trees on the mountain and make them pay the price. This is when everyone in the mountains needs the help." Lin Xiaoyu looked at the owl that had quietly thrown stones at her before, feeling a bit anxious. "Can we cooperate?" The owl clearly harbored some suspicion towards humans and gave a grunt in agreement. Lin Xiaoyu's face immediately lit up with a friendly smile. "Then we need to establish a code to avoid catching the wrong person." She proceeded to tell the owl her proposed code. The owl's previously tired eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the code, staring at Lin Xiaoyu. "Are you sure you want to call the code that?" Lin Xiaoyu replied seriously. "Of course, that's what makes it unexpected." The owl blinked at Lin Xiaoyu, feeling an indescribable sensation. It had originally wanted to say more to her, but the words turned into a yawn instead. During the day, making an owl stand here and chat with humans was practically a form of torture. Before long, the owl flapped its wings and flew back to a branch, closing its eyes and quickly falling asleep. After their brief communication with the owl, Lin Xiaoyu and the others knew they had to return and prepare. They soon followed the mountain path downwards. Meanwhile, the system also sent a relatively pleasant sound. Current progress. Owl favorability 20. Achievement tag. Riddlebird obtained. Unlock condition. First formal meeting achieved. Achievement details. The owl not only thinks you are different from the lumberjacks, but also from ordinary people. Points 10. Current points 175. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Xiaoyu didn't think too much about it, but seriously discussed the trap arrangement with the marten. Last time, to catch poachers, they had already set up a trap on the mountain, which had indeed proven somewhat effective. However, some villagers had also gone up the mountain before, so they might have some defenses against those traps. Should we change them up a bit? The marten blinked its eyes. It must be said that this little creature indeed had a natural talent for causing trouble. With the principle of repaying kindness and avenging grievances, Lin Xiaoyu could tell that the marten was already calculating feasible methods in its heart. However, the marten was not wrong. To catch those lumberjacks, they had to make some changes to the traps. Ideally, they should be unexpected or unavoidable for the lumberjacks. But were such traps easy to find? Lin Xiaoyu fell into deep thought, while the marten lay on Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, brainstorming hard. Suddenly, while deeply pondering the problem, Lin Xiaoyu bumped into a snow wall. The impact was quite strong. Lin Xiaoyu stumbled and nearly fell, her nose swelling from the hit. What is going on? How could there be a snow wall in broad daylight? Lin Xiaoyu frowned, seeing that white thing in front of her, which was nothing more than a natural barrier. Was this here when we went up the mountain? Lin Xiaoyu rubbed her sore nose, feeling quite wronged. It was unclear whether it was Lin Xiaoyu's illusion or if the bump had dazed her, but the wall in front of her slightly moved, yet ultimately remained there. Just a dumbfounded tree. This was really unbelievable. Chapter 43. Teaming up to catch someone. Lin Xiaoyu was muttering to herself when suddenly she heard a series of ouch sounds not far away. Without thinking, she instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person in a military green coat clumsily falling to the ground. The green fabric was covered in white snow marks, and even the dogskin hat on his head had fallen to the ground, snowflakes mixed in his black hair, making him look particularly disheveled. It was a person. The preparations on the mountain were not yet complete, and Lin Xiaoyu dared not recklessly let the villagers go up the mountain. Usually, she was the only one patrolling the mountain. So who was this? What was he doing here in broad daylight? Curiosity surged in Lin Xiaoyu's heart, and she bent down to take a closer look at the person. What bad luck! Who did he run into? The man muttered to himself, picking up his dogskin hat and gently brushing off the snow on it while continuing to complain. You. Suddenly, she heard a voice not far away, and the man quickly raised his head, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu was also startled by the man's appearance, and upon closer inspection, she realized this was Ah Zhong, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. They had crossed paths a few times while he was in the village. Ah Zhong was a young and strong man, said to have worked as a laborer outside the mountain a few years ago and had seen a bit of the world. However, for reasons unknown, he had moved back to the village to live with his parents in the past 2 years. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu now, Ah Zhong looked as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't say a word, but instead turned and ran down the mountain. Hey, I haven't. Lin Xiaoyu wanted to call him back to ask why he had come up the mountain, but this guy ran faster than a rabbit, even rolling and crawling as he went. It's really strange on this mountain. For some unknown reason, there were suddenly many obstacles, almost identical to the white wall Lin Xiaoyu had just bumped into. Ah Zhong, in a panic, hurried down the mountain without paying attention to the many obstacles on the road and ended up crashing into one of them. He quickly rubbed the spot where he had hit, his expression changing. It was indeed a hard bump, and the layer of snow on top gradually fell off. When he stood up again, Ah Zhong simply changed direction and awkwardly made his way down the mountain. Why is he running so fast? Lin Xiaoyu stood still, utterly confused. However, as the snow on the obstacle gradually fell off, it revealed its original form. It resembled a deer somewhat, but looked a bit silly and even quite cute, with its brownish-yellow fur glistening in the sunlight. Perhaps sensing Lin Xiaoyu's intense gaze, the creature turned its head and stared at her, even tilting its head. A word flashed through Lin Xiaoyu's mind. Silly deer? Once she said it out loud, Lin Xiaoyu realized she had voiced her thoughts and quickly covered her mouth, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. A deer is a deer. How could she call it silly? Wasn't that like cursing in front of it? But the silly deer showed no reaction, instead looking at her with a dazed expression, sniffing curiously around Lin Xiaoyu. The sable didn't find Lin Xiaoyu's earlier comment problematic at all. It quickly climbed from her shoulder to her hand, then waved in front of the creature. The silly deer was startled by the sable's sudden movement, instinctively retracting its neck, but its curiosity was too strong, and it soon stretched its head out again to examine them as before. That's right, it is a silly deer. The sable said seriously. These creatures usually do nothing but eat and sleep. Otherwise, they run around the mountains like they have no brains. We've seen them a few times in our habitat. They aren't too bad, just a bit. Lin Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to cover the sable's mouth while lowering her voice. I sent it inappropriate to say that about them, besides discussing this in front of them. What's inappropriate? The sable said seriously. Everyone says that, and besides, This creature doesn't take it to heart. After saying this, it looked up at the silly deer. You agree, right? The silly deer had clearly been daydreaming and didn't take the Sable's words to heart, continuing to examine the Sable and Lin Xiaoyu with a serious expression. When the Sable suddenly asked a question, a silly expression appeared on its face. Lin Xiaoyu now understood why this creature could be considered silly. Generally, animals couldn't mimic this kind of foolishness. Thinking back to what the Sable had said earlier, Lin Xiaoyu nodded. The deer were all covered in snow just now. When they stood there, they really looked like natural obstacles. The Sable nodded. Although these deer run all over the place, they love that patch of forest the most. If someone were to cut down the trees, their habitat would be affected too, so we might as well negotiate with them and cooperate. After saying this, the Sable was earnestly planning for the future. Its little hands spread wide. Let us treat the deer as natural obstacle traps, gradually surrounding the loggers. After all, they're covered in snow, which is almost the same color as the snow on the ground, and those loggers definitely want to be able to see their surroundings at night. Listening to the Sable talk earnestly, Lin Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety. Would this work? What if someone got hurt? Moreover, the silly deer hadn't said a word since earlier, and planning for the future without consulting them felt a bit impolite. But unexpectedly, the silly deer, which had been silent, suddenly spoke up in a slow voice. It's okay. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. So this creature could communicate. It had just been quietly listening to their conversation. Once the silly deer spoke, it no longer remained silent like before. It shook off all the snow on its body, exposing its fur directly in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Our skin is very thick. Usually, nothing can hurt us. If you want us to help, just give us some food. As it spoke, a look of grievance appeared on the silly deer's face. There hasn't been anything good to eat in the mountains this year, and we're really starving. After saying this, it took a bite of the snow on the ground. There is plenty of this stuff, but it doesn't fill you up, and it's cold when you eat it. The Sable shot a glance at the silly deer. You can bite the snow too. The silly deer said seriously. Although it's cold, it's edible. Chapter 44. The stupid road deer's moment of stupefaction. Lin Xiaoyu was completely impressed by the intelligence of this creature. At the same time, she quickly opened the system store. There were quite a few food items available. Lin Xiaoyu immediately spotted the discounted carrots, which could be exchanged for a large bag for just 5 points. In the past, when Lin Xiaoyu participated in team-building activities in modern times, she had visited a zoo. Although she had never seen a stupid roe deer, she had seen plenty of sick deer. A small portion of carrots at the zoo cost over 10 yuan, and they were gone in just a few bites, which made Lin Xiaoyu feel quite distressed at the time. This creature looked somewhat similar to the sick deer, so their dietary needs should be quite similar, right? With a mindset of giving a try, Lin Xiaoyu quickly exchanged for the carrots. In the next moment, a bag of bright orange carrots appeared in Lin Xiaoyu's hands. These carrots were very fresh. Even though they were discounted items from the system store, they were cleaned thoroughly, and the green tops were vibrant. Seeing the food, the stupid roe deer in front of her widened its eyes in excitement, and then called out to its companions in a slow, leisurely voice. Come over. There is something delicious. This is something you can't find in the forest. Upon hearing this, the surrounding roe deer seemed to come to life in an instant. Running a few steps to Lin Xiaoyu's side. Don't be fooled by their dazed appearance. They were surprisingly quick, and ordinary animals couldn't keep up. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly took the carrots out of the bag, and as soon as she reached out, one of the roe deer bit into it. The roe deer didn't speak. It just silently chewed on the carrot. The previously quiet forest was immediately filled with the sound of munching. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Seeing that the roe deer were truly starving, Lin Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly purchased 2 more bags. The roe deer were even happier now, chewing eagerly, and the crunching sounds in the forest echoed continuously. Watching as those 3 bags of carrots were completely devoured by these big fellows. The eyes of the Sable widened. They really can eat a lot. One of the stupid roe deer seemed a bit embarrassed and immediately showed a silly smile at the Sable in front of it. There really wasn't too much food in the mountains, and recently, people had been coming up at night, so their food supply had dwindled, and they had been hungry for a long time. These creatures were both dazed and endearing. making Lin Xiaoyu like them even more. Natural fools, indeed, no one could resist. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but reach out and gently pet one of them. The stupid roe deer didn't resist. It just went with the flow and even nuzzled a bit in the palm of Lin Xiaoyu's hand. This kind of interaction was indeed the most comfortable when it was mutual. Looking into those pairs of dazed eyes, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. Interacting with these simple-minded creatures was actually quite nice sometimes. It saved a lot of trouble. Let us make a deal. I'll find you food, and you help us catch those loggers in the mountains. The stupid roe deer nodded in unison upon hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words. At the same time, a voice from the system rang in her head. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the side quest. The stupid roe deer's moment of stupefaction. Current progress. Stupid roe deer affection level 10. Achievement tag. Moving adorable barrier. Acquired. Unlock conditions. Personally feed more than one stupid roe deer. Achievement details. The stupid roe deer finds the food in your hand very fragrant and is willing to help you. Points 10. Current points 160. Now everything was in place, and all that was needed was cooperation with the animals in the mountains. Catching those people was not impossible. Lin Xiaoyu's confidence soared, and she almost hummed a tune as she descended the mountain. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu stayed in her small wooden house, comfortably taking a nap, and only opened her eyes at night. As night fell, it was the perfect time for the loggers to act. Lin Xiaoyu had fully rested and was filled with determination. She had to make those people pay for their actions. The clock on the wall ticked away, and Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, ready for action at any moment. Finally, at nearly the same time as the previous day, the sound of logging echoed from the mountain again. The moment Lin Xiaoyu heard it, she knew it was time to act. Armed to the teeth, Lin Xiaoyu quickly stepped out the door, reminding her pet to feed the baby Sables inside the house before leaving. Meanwhile, the Sables in the mountain were shaking off the dirt and snow from their paws, looking towards the distant forest. On the afternoon when they parted from Lin Xiaoyu, these little creatures had been busy calling friends and setting up several traps in the mountain. Lin Xiaoyu immediately gathered the villagers who had organized together and headed up the mountain. The Sables, which had been dozing off in the forest, shivered upon hearing the sounds and quickly wrapped themselves in more layers of snow, moving closer to the source of the noise. Everything was ready. They just needed to capture the loggers. Lin Xiaoyu, along with a group of villagers, carefully surrounded the area. Using the stupid roe deer as a barrier was indeed a good idea, but there weren't enough of them. So the villagers needed to guard any gaps to ensure no one escaped. How was everyone prepared? The yellow weasel darted around Lin Xiaoyu's feet. After receiving a positive response, it nodded and dashed off to relay messages to different teams hiding in the darkness. The forest was set with traps everywhere. However, the loggers remained oblivious to the change in atmosphere as they reveled in the joy of making money, even discussing how to split their earnings afterward. One of them, despite wearing a mask, couldn't help but speak, looking at the tree he could barely carry, which was easily felled after just a few swings, making him ecstatic. Boom! With a loud crash, a tree fell. Just as these people prepared to select another tree with their tools, Lin Xiaoyu shouted, "Catch them!" The sudden shout startled the loggers, and the villagers surged forward, charging at them. This frightened the loggers immensely, and they turned to run. Where did all these people come from? I told you we shouldn't log 2 nights in a row. What are we going to do now? Stop babbling and run. If we get caught, it's all over. Just moments ago, they had been working together with enthusiasm, but now they showed no loyalty, each running for themselves. As planned by Lin Xiaoyu and the others, a group of stupid roe deer had gathered near the forest, watching the loggers run straight towards them. The roe deer simply stood still, quietly chewing on their handfuls of dry grass. Their white snow-covered bodies blended with the surrounding snow, and the loggers, frightened by the villagers, lost their way and crashed right into the stupid roe deer. And it turned out, the stupid roe deer were indeed not exaggerating. Chapter 45. Capturing the loggers. As the loggers panicked and ran in all directions, the foolish roe deer, wrapped in a layer of snow, became a natural barrier in the dimly lit forest. And it was the kind that had thick skin. The logger running in front fell to the ground, and before he could struggle to get up, The people behind him repeated his actions as if they were copy-pasting. Oh no! The shouts immediately filled the air. Some were directly knocked down by the villagers behind, while others who dodged the first one collided with the next. At this moment, the owl spread its wings and circled in the air, occasionally keeping an eye on the commotion below, saying, there are two more. Lin Xiaoyu could hear the sounds of the animals clearly and directed the villagers to provide support in the direction indicated by the owl. After some time of educating the villagers, they had come to treasure everything in the mountains as if it were a natural resource. Now that someone was disturbing the timber in the mountains, it felt to them like a home invasion, and capturing one would inevitably involve giving him a few kicks. Before long, the owl landed on a branch. Its eyes, once tired during the day, now appeared much brighter as it looked at Lin Xiaoyu. The ones who ran away were no longer visible. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and cast a kind glance towards the owl, then turned to look at the loggers, her eyes growing cold again. All the wood on this mountain is natural property. Your actions are simply shameful. Not only did Lin Xiaoyu detest this, but the others on site also looked displeased. Several men from the village were already rolling up their sleeves, ready to teach these loggers a lesson. Xiaoyu, how should we deal with these people? Looking at the loggers who were pinned down and in a miserable state, Lin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and finally pointed to her small wooden house. It's late at night, and we can't see the road. So let's take them to my house. I happen to have some questions I want to ask them. Let's go. With a clear direction, the villagers immediately pulled the loggers up from the ground and headed towards Lin Xiaoyu's wooden house. After the system upgrade, Lin Xiaoyu's room had become quite spacious, comfortable for herself or for hosting other animals from the forest. However, suddenly cramming so many people in, not just the captured loggers, but also the villagers who volunteer to help guard them, made it crowded. With no room inside, some villagers simply stayed in the yard, while others leaned against the windows, fearing that the loggers would make a desperate escape amid the chaos. Lin Xiaoyu shook off the snowflakes from her clothes, placed her cold-resistant hat on the table, and shot a sharp gaze at the loggers, exuding an intimidating presence. The loggers, who had been excited about making big money just an hour ago, were now devoid of their earlier confidence. Each of them lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word, fearing that even a slight show of resistance would lead to a beating. Speak up. Who is the leader among you? What do you plan to do with this wood? And how much have you sold it for? Tell me everything. Lin Xiaoyu slammed the table, causing the loggers to shiver in fright. How much did you sell it for? Be clear. We just started, and we've only made less than 1,000. It's all going to the lumber mill outside. As for the leader, one of the younger ones, huddled on the ground, instinctively looked around. He is probably still on the mountain, not here. Seeing someone admitting it, the others also wanted to seize the opportunity for redemption, nodding along. Still on the mountain? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback, quickly scanning the villagers who had come with her. Aren't all the people here? The villagers nodded. Yes. At this moment, the yellow weasel who had followed Lin Xiaoyu was also nodding vigorously. The owl has excellent night vision, and besides, we are maintaining the ecology. The owl wouldn't give us false information. If that's the case, then right now. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was puzzled about what was happening, she suddenly heard the yellow weasel smack its forehead, looking troubled. Oh no, oh no. Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. What happened? We've set up quite a few traps on the mountain. Could it be that? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. She had forgotten about this due to the crowd earlier. Now that it's so cold outside, if someone is still on the mountain overnight. No, we need to hurry up the mountain. Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of urgency, stood up, and headed outside. As she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and quickly reminded the villagers inside. Everyone, there might still be people on the mountain. I need to go check. You all take care of these people. As soon as she said this, everyone responded in unison. No problem, leave it to us. The captured loggers were on the verge of tears. With so many people watching, who could escape? Lin Xiaoyu chose 2 strong villagers to accompany her up the mountain. To be able to steal wood with so many people, they must be strong. Lin Xiaoyu alone might not be able to handle them. The night had deepened, and the temperature seemed to drop further. The 2 villagers following Lin Xiaoyu could not help but pull their clothes tighter, cursing the loggers multiple times. The yellow weasel followed Lin Xiaoyu out. At first, it stayed on her shoulder, but once they reached the forest, it crawled down her clothes. eventually jumping down to the ground. There seems to be a sound nearby, the yellow weasel muttered, standing on a wooden stump. Lin Xiaoyu listened carefully, but did not hear anything unusual, only the sound of the night wind blowing past, stinging her face. However, the yellow weasel was very certain about this. There is definitely a sound, but south either not close or... Finally remembered to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu quickly looked in the direction of the sound and immediately spotted the marten waiting not far away. Just now, when you all rushed down, I was going to follow as well, but then I heard a commotion at the trap, and I really caught one. I was afraid he would run away, so I had the foolish road deer keep an eye on him. Lin Xiaoyu felt both happy and curious. She was glad they had finally caught the head of the loggers, but curious about how could the foolish road deer keep watch over someone? Before Lin Xiaoyu could speak, the yellow weasel directly chimed in. The marten, crossing its arms, looked a bit smug. Why not? This is called making the best use of resources. Come with me, and you'll naturally understand. Chapter 46. Making the most of resources to catch A Zhong. After finishing his words, he directly walked towards a nearby pit. Huang Weasel hurriedly followed, leaving a trail of small paw prints on the ground. He glanced down and chuckled. You really do make the most of resources. Impressive. Lin Xiaoyu, anxious, quickly followed as well. As a result, they witnessed a rather amusing scene. A silly road deer was lying down, quietly munching on some hay provided by the marten, looking completely at ease. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu and the others, the silly road deer showed no signs of moving, just grinning at them with a goofy smile. Beneath the silly road deer was a person, half of his body exposed, who was almost out of strength, calling out for help. The silly road deer was curious and could stay still for a long time, and most importantly, it was tough and heavy. With such a big silly road deer pressing down, it was both warm and heavy, unable to freeze the person but firmly holding him down. The person had struggled to the point of exhaustion and had no intention of resisting anymore. Seeing someone come, he quickly called out with his hoarse voice, Quick, get me up, or this thing will crush me to death. Hearing that voice, Lin Xiaoyu quickly shone the flashlight. It turned out to be A Zhong from the village. No wonder when Lin Xiaoyu organized people to go up the mountain for patrol. A Zhong's mother found an excuse to slip away, and A Zhong had not reported back for a long time. He was feeling guilty. Lin Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her expression darkening. A Zhong, you really have some guts. The village has already organized people to go catch you during this time. Instead of being more cautious, you even dared to commit crimes again. A Zhong, feeling helpless, said, Just get me up first. I can answer any questions you have. Seeing his current embarrassing state, Lin Xiaoyu could only sigh helplessly. At least she had to leave him a way out. She quickly called over 2 villagers who were accompanying her. Upon seeing A Zhong, the villagers understood what was going on. Why would you, at such a young age, do something like this? You're just bringing shame to your parents. They were all from the same village. How could she explain this to him? In this village, reputation was important. If he ruined his name, he would be gossiped about behind his back for life. Not knowing if he truly realized his mistake or was just a bit oxygen deprived under the weight of the silly road deer. A Zhong kept his head down and said nothing. After rescuing him, Lin Xiaoyu didn't forget about the silly road deer still at the bottom of the pit and, along with the villagers, managed to pull it up. The silly road deer, nimble, easily hopped up the slope. Hey, I'm fine, it said, its adorable face showing a simple smile, looking at Lin Xiaoyu with kindness, while still gently chewing, not knowing if the hay was actually that tasty. This silly road deer was truly a hero today. Lin Xiaoyu quickly gave all the food she had to the silly road deer. Thanks to you today, eat more. The silly road deer's eyes lit up at the sight of food as it lowered its head to feast. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu and the villagers took A Zhong back. After questioning, they learned that these people had caused quite a bit of trouble on the mountain. Although they hadn't worked long and didn't make much money, they had taken quite a few logs. It would take a lot of time and effort to replant this large area of forest, and the key was that it would take time for the trees to grow. These people had to pay for it. Seeing the money they had just obtained being taken away, the lumberjacks felt a wave of unwillingness, but they had no choice. As a forest ranger, Lin Xiaoyu naturally couldn't condone their actions. After imposing fines, She took these people to the police station for criticism and education. If they weren't given a lesson, they would never learn, just like Wang Youcai's family in the past. However, considering that their logging wasn't too severe, they actively paid the fines, and most importantly, they had been severely reprimanded by the villagers. Lin Xiaoyu and the police officers reached an agreement. They would have these people work to make up for it tenfold. What? When these people heard that they would have to dig up the roots of the trees that hadn't been removed and replant saplings, they felt darkness before their eyes. They had been working hard from dawn till dusk, only to find out they would be working for free and would have to put in even more days of labor. They were filled with complaints, their eyes showing displeasure as they looked at Zhong. Zhong kept his head low as well. As the leader of these people, he naturally bore the heaviest punishment and would have to do more labor than the others. The crowd was filled with grievances, but had no choice, soon being dragged back to the mountain to face the supervision of the villagers and the animals in the forest. As the saying goes, some were happy while others were sad. Lin Xiaoyu was certainly among the former. Ever since discovering that someone was stealing wood from the mountain, she hadn't slept well, always worrying about the situation in the mountains. Now that the problem was finally resolved, her work as a forest ranger wasn't in vain. More importantly, the rewards from the system. Current progress. Owl favorability 30, obtained 180 circling achievement tag. Unlock condition. The owl will provide aerial support throughout, safeguarding your actions. Achievement details. You're quite reliable. Points 20. Current points 195. Current progress. Silly road deer favorability 20, obtained confusing behavior observer achievement tag. Unlock condition. Make the most of resources, satisfying the silly road deer's curiosity while benefiting yourself. Achievement details. What are you all doing? What are you doing again? Points 20. Current points 215. When her points successfully exceeded 200, Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed, walking back while frantically browsing the system all. Now, the number of animals she knew in the mountains was increasing, and most importantly, these animals had different dietary preferences. After spending time with everyone, Lin Xiaoyu had come to understand. Winter was indeed a tough season. No matter how hard it was to please the animals, they would bend for food. If she improved her cooking skills, she could attract more little animals. Not only could she complete the system tasks, but she could also take this opportunity to have some fun. Just thinking about the adorable and silly looks of the animals in the mountains made her feel a wave of excitement, and an involuntary smile appeared on her face. Chapter 47. The dramatic performance of the actor without hesitation. Lin Xiaoyu exchanged for a chef's outfit in the system shop. Not only that, but she also exchanged for various fresh vegetables. Unlike the silly deer and other small animals in the mountains, she couldn't just use dried fish and stew to appease them. After exchanging for the fresh vegetables, she needed to renovate the house properly. This way, the room would be larger. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to press the button to expand the house and complete the exchange, a voice with a crying tone suddenly reached her ears. Wait, you can't treat Zhong like this. At the moment she heard this voice, many people on the scene turned their heads, and Lin Xiaoyu was abruptly pulled back into reality. Luckily, her reaction was quick, and she had just retracted her hand in time. If she had been startled and accidentally exchanged for something unnecessary, it would have been a disaster. Lin Xiaoyu silently sighed in her heart and immediately looked up, her expression full of resentment towards the direction of the voice. As a result, she immediately saw Zhong's mother with red eyes. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, Zhong's mother rushed to her as if she had seen a savior, her eyes shining with hope. With her wrinkled hands, she tugged at Lin Xiaoyu's sleeve, her voice trembling. Xiaoyu, I know my Zhong was wrong this time. You can find him, but you can't take him up the mountain again. Look at him, he's still coughing. Besides, a person's reputation is important. If he's sent for labor reform, that's a whole different matter. If I could just plead for mercy to settle this. The more Zhong's mother thought about it, the more sorrowful her expression became. Just consider it my plea. Let me take my Zhong home. I guarantee he will never do such foolish things again. Watching Zhong's mother still speaking up for her son, Lin Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned cold. How can you guarantee that? Although Lin Xiaoyu was usually a cheerful and optimistic person, it didn't mean she had a soft temperament. If Zhong's mother hadn't come, Lin Xiaoyu would have probably forgotten about this issue. Now that the person was right in front of her, Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger rising to her head. You only think about your own child. Have you ever considered how much trouble this will bring to the mountain? Not to mention the natural ecology. When I called everyone for a meeting last time, you must have known what Zhong was doing, right? And what did you do? Despite her young age, Lin Xiaoyu spoke like a little chili pepper, leaving people speechless. Zhong's mother's expression turned subtle, her voice trembling. Just give him one more chance, just once. Lin Xiaoyu's resolve was firm. No, not even once. Seeing that her desperate pleas were ineffective, Zhong's mother simply threw herself on the ground, wailing and shouting. What are we going to do now? This is forcing us into a dead end. Zhong is not yet 30 and hasn't married. If his reputation is ruined, how can we face others in the village? Zhong's mother was crying and shouting, creating a scene. Many villagers who were already pressuring the lumberjacks to go up the mountain for labor reform paused at the commotion. They exchanged glances, unsure of who would dare to speak up. If one was let off, all must be let off, but if they didn't give face, after all, they were from the same village. The villagers might hesitate, but that didn't mean Lin Xiaoyu was easy to deal with. Just then, the sky brightened, and Huang Daxian bounced down from the mountain. It seemed he was coming to Lin Xiaoyu for breakfast. Lin Xiaoyu quickly waved at Huang Daxian. Huang Daxian was bouncing happily until he saw so many people and immediately stopped, suspiciously pointing at his nose. Did you call me? Lin Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Yes, you. Although the weasels had become closer to Lin Xiaoyu and were less afraid of humans. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes still made Huang Daxian feel an inexplicable pressure. Steeling himself, Huang Daxian was dragged by Lin Xiaoyu, who pointed at Zhong's mother. This is the mother of the instigator. Her son led the way in cutting down those trees. Huang Daxian blinked, not understanding what this had to do with him. Lin Xiaoyu took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and subtly signaled Huang Daxian to cooperate. Huang Daxian had no choice but to put on a serious face, and then he heard Lin Xiaoyu continue speaking. This is the weasel from the mountain. Whether we forgive or not is irrelevant. The main issue is that it affects the ecology of the animals on the mountain. As long as the weasels agree, I won't pursue this matter. Huang Daxian suddenly understood. So, she wanted him to cooperate and make a show. He immediately put on a dramatic act, scratching his ears and rubbing his head in Lin Xiaoyu's palm, sometimes appearing deep in thought and at other times looking furious. Although the villagers had done many things that harmed the ecology in the past, those were just moments of greed and bravery. If they really saw Huang Daxian standing in front of them, even the bravest would feel a bit intimidated. Zhong's mother was in this situation. Seeing Huang Daxian act like this, Zhong's mother felt goosebumps all over. This, they say, feudal superstition is not to be taken seriously, but sometimes using their ignorance to govern them, making them act even more foolishly, seems to be a good choice. The other villagers looked at Huang Daxian's performance and felt an indescribable subtlety. When Huang Daxian looked up, he found the eyes staring at him were no longer calm, but rather like a group of startled birds. Huang Daxian blinked and turned to Lin Xiaoyu. Did I not perform well? Lin Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. Good, very good, couldn't be better. Perhaps fearing Huang Daxian's anger or feeling that Zhong's family was indeed in the wrong, several aunties from the village quickly stepped forward, linking arms with Zhong's mother. Sister, look at you, you're of this age. How can you roll on the ground like a child? We should reason things out. Xiaoyu is genuinely trying to help our village. Look at what your child has done. Chapter 48. Warm hospitality. Scared to run, stop messing around, and causing a ruckus. If we really offend Huang Daxian, our lives won't be guaranteed. Zhong's mother's face turned pale, her eyes still filled with tears as she looked in the direction of her son. But the words that were about to come out of her mouth ultimately turned into a helpless sigh, and she walked away with a flushed face. This farce was finally coming to an end. Lin Xiaoyu and a few strong men took the lumber workers up the mountain. Watching the stumps that had been cut down being dug out and replaced with new trees, Lin Xiaoyu finally felt relieved. The local ecology could be preserved, and not only that, the trees would grow even more lush. In a good mood, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly used the points from the System-S store to renovate her house when she returned home that night. After all the fuss, the area of the house was now a bit larger than before. This meant she could bring more little animals along. After renovating the house, Lin Xiaoyu didn't forget her new friends she just met. Just in time, Huang Daxian was at home, preparing to mooch some food and drinks. So Lin Xiaoyu quickly called him to help run an errand. "Can you call over the owl and the roe deer for me?" Lin Xiaoyu smiled kindly. "I'm preparing some good food tonight. Everyone come over to be my guests." As soon as Huang Daxian heard there was good food, his eyes widened, and he quickly agreed. Watching that brownish-yellow figure disappear into the distance, Lin Xiaoyu hummed happily and soon began bustling in the kitchen. The kitchen utensils were really handy, and combined with the fresh ingredients she had just exchanged, the aroma of the food wafted through the room in no time. Even Jiong, who was used to big meals, couldn't help but climb up Lin Xiaoyu's leg to her waist, then jumped onto the stove. The stove was burning brightly. Although it was made of cement, Jiong still felt warm underneath. "Be careful of your tail, don't let it get burned," Lin Xiaoyu said, lifting the iron pot in front of her where the oil was hot, and as she tossed the food, flames shot up from the pot. Jiong had been living with Lin Xiaoyu for days and was already used to fire, but watching her operate still made him widen his eyes. "It's fine. I'm not scared." But still, he tucked his big tail in a bit. Lin Xiaoyu found it amusing, continuing her busy work. At this moment, Huang Daxian returned with the owl and the silly roe deer, just in time to see Lin Xiaoyu stir-frying. As the flames flared up, the owl turned and ran outside. "Goodbye." Meanwhile, the silly roe deer curiously approached. "What is happening?" The animal's characteristics were vividly displayed at that moment. Huang Daxian quickly turned and chased after the owl, shouting in its direction, "This is cooking, not you. Humans cook like this, you'll get used to it." The owl had already landed on a nearby branch. Blinking its eyes at Huang Daxian, "Are you sure?" Huang Daxian said seriously, "Look how much fatter I've gotten lately. If it weren't for human food, would I have grown like this?" After saying that, he seemed to be boasting, defending Lin Xiaoyu. "Little you is genuinely helping us animals. She has saved countless minks. So don't worry, she won't eat you." It's indeed a bit difficult for wild animals to completely overcome their fear of fire. But fortunately, Lin Xiaoyu was quick with her hands and feet, and soon the dishes were on the table. Considering the living habits of the owl and the silly roe deer, Lin Xiaoyu specially prepared a relatively light meat dish and a whole plate of vegetable salad. Fear can ultimately be overcome by hunger. The door of the wooden house was left open. Seeing the silly roe deer already inside, munching on the vegetable salad and occasionally making excited grunting sounds, the owl's stomach also began to rumble, flapping its wings and quickly entering the door. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu with a genuinely welcoming expression, the owl finally felt at ease as the terrifying sight of flames was no longer visible in the stove. Thanks to everyone's cooperation, everything went smoothly this time. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the crowd in the house, still wearing a sincere smile. "If you need anything in the future, just come find me. Whether it's food or a place to stay, you're always welcome here." After eating a couple of bites of meat, the owl fully believed Huang Daxian's words and nodded immediately. The silly roe deer, however, almost choked on a cucumber from the vegetable salad. After swallowing it with difficulty, it looked at Lin Xiaoyu with shining eyes. "Is there carrot?" Lin Xiaoyu nodded immediately. "There's plenty of food. You can eat whatever you want." The silly roe deer was overjoyed and then dove into the bowl, chewing heartily. That night, Lin Xiaoyu's wooden house was very lively. The silly roe deer and the owl stayed until late at night before leaving. After these days of replanting on the mountain, the areas that had been cleared were now filled with little saplings. After breakfast, Lin Xiaoyu changed into her thickest clothes and trudged into the mountain. The weather today was quite nice. Although it wasn't as warm as in spring, at least it wasn't as cold as usual. Squirrels could be seen scampering back and forth in the trees, perhaps due to the weasel as reminders. As Lin Xiaoyu walked along, she left bits of food on the ground to share with the little animals, so they wouldn't suffer during the winter. There were even more familiar faces along the way. In the morning, the weasel family was rolling around in the snow, taking a bath in winter. The minks lived not too far away. The big one was cracking pine nuts with the little ones and waved at Lin Xiaoyu with its tiny paws when they saw her. At this moment, everything in the mountains was enough to melt Lin Xiaoyu's heart, and she raised her hand to greet them. "Take care of yourselves at home." After saying this, the mink took the cubs back to their burrow a few steps and then approached Lin Xiaoyu. Little you, are you going to patrol the mountains? Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Of course. Ever since last time when the wood was quietly taken away, I've become vigilant. And now I have to walk around the mountain every few days to prevent similar things from happening again. The mink blinked its eyes. Yesterday the owl told me something. It said it found quite a few nice mushrooms in the mountains. We've never been there before, and don't know if these mushrooms are edible. Your eyes are sharper. Why don't we go together? It'll be like patrolling the forest. Chapter 49. Help comes with good food. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Previously, the weasel and the marten had brought her some mushrooms, which she had turned into dried mushrooms. Although she had enough to eat for a while, with more and more animals needing her help, the situation had changed. Moreover, the villagers in the village were also struggling to find vegetables. If she could pick some good-looking mushrooms, it would count as a benefit. Thinking this, Lin Xiaoyu readily agreed. Sure, where's that mushroom field? It's over there. The marten instinctively turned around, then scratched its head. Strange, where was it again? The owl just pointed me in a direction before, but didn't say clearly. As soon as these words left its mouth, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, feeling that her hard-won enthusiasm had been doused with a bucket of cold water. The terrain in these mountains was very complex. Even if the paths were commonly traveled, they could occasionally become disoriented due to wind and snow, let alone going to a place she had never been to. If they really got lost in the mountains and couldn't find mushrooms, that would be troublesome. Then let's ask the owl properly another day, and once we know the direction. Unexpectedly, the marten didn't think twice. It's okay, I'll just ask again. After saying this, the marten climbed up a big tree and made its way to the top of the branches. At this moment, the owl was fast asleep, clutching the branch tightly with its feet and tucking its neck in, its sharp eyes now tightly shut. The marten didn't bother with pleasantries and shook the branch directly, startling the owl awake. Someone's coming to chop down trees again. Hurry and call Xiaoyu. Panicked, the owl was about to flap its wings and fly down the mountain. But before it could take off, it heard the marten's laughter. The owl then snapped back to reality, looking at the marten with a resentful expression. You're not letting birds sleep during the day. I'm not stopping you from sleeping, just came to ask you something. The marten said seriously. Where's that large mushroom field you mentioned before? The owl rolled its eyes at it. Can't you find it if there's food? It's not for me. The marten reminded the owl. Xiaoyu is still waiting for us down by the tree. The owl, still feeling drowsy, finally glanced down at the tree when it heard the marten's words. Sure enough, it saw Lin Xiaoyu standing at the base of the tree with a polite smile. As a creature that usually slept during the day, the owl, being suddenly called upon, could only stretch lazily and then flap its wings. I'll take you there once. But don't call me again after this. After saying this, it spread its wings and flew off into the distance, occasionally stopping on a tree ahead to wait a moment. The marten quickly climbed down the tree and hopped on a Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, stretching its little paw. Let's chase. Although Lin Xiaoyu was still a bit dazed, she stepped forward and followed. The owl occasionally napped on the branches while leading Lin Xiaoyu and the others deeper into the forest. Mushrooms love to stay in cool, damp places, and some species could even pop out during winter. It was usually difficult for humans to find good mushrooms in areas they commonly traversed, but following the owl, Lin Xiaoyu soon arrived at a depression. The terrain here was overall lower, and in summer, the dense branches above blocked the sunlight, trapping some moisture. This was surely uncomfortable for animals, but it was the best growth area for mushrooms. Finally, the owl landed on a tall tree. To prevent the marten from climbing up and disturbing its rest, the owl specifically hopped up to a branch that was not easy to climb, then swept its gaze below. There are plenty of mushrooms around here. Take as many as you want. I'll sleep now. After saying this, it folded its wings, lowered its neck, and its round eyes finally closed again. Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit guilty for disturbing the owl, and her smile carried a hint of embarrassment. The marten, however, was serious. How about that? We can start picking mushrooms now. The weasel that had come along looked around at the numerous mushrooms, its eyes sparkling. So many. We can't even eat them all. What are you guys saying? Suddenly hearing this voice, the weasel, marten, and Lin Xiaoyu were all startled. Turning around, they saw the silly roe deer blinking its big eyes at them. When did this silly roe deer come over? It had half a piece of grass still in its mouth, and its big eyes blinked in a cute, silly manner. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't bear to chase the silly one away. We're picking mushrooms here. They're good food. The silly roe deer's eyes immediately sparkled, and the way it chewed on the grass made Lin Xiaoyu feel like this goofy creature was smiling. The silly roe deer was indeed a bit too silly. Its natural cluelessness carried a certain charm. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, reaching out to pat the silly roe deer. That's right. We heard from the owl that there's news here, so we came. I didn't expect there to be so many mushrooms in the mountains. Saying this, Lin Xiaoyu flashed a flattering smile at the silly roe deer. Could you help me carry some of these mushrooms down the mountain later? Lin Xiaoyu just needed to give it a glance to basically conclude. These mushrooms were like a windfall for her and the animals on the mountain. It would be impossible for her to carry them all down by herself. As long as you help me, I'll get you some good food. Help comes with good food. The silly roe deer nodded eagerly. Are you still making that sweet grass? Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, then came back to her senses. You mean the salad? The silly roe deer nodded vigorously. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. No problem. Chapter 50. The victim of static electricity. I'm fine with that. The silly roe deer excitedly paced back and forth, already prepared to go down the mountain with the mushrooms. Lin Xiaoyu quickly prepared 2 more burlap sacks in the system store. Although the mushrooms were quite moist, their size meant they didn't weigh much. Even if 2 sacks were filled, they wouldn't weigh as much as a single heavy sack of rice. So calling over a few more silly roe deer would allow them to transport a lot at once. Looking at the large pile of mushrooms of various shapes on the ground, Lin Xiaoyu felt as if she had fallen into a treasure vault. As if what she was putting into the basket were not ordinary mushrooms, but stacks of cash. Lin Xiaoyu immediately bent down to pick them, with the yellow weasel and the sable helping, stuffing the harvested mushrooms into the burlap sacks. In no time, 1 sack was filled. After sealing it, she temporarily set it aside and turned back to continue picking mushrooms. Under the tree, Lin Xiaoyu was busy with Huang Yu and the others, while the owl at the top of the tree was sound asleep, occasionally opening its eyes to glance down, then tucking its head back in to continue sleeping warmly. Lin Xiaoyu worked hard on the mountain for an entire afternoon, filling 6 or 7 burlap sacks with mushrooms. Sweat was nearly soaking through her clothes. Yet the pile of mushrooms seemed hardly diminished. These mushrooms were quite valuable. If sold at the market, they would fetch a good price. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lin Xiaoyu murmured, "Let's call it a day. After coming here once, I'll remember the way in the future." The silly roe deer, who had been waiting impatiently by her side, looked eagerly at Lin Xiaoyu and asked, "Can we go down the mountain now?" Lin Xiaoyu replied affirmatively, placing 2 sacks of mushrooms onto the silly roe deer's back. "How is it? Heavy?" "Not heavy." The silly roe deer thought about the salad Lin Xiaoyu had made for him, already drooling at the thought. "Let's hurry and take these down the mountain. I want to eat the sweet grass. I mean salad." Seeing that the silly roe deer was already thinking about food, Lin Xiaoyu immediately agreed and called for the yellow weasel and the sable to go down together. Before leaving, she didn't forget to thank the owl in the tree, exchanging some meat and placing it at the base of the tree. The owl opened one eye to take a look, nodded, and that was their greeting. With everything ready, Lin Xiaoyu set off down the mountain with a few silly roe deer. The sable stayed on Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, scouting ahead to ensure there was nothing in the mountains that could harm her. Meanwhile, the yellow weasel, holding 2 mushrooms it had just picked, sat on the silly roe deer's head. The silly roe deer didn't mind at all and hummed contentedly. Just thinking about the delicious feast it would have tonight made it truly happy. The yellow weasel looked at the 2 mushrooms in its arms, delighted. But when it lowered its head, it spotted a small patch of dirt stuck to the mushrooms. Its little eyes immediately narrowed into slits. The 2 mushrooms looked quite good, but they were a bit dirty on top. Looking down at the silly roe deer's head, which was tough and thick-skinned, it thought that a roll in the snow would clean it right up. The yellow weasel decided to rub the mushrooms against the silly roe deer's fur, and in just a couple of swipes, the dirt was gone. However, this rubbing made the hair on the silly roe deer's head stand up. The silly roe deer suddenly felt a tingle on its scalp, its eyes widening in surprise. What is happening? What is going on? The previously calm, silly roe deer was now jumping around excitedly, causing the sack of mushrooms on its back to fall off. At that moment, the yellow weasel, sitting on the silly roe deer's head, was startled as well, quickly grabbing one of the silly roe deer's ears to avoid falling off. What is going on? Hearing the commotion behind her, Lin Xiaoyu quickly turned around, thinking something major had happened. Instead, she saw the silly roe deer with its hair standing on end, one ear drooping because the yellow weasel was still holding on to it, and the weasel had a look of grievance as one mushroom had already fallen to the ground. One little paw was holding onto the silly roe deer's ear, while the other was still clutching the mushroom. Their clumsy and silly appearance made Lin Xiaoyu burst out laughing. What happened to you two? The yellow weasel and the silly roe deer almost spoke in unison. I don't know. Lin Xiaoyu could only helplessly stop and turn back to help them. Meanwhile, the system kindly notified Lin Xiaoyu. Current progress. Silly roe deer's favorability 30. Achievement label, victim of static electricity, earned. Unlock condition. When a silly roe deer triggers a chain reaction with static electricity. Achievement details. What happened? What's going on? Points 20. Current points, 120. Seeing the silly roe deer's explosive hairstyle, Lin Xiaoyu roughly understood what had happened and quickly scooped up a handful of snow from the ground, rubbing it on the silly roe deer's head. This tactic worked quite well. The silly roe deer's fur lay flat against its scalp again. The yellow weasel had learned its lesson and did not dare get too close to the silly roe deer's head again. Sitting properly on its back with its paws finally settled down. With that, Lin Xiaoyu and the others set off again, triumphantly delivering the mushrooms down the mountain. When these several sacks of mushrooms were laid out in the courtyard, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel emotional. So many mushrooms, if sold to the market, she didn't know how much money they would make. As the saying goes, a family's wealth is not true wealth. Everyone's well-being is what matters. Now that Lin Xiaoyu had discovered this good opportunity, she certainly couldn't just benefit herself. So, she called upon the villagers again. Last time, they had helped her with the lumberjacks, and now it was time to share some benefits with them. Today, I found a great place on the mountain, and I have to thank the animals there. Looking at the villagers who had gathered around, Lin Xiaoyu generously showcased her hard-earned results. From now on, everyone can go up the mountain to pick mushrooms and mountain goods, and then bring them to me. I won't let you work for nothing. I will exchange more food for your efforts. Chapter 51. A strange man at the door now. Lin Xiaoyu has discovered a pile of delicious and expensive mushrooms. Whether for improving her family's meals or for barter, it's a good thing for the villagers. Indeed, the villagers are more interested in such economical topics, their eyes shining with excitement. At this moment, they are all eager to respond, especially a few men from average households who have been idle all winter. Now that they hear there is work to be done, their eyes are gleaming with anticipation. This is great. I finally have something to do. How can I not bring back a few bags after going up the mountain? Listening to everyone's discussions, Lin Xiaoyu doesn't forget to remind them. However, we need to set some ground rules. No picking mushrooms that are too small, and we can't take too few. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes are filled with seriousness. Everyone should remember. We talked about protecting the ecology, right? If all the mushrooms on the mountain are picked at once, there won't be so many in the future. We can't overharvest. We not only need to make money now, but also plan for the long term. Lin Xiaoyu's words immediately gain unanimous agreement from the villagers. Xiaoyu is right. If we take everything, it counts as ecological destruction. We must leave some wealth for our descendants. Mushrooms grow quickly. We can go up the mountain every once in a while to gather a bunch. Xiaoyu, we will listen to you. Seeing the honest smiles on the villagers' faces, Lin Xiaoyu feels relieved and nods. Lin Xiaoyu called everyone over just in time for lunch, and that afternoon, some couldn't contain their excitement and hurried up the mountain. By evening, the first batch came to Lin Xiaoyu to barter. This couple managed to bring back a sack full of mushrooms. The man was already panting and sweating, with steam rising from his collar, and his palms and face glistening with a fine layer of sweat, but his eyes were shining. Xiaoyu, we just went up the mountain to gather these. Look, these mushrooms should be quite good. How much food can we get in exchange for them? Lin Xiaoyu immediately began counting the mushrooms and concluded that they could at least exchange for 30 cabbages. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. A cabbage weighs about 3 pounds, which means that's a full 100 pounds of goods. The market value seems to be about the same as these mushrooms. The woman was also extremely happy and quickly nodded in agreement. All right, let's exchange. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly traded food for the mushrooms. More and more people came to Lin Xiaoyu to exchange mushrooms, and her small yard quickly became lively. Meanwhile, the silly roe deer, eating salad nearby, heard the commotion outside and rushed out, only to see a huge pile of mushrooms, which immediately reminded it of the scene on the mountain today. How strange. I feel a tingling in my scalp, the silly roe deer muttered, then turned and dashed back inside. Its dumbfounded look made Lin Xiaoyu chuckle. Current progress. Silly roe deer's affection level 40. Achieved suppressing that darn curiosity achievement tag. Unlock conditions. Silly roe deer avoids at least once achievement details. Not looking, slipping away. Points 20. Current points 140. Hearing the system's prompt and seeing the silly roe deer's nervous expression, Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily charmed. As for the mushrooms obtained, Lin Xiaoyu certainly couldn't keep them all in her yard. She immediately went to the market to exchange them for money. With money comes more hope. In the future, whether it's for investment in the forest farm or for emergencies, it counts as a good thing. Staying in the wooden house. Lin Xiaoyu looked at her gradually swelling wallet, feeling a bit troubled. Meanwhile, the weasel and the marten blinked their eyes curiously at her. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Yeah, why do you look so worried? The weasel said while munching on a piece of dried mushroom. Ever since they discovered the endless supply of mushrooms in the mountains, they had never worried about food again. A meal for humans might consist of a dozen mushrooms, but for them, one mushroom is enough for the whole family, which is no different from striking it rich. Lin Xiaoyu revealed a bittersweet smile. It's still about the livelihood issues in the mountains. As she spoke, her gaze fell outside the window. The location of the wooden house allowed her to take in the mountain scenery, and if we were to speak seriously, it could be considered a mountain view house, offering a complete view of the beautiful scenery. However, Lin Xiaoyu was also pondering. Although the scenery outside is beautiful, very few people know about the beautiful sights in the mountains, and the people living there still lead very hard lives. How can we make this forest farm better? Lin Xiaoyu was troubled by this, feeling rich but not knowing how to use the money. Meanwhile, the weasel and the marten were more concerned about safety issues in the mountains. The marten looked at the weasel seriously. During this time, don't let your kids run around too much. I feel like it's not safe outside. What's unsafe about it? The weasel blinked. The villagers are nice to us now. I'm not talking about these villagers. The marten appeared very alert. I've seen many unfamiliar people at the foot of the mountain. They don't seem to belong here. I'm worried these people might come up the mountain and do something bad. We should just be cautious. The weasel nodded. That does sound like something to be careful about. Their conversation pulled Lin Xiaoyu's thoughts back, and she looked at them with curiosity. What were you two just talking about? The marten quickly recounted its discoveries from outside to Lin Xiaoyu. When Lin Xiaoyu heard that many unfamiliar people seemed to have come down the mountain, she felt a wave of curiosity. The Greater Khingan Mountains rarely have outsiders nearby. In this era, there's no tourism, and it's unlikely anyone would willingly come here to suffer in the winter. So, who could the people they saw be? Just as Lin Xiaoyu was feeling curious, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Who is it? Hello, may I come in? Hearing the unfamiliar voice made Lin Xiaoyu even more curious, and she hurried to the door. When she opened it, she saw a strange man standing at the door, and upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, he immediately showed a polite smile. Is this the residence of the forest ranger? Chapter 52, Forest Development, Benefits for a Lifetime. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, but still nodded, while her eyes roamed over the person in front of her. The other party seemed to be about the same age as her, dressed in a thick military coat, with a face completely reddened from the cold, indicating he must have walked quite a distance to get here. That's great. My name is Su Yu, and I'm a staff member responsible for the nature reserve. He took out his work ID as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu immediately realized she had indeed heard of such a department before, which mainly promotes the progress of various tasks in the nature reserve. Lin Xiaoyu warmly welcomed him into her wooden cabin while also feeling a bit curious. You come all the way up the mountain. What brings you here? Su Yu was also frozen and took off his gloves to rub his hands, but his face still radiated a smile. It's a good thing, really. We've long discovered this natural landscape at the forest farm. There are many animals and resources on the mountain, and most importantly, the natural scenery is breathtaking. Whether it's enjoying the natural oxygen bar in summer or viewing the frost in winter, it's a great choice. Lin Xiaoyu, who spent every day on the mountain, opened her eyes to the beautiful scenery outside. Hearing Suyu say this, she nodded in agreement. However, she had also noticed some issues on her way up the mountain earlier. The road was rugged, making it difficult for vehicles to ascend. Most importantly, there was no compliant route to the forest farm, and many places needed to be further detailed. After Suyu finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't clearly expressed his main purpose. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you my main objective. Suyu looked intently into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, his voice particularly serious. We want to leverage the unique advantages of the forest farm, improve its disadvantages, and hope to develop tourism here. We want more people to know that there's such a paradise on our mountain. This way, we can enhance local visibility and promote the development of the forest area. What do you think about this? Lin Xiaoyu, who had been feeling lost and unsure about her next steps, widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Wasn't this exactly in line with her initial thoughts? Excited, she quickly shared her previous plans and various efforts she had made on the mountain with Suyu. When she spoke about the natural scenery on the mountain, Lin Xiaoyu stood up and put on a thick coat. Let's go. I'll take you up the mountain to experience it. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, Suyu quickly followed her outside. The weather today wasn't particularly good, at least not the sunniest or calmest day, yet still amazed Suyu, who rarely came to the forest farm. You live in such an environment every day? Lin Xiaoyu replied proudly, of course. In the distance, various trees seemed to form a continuous expanse. In winter, snowflakes danced, creating a realm of snow, while in summer, the melting snow revealed a lush green landscape. Only those who worked in the fast-paced modern world could truly appreciate how comfortable such a slow-paced, healing life was. Moreover, what attracted Lin Xiaoyu on this mountain wasn't just the beautiful scenery. There was also, just as she was thinking, something came down from the mountain, originally bouncing down to find Lin Xiaoyu for food, but immediately spotted a stranger. The silly road deer was startled and turned to run back. But out of curiosity about Lin Xiaoyu and this person, it hid behind a relatively slender tree, exposing most of its body while cautiously peeking out to observe. Silly road deer? So he was somewhat surprised. Not afraid of people, not afraid of acquaintances. Since it's your first time up the mountain, it probably isn't familiar with your appearance and scent, Lin Xiaoyu quickly explained, then waved at the silly road deer. Come here. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu's smiling face, the silly road deer finally relaxed and took a few steps closer to her. Lin Xiaoyu naturally took out a piece of carrot to feed the silly road deer, which ate while looking at Suyu with a very subtle expression. They're not afraid of you? Suyu observed the affectionate interaction in front of him, feeling quite amazed. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. The animals on this mountain have a good relationship with me. We coexist like family. Sometimes, animals can be more reliable than humans. As long as humans don't harm them, they won't actively harm humans. Saying this, she handed a piece to Suyu. He tentatively reached out his hand. Not because he was afraid of the silly road deer, but worried that the silly road deer might be scared of him. Sure enough, upon seeing food, and with Lin Xiaoyu beside him, the silly road deer, which had just been ready to dart back into the woods, approached Suyu and quickly ate the carrot. A smile appeared on Suyu's face, and he felt a wave of emotion. You were right. These animals are indeed reliable. I was worried that wild animals might harm people, but now I can rest easy. Afterward, Suyu began discussing the development plans for the mountain with Lin Xiaoyu. Currently, there was a path up the mountain, and the road down was barely passable for vehicles, but only the downhill road was properly constructed. The winding path into the mountain was created by villagers making countless trips up and down, stepping in and out. While it was very convenient for the villagers, it was somewhat unrealistic for tourists to follow such a mountain path to explore. So you quickly identified the key issue. There were too many trees, making it difficult for both people and vehicles. The road needed proper planning. Lin Xiaoyu indeed didn't understand as much as Suyu did in this regard, so she could only place her hopes on him. How to plan? Cut down some trees, Suyu said, immediately pointing out the dirt road on the mountain. We don't need to cut down many, just a few of the trees in the way, and the road will be much wider. We'll handle this. When Lin Xiaoyu heard that they needed to cut down trees, she felt a bit reluctant. But seeing that Suyu had planned the optimal route according to the actual conditions on the mountain, and assured her that the cut-down trees wouldn't go to waste but would be used for other purposes, she finally nodded. That's good. Then I can rest assured. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu agree so readily, Suyu took out the documents he had brought along. Chapter 53. Blocked by villagers for this project to proceed smoothly. The signature of the forest ranger is necessary. You just need to sign your name here, and I will go back to discuss the next steps with my companions, aiming to develop the forest area properly and make use of this place. Naturally, Lin Xiaoyu would not refuse something beneficial for the forest area, and she quickly signed her name on the document. Suyu proactively extended his hand. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Lin Xiaoyu smiled brightly, feeling sweeter than honey in her heart, and signed her name without hesitation. With Lin Xiaoyu's signature obtained, the matter could be expedited. Suyu soon hurried down the mountain as he had when he arrived. Lin Xiaoyu, now in high spirits, hummed a tune on her way back to the wooden house, secretly feeling grateful that the money she had earned recently finally had a purpose. Just as she was planning for the future of the forest farm, thinking about how to improve everyone's lives and create more possibilities for the area, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Lin Xiaoyu frowned. Hadn't Suyu just left? Who was making noise at her doorstep? Curious, Lin Xiaoyu immediately opened the door, only to be surprised by the sight before her. A group of villagers from the village was standing at her door. Usually, the villagers and Lin Xiaoyu got along very harmoniously, never having any conflicts. But today the situation seemed different. Each of them had a grim expression as they peered into the yard. As soon as Lin Xiaoyu appeared, someone took the lead and shouted, "She's out. We need to clarify today. Matter no matter what. Even my 10-year-old child knows that this is like allowing officials to set fires while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps. How could Lin Xiaoyu, such a grown person, not see the gravity of the situation? From the villagers' expressions, it was clear something had gone wrong, and it was not good. Lin Xiaoyu's expression became subtle, and she could only ask everyone to quiet down before speaking. What brings you all here? Seeing Lin Xiaoyu actually asking, the villagers let out cold snorts, with one even pointing directly at her nose. Xiaoyu, we have always listened to you. You said you wanted us to help maintain the ecology of the mountains, claiming that these resources are wealth for future generations. We listened to you, and now you want to bring people to cut down our trees. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd behind him echoed, their faces looking increasingly grim. Lin Xiaoyu was puzzled. When did I say I wanted to cut down trees? Just now, you were standing there with a man, saying that there wouldn't be too many trees cut in the early stages. Isn't that just a plan to secretly cut down the trees in the mountains and sell them for money? Thinking back to the earlier conversation and then looking at the angry villagers, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realized. It must be that part of what she said to Suyu was overheard by the villagers, leading to their misunderstanding. Lin Xiaoyu felt embarrassed and could only try her best to explain. It's not what you think. The trees do need to be cut, but it's to help plan our forest better. It's absolutely not what you're imagining. Lin Xiaoyu initially wanted to soothe everyone's emotions and then explain the plans for developing tourism in the mountains to attract visitors and boost the local economy. But at that moment, Zhong's mother, who harbored resentment towards Lin Xiaoyu, intervened. She crossed her arms, looking disdainful, and said, "Oh, this sounds nice. But tell me how cutting down trees will help our forest planning. My son was arrested for cutting trees. You think planning to cut trees is doing good?" Lin Xiaoyu was so angry that she was momentarily at a loss for words. "Stop talking nonsense, will you? Is that what I meant?" "You know in your heart whether that's true," Zhong's mother replied, turning to the crowd of villagers. "We have all been deceived by Lin Xiaoyu. She is fundamentally seeking her own benefit. Otherwise, how could she do something like this?" As these words left her mouth, some villagers nodded repeatedly, while others looked at Lin Xiaoyu with disappointment. Watching the villagers who once trusted her now leading a boycott against her, not even allowing her to explain, Lin Xiaoyu felt incredibly wronged. Tears were welling up in her eyes, but her stubbornness kept them from falling. In the end, she slammed the door shut, refusing to come out, her anger bubbling in her chest. Outside, she could faintly hear the villagers discussing her, as if they were the real victims. It was unclear how long the group had been in the yard. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, and her eardrums pounded painfully. After what felt like an eternity, the yard finally quieted down. Jiang, watching Lin Xiaoyu in the room, felt worried and, as usual, gently approached her. However, Lin Xiaoyu did not hug him like before or pet him. Instead, she wore a look of grievance. Jiang hurried to the table, grabbed a piece of paper, and brought it to Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing the little guy busying himself with concern for her, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't shed any tears. Instead, she smiled at his worried appearance. Jiang, do you think I did something wrong? Lin Xiaoyu softly asked. The little guy blinked his eyes. Jiang had heard everything Suyu said today and immediately shook his little head vigorously. Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit comforted, and her eyes gradually became sharper. I also feel I did nothing wrong. Why should I suffer this grievance? The tissue meant for wiping tears was instead used to wipe her nose, which she then tossed into the nearby trash bin. I'm doing this for the village, for the forest. How can they misunderstand me like this? Jiang didn't know how to say comforting words, but gently patted Lin Xiaoyu's hand with his little paw, his soft pads providing her with an unspoken strength. Lin Xiaoyu's mood improved somewhat, and she rubbed Jiang a couple of times before feeling her anger dissipate a little. Chapter 54, a heartfelt greeting from the weasel. Jiang felt that Xiaoyu was not wrong. After holding it in for a while, Jiang finally managed to say this. Lin Xiaoyu was instantly melted by its adorable appearance. Jiang originally wanted to say a few more complimentary words, but before it could say anything, its stomach grumbled first. Lin Xiaoyu was surprised. Are you hungry? Jiang made a slightly aggrieved sound, like a little puppy. Lin Xiaoyu subconsciously glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening. Usually, she would be preparing dinner by this time, but now she hadn't arranged anything. Was Jiang going to be hungry? I'm sorry, I forgot about dinner. I'll go prepare something right now, Lin Xiaoyu said, as she immediately stood up. There was still some cabbage in the cellar, so she decided to stew a warm bowl of cabbage soup and add a couple of slices of meat. When feeling down, one must eat well, otherwise, it will be both hungry and upset. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly opened the door to go out, only to find several young weasels standing in the yard. The mother weasel was facing away from the door and hadn't noticed that Lin Xiaoyu had come out. She was still instructing her little ones. Xiaoyu is not in a good mood today, so when you go back inside, you all must listen to your teacher. No playing around, got it? The little one's eyes had completely fixed on Lin Xiaoyu, and listening to their mother, they gently nodded their little faces. Then all pointed with their fingertips behind the mother weasel. What are you looking at behind me? I have. The weasel finally turned around and saw Lin Xiaoyu standing behind her with a smile. The weasel suddenly realized. A hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. These little ones are not listening. I'm just teaching them a lesson. Xiaoyu, are you all right? I already know about the village's situation today, those people were saying. The mother weasel wanted to comfort her a bit more, but Lin Xiaoyu stood straight and her voice became much lighter. Let them say whatever they want. As long as I'm upright, I'm not afraid of shadows. Why should I fear people gossiping behind my back? Seeing Lin Xiaoyu's confident demeanor, the mother weasel also perked up, nodding. You're right, let them talk. We haven't done anything wrong, so we have nothing to fear. Besides, we all understand your intentions. You want to make this place better. The little heads behind her nodded in agreement. Originally hurt by the villagers' misunderstanding, Lin Xiaoyu felt a soft spot in her heart warm up as she saw these little ones supporting her, even coming down from the mountain on this cold night to comfort her. Thank you for coming to see me. Everyone shouldn't just stand in the yard. Let's go inside. I just renovated the house, and now there's more space. I'll make everyone something delicious tonight, so no one should rush to leave. The mother weasel felt a bit embarrassed. How can we do that? We came to see you, and if you end up treating us. But Lin Xiaoyu directly opened the door. No need to be polite, just wait, I'll go make something tasty. With that, she went out to the cellar. These days, she had really benefited from the food exchange in the system mall and the mushrooms brought by various animals from the mountain. After giving some to the villagers and selling others, she still had more than half of the cellar's vegetables left. Whether for supporting the little animals on the mountain or improving her own meals, it was a good choice. Before long, Lin Xiaoyu came back and holding a large cabbage, cut a few pieces of cured meat, and tossed them into the pot to stew. The cured meat from the northeast had a sweet aroma, and mixed with the flavor of the freshly picked cabbage. It began to emit a delightful fragrance shortly after being put into the pot. The weasels had originally come to comfort Lin Xiaoyu, but now it turned into a delightful gathering at her place, their eyes shining with excitement. Lin Xiaoyu not only treated them to the cabbage and meat soup, but also made a dish of stir-fried cabbage with the leftover cabbage leaves. This meal had meat and vegetables, and she even prepared a bowl of salad to help with the grease. The room was now filled with mouth-watering aromas, and the weasels could hardly contain their appetites. Drooling at the sight, Lin Xiaoyu prepared a bowl for each little one and made several flatbreads. Although their lives were no longer as difficult with Lin Xiaoyu's support, and they could at least have a few hearty meals, the food outside still couldn't compare to Lin Xiaoyu's cooking. These little ones were getting better at eating, using the flatbreads to soak up the cabbage and meat soup, and with each bite, the mixed flavors made them hum with satisfaction. Even a mother weasel couldn't resist having a few more bites, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, are you really okay? Lin Xiaoyu smiled brightly, appearing to have temporarily set aside her previous troubles. I'm fine. What could be wrong? I feel very secure now, and besides, I'm doing something beneficial for the village. If they don't understand, that's their problem. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu still smiling as usual, the mother weasel finally felt reassured. After enjoying a hearty meal, the mother weasel prepared to take her little ones back. However, when she reached the door, she stopped. Xiaoyu, I've thought carefully. If you really break ties with the villagers and they oppose your endeavors, then your preparations will be in vain. It's best to resolve things peacefully. Hearing the mother weasel's words, Lin Xiaoyu felt a wave of emotion and replied, I know, don't worry about me. After seeing off the mother weasel, Lin Xiaoyu quickly tidied up the house. That night, lying on the warm, heated bed, her thoughts flew. The villagers protesting at her doorstep was merely a matter of misunderstanding. Previously, they were thrilled to exchange mushrooms for other food, enriching the tables of every household. If the mountain could truly be developed, it would be a good thing for the villagers as well. As long as she patiently explained, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. Yes, she would go first thing in the morning to clear up the misunderstanding. With that thought, Lin Xiaoyu quickly closed her eyes and fell into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 55. Misunderstandings need to be resolved by oneself. The next morning, after dinner, Lin Xiaoyu did not go up the mountain as usual, but instead took Jiong to the village. In winter, the villagers had nothing much to do. They either worked at home chatting or went outside to bask in the sun to supplement their calcium. When Lin Xiaoyu arrived, several villagers living near the head of the village were gathered together chatting. Seeing their still indignant expressions, it was clear they were still upset about yesterday's events. They were angry, but Lin Xiaoyu couldn't be confused at this time. She still approached them with a calm demeanor. Hey, what are you all busy with? As soon as they saw Lin Xiaoyu, the tone of a few people was not particularly friendly. What's going on? Lin Xiaoyu completely ignored their poor attitude, tucking her loose hair behind her ears with her delicate hands. I mainly want to talk to you about the development of tourism in our mountain area. After a night of reflection, Lin Xiaoyu was no longer filled with anger like yesterday. Instead, she was able to calm down and explain everything she had discussed with Suyu the day before. When they heard that they could make money from tourism and also use the opportunity to repair the roads, the villagers, who had initially resisted her, gradually softened their expressions. Lin Xiaoyu also explained the misunderstanding about cutting down trees in detail. We used to go up the mountain with at most 5 or 6 people, and it was fine since there were few people. But visitors from outside come in buses, and if there are hundreds or even thousands of people going up the mountain, this road, I understand. An older man, with cloudy eyes, suddenly brightened up. The road isn't wide enough, so we need to cut down a few trees to make way, allowing people to walk more smoothly. In the future, the road up the mountain will also be more convenient. Am I right? Finally, the misunderstanding was cleared up, and someone finally understood her, which made Lin Xiaoyu very happy. Yes, that's the point. The wood we cut down won't be sold. I've told them that we will make a few wooden tables and chairs for us to rest on a mountain, so our villagers can also take a break when they go up the mountain. Initially, Lin Xiaoyu was just talking to these few people, but gradually, more and more people gathered around. When they learned that Lin Xiaoyu was doing all this for the development of the mountain area and to benefit the village, the villagers' attitude towards her changed completely. Xiaoyu, We misunderstood you. Of course, I said Xiaoyu wouldn't do such a heartless thing. It was my sister-in-law's fault for not listening clearly yesterday. I'm here to apologize to you. I just picked a basket of mushrooms. Take it back as a token of apology. Seeing everyone enthusiastically stuffing things into her hands, Lin Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands. No, this won't do. I'm already very happy that you didn't distrust me because of this. The people present felt ashamed after hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, and the misunderstanding from yesterday vanished instantly. Watching the villagers excitedly discussing future development, Zhong's mother, who was working in the yard, had a rather grim expression. Now, the villagers were all excited about the development of the forest farm, grinning from ear to ear as if their good days were about to come. But thinking about her son's situation, Zhong's mother felt a wave of sadness. As the leader of the logging incident, Zhong faced harsher punishment than the other loggers. Not only did he have to go up the mountain for labor reform like the other loggers, but he also had to compensate tenfold for the trees cut down and face detention. He hadn't returned home yet. Only when her son could come home quickly would the elderly couple feel truly at ease. With a mindset of giving it a try, Zhong's mother picked up a basket in the afternoon and hurried up the mountain, only returning near dusk. At this time, Lin Xiaoyu was chopping firewood in the yard, while also planning what delicious food to make that evening to make up for herself. When she saw Zhong's mother coming, Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit awkward, but since they live in the same village, she greeted her with a smile. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Xiaoyu, I just picked some mushrooms up the mountain and wanted to trade them for some other food. I wonder if that would work. Zhong's mother said with a smile, presenting the mushrooms in her basket to Lin Xiaoyu. To be fair, Zhong's mother was indeed meticulous in her work. This basket of mushrooms had hardly any bruised ones, and each one was quite large. If she took them to the market, they would definitely fetch a good price. Sure, what do you want to trade for? Lin Xiaoyu said while opening her vegetable cellar. At this time, the sky had not yet darkened, and the afterglow of the sunset illuminated the sky, making it possible to see the situation inside the cellar clearly. Zhong's mother glanced inside and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, you have so much food." In the village, being able to eat fresh vegetables was already quite good. She had never heard of anyone's cellar being as well stocked as Lin Xiaoyu's. Cabbage and green onions, as the main consumables in winter, were neatly placed in the most prominent spot. Various radishes were packed into bags, right next to bags of potatoes, and various greens were categorized. One could even see dried mushrooms and cure meats. Just a glance inside made Zhong's mother feel delighted. Several households in the village might not have as complete a collection as Lin Xiaoyu's, and the key was the quantity. Zhong's mother turned to Lin Xiaoyu, still smiling. Xiaoyu, you said you usually just live alone, and at most you feed the animals in the mountains. With so many vegetables, can you eat all of this? Lin Xiaoyu, not yet realizing Zhong's mother's thoughts, still looked serious. If I can't eat all, can't I just trade with the villagers? After saying that, she pointed to the mountain. Besides, I know so many animal friends up there. As long as there's food to eat, that's pretty good. Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoyu was feeding such good vegetables to the animals in the mountains, Zhong's mother felt quite distressed. In her eyes, these were valuable things. It was no different from throwing money on the street. Her cloudy eyes were now rolling in their sockets and looking at Lin Xiaoyu. Zhong's mother's face once again broke into a smile. Xiaoyu, since you have so many rare vegetables, could you save some for me? I'll come back with more mushrooms to trade in a few days. Chapter 56. Catching thieves at midnight. Lin Xiaoyu didn't think twice. Sure, why not? At the same time, she looked at Zhong's mother with some curiosity. But is your family really that short on vegetables? Zhong's mother looked at the things in the cellar, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue turned into a helpless sigh. After all, it was still for Zhong. The two of us are getting old, and going down the mountain to sell vegetables is unrealistic. I was just thinking of trading with the villagers a little. Lin Xiaoyu finally understood. She thought Zhong's mother wanted to eat something good to lift her spirits since her son was not around. Unexpectedly, she was actually thinking of trading mushrooms for vegetables and using the vegetables to get money to redeem her son. Seeing Zhong's mother's hopeful expression, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but remind her, I advise you to give up. The police won't be that easy to talk to, and besides, he did something wrong and needs to pay the price for it. You're just wasting your efforts now. Lin Xiaoyu was serious about this. But Zhong's mother couldn't take it in at all and even shot Lin Xiaoyu a glare. "You're young, what do you know?" After saying this, Zhong's mother left with the vegetables she had traded from Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu looked in the direction Zhong's mother had left and couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed this person had already made up her mind and wouldn't easily change her thoughts. Even if she argued until her mouth was sore, it would probably be useless. Forget it. Let her stir things up as she pleases. She won't turn back until she hits a wall. After saying that, Lin Xiaoyu quickly tidied up the cellar and went back inside. The mushrooms delivered to Lin Xiaoyu these days weren't too many, so she specially prepared a chicken and made a chicken stew with mushrooms. As soon as the chicken went into the pot, the aroma began to rise, and a layer of oil shimmered on top. Jiong, watching from the side, couldn't help but swallow several times. Seeing Jiong's greedy expression, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but sprinkle in some more mushrooms before covering the pot. When the lid was opened, a plume of white steam rushed towards the ceiling. The aroma immediately filled the entire room, and Jiong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even though Jiong ate and lived with Lin Xiaoyu every day, he still drooled whenever he saw her cooking something delicious. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and quickly served a bowl for Jiong. Dipping the steam bun in the chicken soup was absolutely delicious. After living here for a while, even her biological clock had changed. Lin Xiaoyu used to be someone who wouldn't sleep before midnight, but now she was yawning just after 8 o'clock. "My routine seems to be getting healthier and more wholesome," Lin Xiaoyu muttered as she tossed a couple of handfuls of firewood into the stove to keep the house warm, changed into her pajamas, and lay down for a good night's sleep. The flickering flames in the stove didn't dazzle the eyes. Instead, they added warmth to the room. Jiong was sprawled out in his little nest, looking more and more like a person. The colder it got outside, the warmer it was inside, making for a more sound sleep. In her dreams, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Xiaoyu's face. It felt so beautiful. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, as if something had hit the window. Lin Xiaoyu, who was originally deep in sleep, was startled awake and sat up in bed. "What's going on? Is it the wind blowing stones, or is someone playing a prank on me?" Lin Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety and quickly pulled back the curtain, only to be met by a pair of glowing eyes. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and instinctively took a half-step back, waking Jiong from his dreams. His little face looked confused as he scratched his head with his fluffy little paws, repeatedly glancing at Lin Xiaoyu, clearly unaware of what had just happened. Lin Xiaoyu focused her gaze and saw an owl perched at the window. The owl let out a call that felt particularly special in the night. Through the window, Lin Xiaoyu could clearly hear what the owl was saying. "Is someone in your yard?" Lin Xiaoyu instantly lost all drowsiness and hurried to put on her heavy military coat. At that moment, the system's notification sound also came through. Current progress. Owl favorability 40. Achievement tag. Night Watchman acquired. Unlock conditions. The owl warns you. Protecting your personal property. Achievement details. It's cooperation when you reciprocate. Points 30. Current points 150. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have time to pay attention to the changes in the system points. She pushed open the door, and a gust of cold wind swept in, making her shiver. Looking around, she realized the owl had disappeared, but her cellar was still open. Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. There really was a thief. Meanwhile, inside the cellar, a figure was shining a flashlight around, especially lighting up the leafy greens, which made their eyes sparkle. Potatoes and cabbage were common in every household in the village, but these were good items that could fetch a decent price in the village. The person was mumbling to himself while quickly stuffing the greens in front of him into a burlap sack. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. As he prepared to reach out and steal something, the owl suddenly spread its wings and flapped wildly. "What is going on?" The thief was startled by the sudden commotion, and the sack he was holding fell to the ground. Turning around, he was met with a pair of big eyes staring at him. "Where did this owl come from? Get away!" The thief had finally found an opportunity to steal something from Lin Xiaoyu, and he couldn't let this owl interfere. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu clearly heard the system's prompt. Current progress. Owl favorability 50. Achievement tag. Noble Raptor acquired. Unlock conditions. The owl helped you in a fight. Achievement details. Close your eyes and get to work. Points 30. Current points 180. The commotion coming from the cellar attracted Lin Xiaoyu, who grabbed a flashlight and shone it in, only to see Zhong's mother's face. Zhong's mother was startled and quickly raised her hand to block. "It's over." Lin Xiaoyu was furious at the sight and immediately dragged her out of the cellar, only to find the sack was stuffed with 4 or 5 different kinds of vegetables. "I kindly advised you during the day, and you come to steal from my house at night?" Lin Xiaoyu looked at Zhong's mother, extremely angry. Chapter 57. Mapping and Development. At this moment, Zhong's mother looked both guilty and anxious. Her expression was quite unpleasant. "Xiaoyu, please don't call the police. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. I wanted to redeem my son." Lin Xiaoyu looked at the items in the sack, and then at Zhong's mother's pleading face, feeling both helpless and angry. What's the use of only thinking about saving someone? If I call the police, won't you two end up seeing each other inside? Fortunately, the stolen items weren't very valuable. Lin Xiaoyu confiscated all the vegetables Zhong's mother had prepared to steal and fined her 5 yuan before letting her go. Zhong's mother left with a sorrowful face. She had gone up the mountain to pick mushrooms and exchange some money with the villagers, barely earning 6 yuan, and now she had almost given it all to Lin Xiaoyu, making her day feel wasted. However, Zhong's mother quickly lost her thoughts about this as she noticed Lin Xiaoyu's gaze still on her. She shrank her neck and hurriedly left in disgrace. Not sending her to the police station today was already considered lenient. She couldn't avoid paying the fine either. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu stood in the yard holding the 5 yuan. Furious, how could a thief come to her home at night? This was infuriating. Only finding her 5 yuan was already generous, considering Zhong's family was currently short on money. The owl flew up to the roof and remarked, "You humans steal from each other too? That's quite rare." Lin Xiaoyu explained, and then smiled at the owl. "Thank you." The owl waved one wing dismissively. No need to be polite. It then flapped its wings and disappeared into the night. The owl's eyes were indeed extraordinary. Thanks to it, there were no losses in the cellar tonight. However, after this incident, Lin Xiaoyu began to feel a bit unsettled. This wouldn't do. She had to be more cautious in the future. A gust of cold wind blew, making Lin Xiaoyu shiver. After securing the cellar, she quickly returned inside. The system mall now had a full 180 points. She could exchange for some good items. Lin Xiaoyu wrapped herself in a blanket and opened the mall, searching carefully. To her surprise, she actually found something. An automatic alarm device? For only 20 points. She could exchange for a smart automatic alarm system that could distinguish between friendly visitors and malicious thieves. The system would scan and identify and immediately trigger an alarm, notifying Lin Xiaoyu while a deafening siren would sound at the scene. This was great. The thieves would feel uneasy and certainly be extra cautious. Once the siren went off, wouldn't they run? This was a good item. Without a second thought, Lin Xiaoyu clicked to exchange. Then she remembered Zhong and the others secretly going up the mountain a while ago and quickly spent another 50 points to set up alarm devices throughout the forest area. Now, Lin Xiaoyu felt completely at ease. This would effectively eliminate theft and random logging. The system all was truly a treasure. It had everything. A smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Xiaoyu's face, and her mood improved significantly. Soon, sleepiness overcame her. She tucked herself in and lay back down, drifting into slumber. Before long, Suyu brought good news. Regarding the development plan for the forest area, Suyu had just reported the situation on the mountain and received high praise. This meant that the tourism development for the forest farm would be expedited. Suyu came dressed in a uniform and carried a notebook for recording. "Miss Lin, I'm afraid I have to trouble you again this time." Suyu looked a bit embarrassed. "We need to work hard today. I need to record the entire path from the mountain up to the valley and quickly draw a map of the mountain's conditions. So I might need you to accompany me." Now, whenever Lin Xiaoyu mentioned tourism development, she felt as energized as if she had received a shot of adrenaline. And she readily agreed. "No problem, I'll lead the way." The two quickly set off up the mountain. The villagers, who had previously been confused by Lin Xiaoyu's actions, had completely set aside their worries after her patient explanations last time. Seeing Suyu in uniform made them even happier. If the mountain could be developed, everyone's lives would improve. Whether it was road construction or tourism boosting the local economy, it was all good news for them. It was early morning, and the snow beneath their feet was soft. Lin Xiaoyu led Suyu up the mountain, stepping carefully. There were quite a few small animals in the mountains. Previously, they kept their distance from humans, avoiding any interaction, and would hide at the sight of people. Now, although they still carried a sense of vigilance, they no longer ran away. They would pause their actions upon hearing footsteps, perk up their ears, and look around. More animals were willing to come out and move about, with some even unafraid of humans, rolling around in the snow, a winter bathing method for them. Watching two squirrels chase each other over a pine cone, and a weasel rubbing its fur with snow, while a marten stared from a distance, so you couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The natural scenery of the mountain was indeed beautiful, and with so many adorable animals around, it was lively. He believed that if the tourism industry really took off, it would quickly attract many visitors. Lin Xiaoyu smiled at this. As long as everyone doesn't harm the animals in the mountains, they actually won't resist humans that much. The marten, while still looking somewhat proud, at least kept quiet. Following Lin Xiaoyu along the mountain path, by the time Suyu marked all the sections on paper, it was already evening. Taking advantage of the night, Suyu hurried down the mountain, giving Lin Xiaoyu several tasks. We will help with the road construction and development. As for the trails on the mountain, could you help us mark them more clearly? The forest area was vast, and just walking through it took a lot of time. So you really had no way to mark every intersection clearly. The people living in the mountains could get lost in the woods, and if tourists truly got lost in the wilderness, it would be a serious matter. Lin Xiaoyu readily agreed. No problem, I can help with that. So you immediately looked delighted, copied the day's map carefully, handed it to Lin Xiaoyu, and then went down the mountain. Chapter 58. When one side is in trouble, all sides add to the chaos before long. Lin Xiaoyu found herself in a dilemma over this matter. It was something that had to be done, but if she had to run around all the intersections to record all the markers, it would indeed be quite difficult. What to do now? Lin Xiaoyu looked at the map left for her by Suyu and felt a headache coming on. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Just when Lin Xiaoyu was feeling troubled, a familiar voice suddenly came from beside her. She looked up and saw an owl with big eyes standing on a roof. It was evening, the time for the owl to wake up, and since there wasn't anything particularly tasty in the mountains, the owl thought of coming to Lin Xiaoyu to exchange for some food. Lin Xiaoyu immediately explained her current predicament in detail. The owl seemed to be deep in thought. It wasn't that the matter was particularly difficult. Rather, it was calculating how it could exchange more delicious food from Lin Xiaoyu. How about this? If you treat me to chicken once, I'll help you with this. Sounds good? The owl blinked its eyes and said, I fly back and forth to these intersections several times a day in the mountains, so I can remember them pretty well. I can help. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu was instantly delighted. Of course. How could I forget that I have these animal friends? I definitely can't manage this alone. But if I ask these little animals in the mountains for help to refine the routes, it would be a piece of cake. Not only did she plan to ask the owl for help, but she also needed to utilize all the connections she could. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu had the owl help send messages to gather everyone to her place. The owl needed some time to deliver the messages, and the animals would also take time to gather. In the meantime, Lin Xiaoyu could prepare a good meal for everyone. The weasel and the sable were always eager to stay at Lin Xiaoyu's place, and they were the most familiar with the way down mountain. It wasn't long before they came knocking at the door, and as soon as she opened it, a delicious aroma of meat wafted in. The fox and the silly road deer followed closely behind, while the white snake, yellow snake, mouse, and hedgehog from the mountains arrived last. Especially the hedgehog, who rolled in yawning, barely rubbing its eyes. Xiaoyu, what meeting are we having so late at night? Seeing the animals looking confused, yet willing to cooperate, Lin Xiaoyu felt both relieved and a bit apologetic. I'm really sorry to disturb your rest tonight, but there is indeed something important I need to ask for your help with. Lin Xiaoyu quickly explained the trouble she was facing. When the group heard that Lin Xiaoyu was preparing a map for tourists and would mark various little animals' habitats on it, there was virtually no opposition. They simply blinked their eyes at her. So I hope everyone can help me clarify the other routes so we can complete this map as soon as possible. As the saying goes, a favor is hard to refuse, and Lin Xiaoyu had always treated everyone well. Plus, she had prepared so much delicious food for this occasion. How could they feel comfortable refusing? One by one, they agreed enthusiastically. I have no problem, as long as Xiaoyu needs it. I could tell you everything I know right away. I'm in too. We can start tonight. Seeing everyone eager to help, Lin Xiaoyu quickly called for a stop. No, no. Let's do it during the day. Everyone should rest well. The owl blinked its eyes and asked Lin Xiaoyu, "Can I set off in the evening?" Considering that some animals were nocturnal, Lin Xiaoyu agreed. "You can tell me whatever you know at any time. Completing this map is also a way to protect our territory, and it will help us avoid conflicts. Then there's nothing more to say. We will help." Seeing everyone agree so readily, Lin Xiaoyu felt very happy and reminded everyone present, "Later, I will exchange some food for you. The mountain will soon start development work, and many tourists will come. For the time being, please don't go out looking for food to avoid conflicts." With Lin Xiaoyu's words, everyone agreed readily and enjoyed a hearty meal at her place before dispersing. Lin Xiaoyu didn't have to worry about the animals for now, but she still needed to give the villagers a heads up. Not only did she need to get the villagers fully motivated, but she also had to pay attention to communication with the tourists. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly reminded the villagers about the relevant precautions and clarified the stakes involved. After that, she followed the little animals up the mountain. Although the owl could see most of the routes clearly from the sky, it had to sleep during the day, and some areas were too densely forested. The owls circling in the sky couldn't see clearly, so they needed everyone's help. At the foot of the tree, Huang Daxian was currently holding a wooden stick and scribbling in the snow. It was already impressive that wild animals could learn to grasp the correct posture. The lines he drew were crooked. However, Huang Daxian had a confident look on his face. After finishing, he poked the drawing with the stick. "This path going north is like this, connecting directly with the main road." Lin Xiaoyu frowned when she saw such a steep path. "Is it really this steep?" Huang Daxian patted his chest, looking very self-assured. "I've walked this road many times. It's just like I drew it. If a woodpecker finds your mouth so stubborn, it will use your beak to peck at the tree." The sable shot Huang Daxian a glance, and then used its claws to thicken the lines on the drawing. "This path should be like this." It was clear that the sable was trying its best to control its strokes, but even with that, the result was still crooked. Huang Daxian glanced at it and immediately rolled his eyes. "Look at what you can do. What is the difference between your drawing and mine? At least mine is straighter. If we go by your path, we have to make 80 turns. You're not any better than me." Watching the two argue, Lin Xiaoyu found it both amusing and a bit silly. She quickly picked up the wooden stick Huang Daxian had dropped and drew a slightly curved line in the direction he indicated. "Is this what you mean?" The two immediately leaned in, nodding in unison. Yes, that's it. "Xiaoyu, your hands are really skilled. How can you draw such a straight line?" Lin Xiaoyu pondered. "Maybe it's because humans go to school." The two animals exchanged glances. Well, they were indeed at a disadvantage due to their lack of education. Chapter 59. Disdained by the little animals thanks to the help of these animals. Although there were some communication difficulties, Lin Xiaoyu managed to draw the map clearly. Wiping the sweat from her forehead while looking at the map in her hand, she felt relieved that her efforts were not in vain. As she watched the sun set in the west, Lin Xiaoyu's heart was filled with excitement, and she hurried down the mountain to find the villagers. At this time, every household was busy preparing dinner. When the villagers saw Lin Xiaoyu enter the village, they all paused their work. "Xiaoyu, is there something going on?" One of the ants said, skillfully peeling off the outer leaves of a frozen cabbage and carefully saving them. Although the frozen cabbage leaves didn't look appetizing and were a bit wilted, they could be very useful in winter if someone got frostbite. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Yes, there's something. I mainly want to remind everyone that in a few days, we will be receiving tourists, and there will be many things we need to pay attention to when interacting with them." The villagers were now fully alert regarding the development plans. Upon hearing that Lin Xiaoyu was discussing something serious, their eyes lit up. "First, we absolutely cannot take the initiative to conflict with the tourists. This is key to establishing a good reputation." Lin Xiaoyu cleared her throat and said seriously, "Of course, if the tourists go too far, everyone can appropriately intervene. After all, we will be living here for a long time, and we can't let them lead us around by the nose." Lin Xiaoyu quickly shared all the key details she had organized. When she finished her last sentence, a thunderous round of applause erupted from the crowd. "Xiaoyu, your summary is spot on. We really need to develop, but we can't let outsiders bully our villagers," one ant said with a bright smile. and others responded enthusiastically. If the village could really attract tourists, life would be much better in the future. Lin Xiaoyu didn't expect everyone to support her work so much, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. It's nothing. I just summarized it myself. If anyone has anything to add, feel free to come to me for discussion. Then Lin Xiaoyu hurried back home. Outside, it was a world of ice and snow, but inside, it felt like spring, warm and lively. There was no news from Suyu, probably because he was busy preparing things. Lin Xiaoyu occasionally went up the mountain to check on the little animals. Tourists would soon be coming to the mountain, and she was worried about any potential conflicts with the animals. The weather was just right. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a warm glow on people. Lin Xiaoyu was distributing pine nuts to a weasel when even the passing squirrels jumped down from the trees to grab a couple. As Lin Xiaoyu climbed the mountain, many animals hiding in the shadows peeked out, and even a fox crawled out a few steps from its den to come closer to her. Lin Xiaoyu quickly took out the dried fish she had exchanged. The fox was not shy at all. After a few polite bites, it swallowed the fish, its eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Xiaoyu increasingly understood the charm of the fox. Just look at its little eyes and the way it smiled. Who could resist such temptation? Xiaoyu, you are bringing us more and more food, the fox said, swaying its fluffy tail in front of Lin Xiaoyu. When can you cook us some meat soup? We really miss your cooking. Before Lin Xiaoyu could respond, several young weasels were already staring at her with shining eyes. Huang Daxian even swallowed hard and stepped closer. I heard from afar that there was food here. Seeing so many eager eyes focused on her, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but show a helpless expression. But she still promised them, no problem, we will. Before she could finish her sentence, the little creatures suddenly seemed to sense something was off and quickly hid behind a tree. Even Huang Daxian, who usually got along well with Lin Xiaoyu and was a bit cheeky, jumped onto Lin Xiaoyu's body and burrowed in her pocket, seemingly trying to protect itself. Hey, what is going on with you all? Lin Xiaoyu frowned at the cautious little animals. What's wrong? Turning around, she saw a man standing behind her. He looked to be about the same age as her, wearing clothes similar to Suyu's. When he noticed Lin Xiaoyu looking at him, he quickly introduced himself. Hello, are you Lin Xiaoyu? After receiving a nod, he hurriedly took out his credentials. My name is Lin Chong, and I am Suyu's colleague. I'm here to discuss some development matters with you. Lin Chong? That's quite a unique name. Lin Xiaoyu extended her hand. Hello. They shook hands gently, and Lin Chong turned to admire the beautiful scenery of the mountain, his eyes clearly shining with delight. I've seen the photos and maps Suyu brought back, but I didn't expect it to be even more beautiful than I imagined. Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Suyu said something similar when he first came up the mountain. She then called out to the animals in the forest, assuring them it was okay to come out. With Lin Xiaoyu's words, the little heads immediately popped out from behind the trees, curiously looking at Lin Chong. Although Lin Xiaoyu reassured them, the animals remained wary of the stranger, just watching from a distance. Lin Chong was different from Suyu. At first glance, his fierce-looking face didn't seem approachable. Even though he bent down to adopt a peaceful demeanor toward the nearest little animal, it still scared them, causing it to shiver and quickly retreat behind a tree. Why do you all run away when you see me? Lin Chong observed their cautious demeanor, and his eyes gradually cooled, revealing a hint of disappointment. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiaoyu forced a smile. Maybe the animals on the mountain are shy. Lin Chong managed a faint smile. Miss Lin, you don't need to comfort me. It seems they are afraid of my appearance. Chapter 60. The born poison taster. Although the little animals were disdainful of him, Lin Chong did not give up. Instead, he took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his coat pocket and carefully placed it on the ground. The animals in the wild have very sensitive noses and could smell the fragrant aroma of the roasted seeds from a great distance. Huang Daxian was a bit bolder. He poked his head out from Lin Xiaoyu's pocket and quickly approached the plastic bag. His claws rustled against the plastic, causing some seeds to spill out. Huang Daxian hurriedly picked one up and imitated Lin Xiaoyu, cracking open the shell and putting the seed into his mouth to chew. In no time, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Delicious. Seeing Huang Daxian enjoying the seeds so much, many little animals emerged from behind the trees, and even a fox came forward, eager to share in the feast. Lin Chong watched as these small creatures finally approached, and his anxious heart finally calmed down It seemed he needed to get closer to them. While thinking this, Lin Xiaoyu bent down and reached out to pat the closest yellow weasel. "What are you doing?" However, the yellow weasel, being greedy, was not reckless. It became alert when Lin Xiaoyu suddenly got close. Its fur bristled all over, even the tip of its tail, and its eyes sparkled with caution. As a result, the yellow weasel retreated, causing a ripple effect as the other small animals also backed away, colliding into one another and making a commotion before scattering. Lin Xiaoyu stood there, feeling helpless. He had offered food and expressed goodwill, yet these animals seemed to have no affinity with him. Lin Xiaoyu watched from the side, feeling both sympathetic and helpless, and could only awkwardly comfort him. Don't worry. These little animals used to be afraid of people. Now they can stand back and watch you from a distance, which is already progress. After a few days, when they get familiar with you, you'll be able to Lin Xiaoyu's surprise. Lin Xiaoyu only emoed for a few seconds before changing his mood and standing with his hands on his hips, looking serious. It's a good thing that they remain cautious of humans. Lin Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. What? In a few days, tourists would be coming up the mountain. And at that time, the number of people in the mountains would double compared to now. We cannot guarantee that every tourist will be absolutely well-mannered. Watching from a distance like this allows tourists to see the animals without harming them. Lin Xiaoyu spoke earnestly. This is true ecological and natural protection. Listening to Lin Xiaoyu's words, Lin Xiaoyu felt an excitement in her heart. Despite his fierce appearance, he turned out to be quite caring. Lin girl, we need to start today's work. We not only need to tidy up the mountain, but also prepare for the first day's activities. Under Lin Xiaoyu's arrangements, a few obstructive trees were quickly cut down and repurposed as benches in the village. Thanks to Lin Xiaoyu's previous guidance, the animals in the mountains did not find anything wrong with this. Instead, they just watched. A few fallen trees did not pose much of an impact on the mountain animals. The villagers were very pleased with this, except for Zhong's mother, who quietly wiped away tears, perhaps remembering her son who had been jailed for illegal logging. The road widening work progressed relatively smoothly. But it was the first day of the event that posed difficulties for Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Xiaoyu in terms of preparations. Originally, Lin Xiaoyu had planned a simple activity, to take the tourists mushroom picking. We have plenty of mushrooms on the mountain. I told everyone before that we need to protect the local ecology, and, as a result, everyone was afraid that they wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicious mushrooms next year, so no one picked many. Lin Xiaoyu said earnestly, on the first day, let's let everyone experience rural life in the mountains. The mushrooms can be picked in whatever quantity, and they can serve as free natural souvenirs to take home. Isn't that better than other souvenirs? Hearing Lin Xiaoyu's plan, Lin Xiaoyu nodded, but soon his brows furrowed. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my plan? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xiaoyu's face, which bore a hint of embarrassment. It's not that it's wrong. I just think there are some drawbacks. At that moment, they were in the forest, and it was easy to find 2 or 3 different colored mushrooms with just a casual point. Most of the people willing to come to the mountains were tourists used to living in cities and had never seen so many wild mushrooms. What if they accidentally stepped on a poisonous mushroom and got poisoned? After hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, Lin Xiaoyu slapped her forehead. You're right. Previously, Lin Xiaoyu had other small animals with her, and since she had played this game before, she remembered the mushroom patterns from the guidebook, so she wouldn't step on a poisonous mushroom. As for the local villagers who had lived here since childhood, they mostly recognized the types of mushrooms. But if it were city tourists who had never been to the countryside, it would be very difficult for them to identify poisonous mushrooms. The mushroom picking activity was indeed a great idea, but they also needed to think through the potential hazards to ensure that nothing went wrong. Lin Xiaoyu's concerns were indeed necessary, and Lin Xiaoyu stood lost in thought. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. Right? How could I forget? There's a group of silly road deer in the mountains that live off mushrooms. Letting the silly road deer help identify the mushrooms would be a huge help. I have a plan. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyu immediately called for Huang Daxian. Huang Daxian, seeing Lin Xiaoyu summon him, bounced over. However, he still remained somewhat cautious of Lin Xiaoyu beside Lin Xiaoyu, carefully observing him. Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit awkward under Huang Daxian's scrutiny. and an embarrassed smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Sure, San, go help me call the silly road deer and tell them I have great news for them. Hearing Lin Xiaoyu's words, Huang Shisan's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. No problem. After saying that, he jumped onto a rock and then scampered off into the forest. In Lin Xiaoyu's view, talking to the little animals had long become a normal thing. And as long as she waited for Huang Shisan to return, everything would be fine. But this seemingly normal action genuinely startled Lin Xiaoyu, who looked at Lin Xiaoyu with disbelief. Lin girl, can that yellow weasel understand what you just said? Chapter 61 Best Helper Lin Xiaoyu blinked. Looking serious. Why can't you understand? Lin Xiaoyu was immediately stunned, opening his mouth but unable to say a word for a long time. Why can't this be understood? It wasn't until he saw an extremely complicated expression on the other person's face that Lin Xiaoyu came back to her senses. And then a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. She almost forgot that she could communicate with small animals. Only she knew about it. Even if she told others, they would probably not believe her and might even think of Lin Xiaoyu as someone with a problem. I have spent a lot of time with them, so there is some tacit understanding. Besides, these animals are not lacking in intelligence, and with a little training, they can understand. Lin Xiaoyu quickly found herself a seemingly appropriate excuse. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoyu didn't ask further questions, just said, "Oh," and moved on. Luckily, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Lin Xiaoyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As she expected, things went smoothly. Huang Shisan acted quickly and soon called over a bunch of silly road deer. These silly road deer usually went about their own business on the mountain, occasionally gathering to nibble on grass and eat snow. It was very pleasant to be together. However, upon hearing that Lin Xiaoyu urgently needed them, they hurried over. From a distance, they spotted a strange man standing there. The one running in front quickly hit the brakes and ran back, causing the others to follow suit and scatter. Seeing the road deer panicking and running back, Lin Xiaoyu subconsciously touched his face. Am I really that scary? It's your serious demeanor. Besides, they've never seen a stranger. But now that the road deer have run back, what should we do? Lin Xiaoyu had plenty of patience for this. Don't worry, they won't run too far. They'll come back out of curiosity soon. Lin Xiaoyu was a bit curious. Really? Before Lin Xiaoyu could respond, a silly road deer indeed popped its head out nearby. What's going on? What has happened? I don't know. I just saw the front running, so I followed. Who is it? Who is it? Driven by curiosity, the silly road deer that had initially turned to run came back again, now gathering in front of Lin Xiaoyu, sniffing around. Looking at their bright eyes and cautious demeanor, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiaoyu was indeed right. The curiosity of these silly road deer was quite strong. These road deer relied on eating mushrooms to get through the winter, and the mushrooms on this mountain were the best food for them. After saying that, Lin Xiaoyu quickly searched the area and soon found 2 different types of mushrooms. She brought one of them to the mouth of a silly road deer. The closest one immediately lit up as if it had seen a delicacy and quickly took 2 bites, then looked happily at Lin Xiaoyu. Little you call us all the way here just to feed us? Lin Xiaoyu didn't reply, but instead brought out the second one. Originally, this silly road deer was excited, but upon seeing this one, it immediately shook its head. At this point, Lin Xiaoyu completely understood. Lin Xiaoyu was also serious. The animals in the mountains trust me very much, and I get along well with them. We will have these silly road deer act as mushroom testers, identifying which ones are edible and which are not. Each group will have a silly road deer, so they can enjoy the fun of feeding wild animals while also gaining knowledge. After a couple of tries, they should know which mushrooms are edible and which are not. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good idea, seeing that there were no more issues on Lin Xiaoyu's side. The remaining task was to persuade the silly road deer on the mountain to cooperate. Lin Xiaoyu also had her own methods for this. We are about to have a tourist group here. On the day of the event, any mushrooms fed to the tourists can be eaten just like before. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, the silly road deer's eyes lit up, each one excited beyond measure, with one even pushing its way to the front from the back of the group. Little you, is what you said true? As long as we're fed mushrooms, we can eat them? Of course, as long as you can eat, you can have as many as you want. Oh my God, mushrooms are falling from the sky. The silly road deer immediately lit up, spinning in circles with excitement. Current progress. Silly road deer favorability 50. Achievement tag. Mushroom tester obtained. Unlock condition. Silly road deer identifies which mushrooms are edible. Achievement details. Must rush forward for delicious food. Points 30. Current points 130. After Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Xiaoyu refined some details about the mountain, he hurried down the mountain. After some time and effort, the preparations on the mountain were finally nearing completion, and Lin Xiaoyu was also busy preparing to make the event site look more presentable. Lin Xiaoyu specifically exchanged points for various hats of different shapes. Lin Xiaoyu called over a silly roe deer, first feeding it a piece of carrot. And then while the silly roe deer was munching away, she quickly gestured on its head. The hat turned out to be even more suitable than she had expected. The silly roe deer, feeling warm on its head, didn't even notice anything unusual and blinked at Lin Xiaoyu. Little you, what are you preparing for me? Why does my head feel warm? This is a hat for you. It will keep your head warm. We usually run around outside and don't need this thing. Be good, wear this and you'll get food. As soon as the silly roe deer heard this, it stopped asking questions and eagerly nodded in agreement. Looking at the silly roe deer's foolish appearance, Lin Xiaoyu felt it was adorably silly. Although Lin Xiaoyu didn't try on all the other hats. Seeing the deer's bright eyes, she knew it wouldn't be too troublesome. They would definitely look cute wearing them. Thus, on the day of the event, Lin Xiaoyu brought a bunch of silly roe deer and the enthusiastic villagers to eagerly await the tourist group. Lin Xiaoyu and the others indeed did not disappoint the expectations of the people in the mountains. Before long, several buses arrived with tourists, many of whom were visiting the mountains for the first time. Seeing the scene, they were all extremely excited. Chapter 62. When the sable meets the mischievous kids, oh my god, I really can't believe such a scene is real. I must take a few more photos with my camera later. I didn't expect this tour group to be both cheap and worthwhile. Now we can have a whole day of fun here. After all, this is a newly developed scenic area, and the first step is to focus on pricing. Keeping people here is the real skill. As for how to make money later, that will require careful study over time. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu organized the tourists on site and began to explain the mushroom picking activity on the mountain. The opportunity to get up close and personal with living sables, while also picking mushrooms and experiencing nature, is a huge temptation for city tourists. Lin Xiaoyu quickly followed the earlier plan, sending a sable with each group as a guide to lead the tourists around the mountain. Although the sable looks cute and silly from a distance, it is actually a great guide once in the mountains. Before long, the sable took its respective group along the best route up the mountain. Lin Xiaoyu soon received feedback from a system. Current progress. Sable affection level 60. Achievement tag. Snow navigation device unlocked. Unlock condition. The sable will navigate for you in its not-so-intelligent way. Achievement details. The sable thinks it's doing a good job. It can wander around and eat at the same time. Points 30. Current points 160. With the sable leading the way and Lin Xiaoyu's ability to communicate with animals, these tourists shouldn't run into any major problems. As it turns out, Lin Xiaoyu's guess was indeed accurate. The sable not only knows the way, but also understands not to compete for food with each other. When Lin Xiaoyu stood on the mountain, overlooking everything with other animals, she noticed that many sables were avoiding the same path to prevent disturbing their companions while eating mushrooms. This directly resulted in the mountain being full of tourists, yet each group having a completely different experience, and most importantly, there was no competition for the common resources. Huang Daxian stood by a rock, watching the sables bustling around happily, scratching his head in confusion. When did these guys become so smart, even considering the tourists' feelings? Meanwhile, the fox was shaking its big tail and blinking its eyes. They hadn't become smarter. They were just single-mindedly focused, clearly dazzled by the mushrooms and thinking they were too delicious to share. Huang Daxian suddenly realized this. Lin Xiaoyu, standing at the top of the mountain, looked quite pleased. This is true wisdom. The work she and Lin Xiaoyu had been doing over the past few days was not in vain. At least it hadn't affected the development of the mountain, and it allowed for a bountiful harvest, which is truly good for the mountain. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was contemplating how to perfectly conclude this plan and what to continue developing in the mountains in the future, A sudden, urgent voice reached her ears. Xiaoyu, something's wrong. Lin Xiaoyu looked down and saw a weasel running towards her, panting heavily. Lin Xiaoyu felt a rush of anxiety. What happened? The weasel pointed towards the Sables' territory in the distance. Didn't we agree today to mainly pick mushrooms? But those kids brought by humans are completely ignoring the rules and ran straight into the Sables' territory. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. What did you say? Go check it out quickly. Those kids don't understand the gravity of the situation. The Sables' territory has already been heavily disturbed, and the Sables are suffering. The weasel spoke with a heavy heart. Huang Daxian, listening to his aunt, couldn't help but curl his lips. Fortunately, it wasn't their family being disturbed. But this was too much. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. She quickly got excited and rushed down the mountain directly towards the Sables' territory. When Lin Xiaoyu arrived, she could hear the laughter of children from a distance. Here. Wow, that's a big one. Is there a stone? I want to block the hole and see if it can climb out. Isn't there snow around? Let us just block it with snow from the outside. Just a glance made Lin Xiaoyu feel overwhelmed. Not far away, several kids were gathered around a tree hole. Meanwhile, a mother sable was hiding inside with her two not-so-young cubs, occasionally emitting warning sounds. The kids didn't sense anything wrong and thought the sable was just making that sound. Lin Xiaoyu felt a headache just watching. When she had not interacted with the Sables before, she thought they were hard to approach, but over time, she realized they repay kindness and bear grudges. Now, seeing the Sables in the tree hole, fur bristled, Lin Xiaoyu knew these kids must have scared the little ones. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Xiaoyu shouted towards the tree hole. When the Sables saw Lin Xiaoyu, its expression softened considerably. It stopped making threatening sounds, blinking its eyes and cautiously observing the kids in front of it, too scared to come out, but also unwilling to make any dangerous moves. Lin Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward and pulled the kids aside. Although her anger was boiling, she remained serious. Little friends, the Sables have their own living environment, and we made it very clear on the tourist map. Right now, the Sable babies are in their growth period and should not be approached casually. The kids were a bit impatient with Lin Xiaoyu's words, rolling their eyes and clearly not listening. Meanwhile, several parents who had been taking photos with their cameras began to cast disdainful glances at Lin Xiaoyu. What is the big deal? It's just a big rat in a yellow coat. My son likes it. What is wrong with that? One woman said, lightly patting her son's shoulder. It's okay. If you want to play, just go over quickly. Mom will stay here with you. Let us see who dares to say anything. Encouraged by their parents, the mischievous kids became even bolder, rolling their eyes at Lin Xiaoyu and preparing to continue bullying the Sable family. Even the calmest person would reach their limit at this point. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned cold as she shot a glare at the woman. Didn't I say? You cannot disturb wild animals. Chapter 63. The bear parent is even more terrifying at the same time. She opened her arms and stood in front of the family of ferrets. The ferret mother, who had been hiding in the tree hole, immediately felt relieved upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu. The two ferret babies finally left the tree hole under their mother's protection and quickly scurried off to another place. Seeing the ferrets escape, the woman not only did not leave with her child, but instead pointed her finger at Lin Xiaoyu. Are you sick? My child likes them. What's wrong with catching one or two? Aren't they everywhere in the mountains? I said, you cannot disturb the normal rest of wild animals. You are encouraging your child to make mistakes. The animals in the forest had just heard about the disturbance of the ferret family, and now they gathered around upon hearing Lin Xiaoyu's voice. However, the woman did not feel her behavior was wrong at all. Instead, she looked down on Lin Xiaoyu even more. It's just a newly developed scenic area. You're just a forest ranger in the mountains. What's so great about that? If you have the ability, then don't let tourists come up the mountain. As she spoke, she pushed Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Lin Xiaoyu stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately the fox behind her slightly supported her, preventing her from hitting the ground. The surrounding animals, who were already fed up with this mother and child, were not just one or two. Even the usually mild-mannered silly road deer curled its lips and nudged the woman in the same way. The snow on the ground was slippery, and without the fox's support, the woman fell to the ground, taking the bear child beside her down with her. The scene became lively. The unreasonable woman began to throw a tantrum, refusing to get up from the ground and raising her voice even higher. Aren't you bullying people? We pay to come here for tourism, and you treat us like this and even want to hit people. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu was instantly furious, her eyes glaring fiercely at the woman. She really had encountered a rogue this time. There were quite a few tourists present. Hearing the commotion, they immediately came over to see the woman lying on the ground, with the bear child next to her pouting in a pitiful manner, leading to a flurry of discussions. What's going on? I don't know. I heard shouting over here, so I came over. It sounded like someone was hit. No way. It's the first day of the event today. How could they dare to hit someone? If they really did, that is really too bold. Listening to the discussions around her, Lin Xiaoyu felt speechless. Meanwhile, the woman, seeing that people were paying attention to her situation, raised her voice even more. No, that's not how it happened at all. The ferret mother, who had led her 2 babies to the side, looked at Lin Xiaoyu being pointed at by a crowd and was extremely anxious, making sounds as if to explain for Lin Xiaoyu. Even the fox shook its head, but due to the presence of so many people, it instinctively tucked its tail and lowered its head. Humans are really scary. Do these people not have the ability to distinguish right from wrong? What to do now? The silly roe deer, who had just wanted to help Lin Xiaoyu and acted impulsively, was now also frightened by the crowd and felt a bit guilty. I just wanted her to know what it felt like to be pushed down. I didn't expect to cause such a big fuss. Seeing the animals looking troubled and the tourists attacking her verbally, Lin Xiaoyu sighed helplessly and gently patted the silly roe deer. The tourists present didn't understand the situation, so there was no need to argue with them. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu's expression was filled with helplessness. They can't understand your words. Even if you explain for me, it probably won't help. Just when Lin Xiaoyu was at a loss about what to do, a familiar figure squeezed through the crowd and hurried forward. Everyone, please calm down. It's not what you think, Lin Chong said, looking very nervous. This lady and her child just violated the regulations in our mountains, and the forest ranger was only trying to protect the ecology, which is why there was a conflict. Moreover, it was not the ranger who hurt anyone. As soon as he said this, the crowd began to murmur, as no one knew which side was telling the truth and which side was lying. This situation was like a Rashomon, with each side having its own reasoning, especially the woman on the ground, who refused to admit that she had violated the regulations. No way. Your people deliberately pushed me. Lin Chong felt anxious. He had seen everything from High Point, but now there were no cameras, and what had happened was completely unknown. Besides, the fact that the silly roe deer had knocked the woman down was a fact. As long as the woman said that Lin Xiaoyu had done it, it would be hard to explain. Just when Lin Chong was thinking about how to help Lin Xiaoyu clarify, Lin Xiaoyu stepped out from behind. Seeing Lin Chong trying his best to resolve the trouble for her, a smile appeared on Lin Xiaoyu's face. Thank you. Since everyone can't clarify what happened, let us just check the surveillance footage. Surveillance? Lin Chong looked at Lin Xiaoyu in astonishment and lowered his voice. Xiaoyu, our development plan has limited funding, and besides, the mountains are so deep. How can we afford to install cameras? Hearing Lin Chong's words, the woman looked smug. As long as there was no surveillance video, this matter would be dictated by her. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoyu was serious at this moment. Just because you didn't install it doesn't mean I didn't. Fortunately, she had been foresight. Long before Zhong's mother came to steal vegetables from her cellar, Lin Xiaoyu had set up a security system in the mountains. At that time, she originally intended to capture evidence of villagers causing trouble in the mountains, but she didn't expect it to become the best tool for proving her innocence now. Lin Xiaoyu quickly accessed the system and found a monitor to play the footage. The images provided by the system were the most primitive and rough, but they still clearly showed what had just happened. In the black and white footage, several bear children surrounded 2 baby ferrets and were throwing snowballs at them. The baby ferrets were frightened and hurriedly hid in their mother's embrace. Although the ferret showed its teeth to the children, it seemed to recall some of Lin Xiaoyu's reminders and did not immediately harm the bear children. Instead, the ferret mother hurriedly took her 2 babies and hid in a nearby cave. Who knew that the bear children would not let up, but instead became emboldened, which led to what had just happened. When they saw the forest ranger arrive, the other children scattered, But this bear child not only didn't he run away, but also attracted the bear parent. Earlier, many tourists had seen the cute animals in the mountains. The adorable appearance of the baby ferrets endeared many people. Coupled with the fact that many had sympathized with this mother and child, they suddenly found themselves backstabbed, leading to an immediate 180-degree turn in the attitude of those tourists who had just been speaking up for the mother and child. What? I really thought it was the forest ranger bullying people, but it turns out it was the bear child and bear parent. Isn't that right? How embarrassing. They really thought they could do whatever they wanted just because they paid. Children like this, if not educated early, who knows what they'll grow up to be. Just now, the child was all smug and thought he did nothing wrong, but now he's immediately shrunk back, instinctively retreating behind his mother. The woman, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xiaoyu with shock, never expecting Lin Xiaoyu to actually produce evidence. Looking at the tourists who had started to push back and verbally attack. The woman was speechless for a long time. You all. There was definitely no thought of continuing to play. The woman quickly pulled her child. You really know how to get into trouble outside. Forget it. Let's go back first. The child was also terrified by the scene and nodded, following his mother, ready to escape. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't let them leave so quickly, so she quickly spread her arms to block their way. The surveillance footage has also been pulled up, and I don't need to recount what happened outside to you two, right? So, what do you want to do now? The woman was clearly lacking in confidence and courage. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly asked Lin Xiaoyu to take everyone back up the mountain to continue their visit, making sure this temporary incident wouldn't affect everyone's good mood. She then pulled the woman and the child into her small room. Looking at the two in front of her, Lin Xiaoyu did her best to give a sincere and earnest lecture. Since you can come to the mountain for tourism, it shows there's still a bit of desire to connect with nature. But if every tourist on the mountain behaves so recklessly, destroying the ecology and disturbing the animals' routines, will the mountains still have the beautiful scenery it has now? Will we still be able to see so many lovely animals in the future? Lin Xiaoyu delivered a serious speech to the two. The earlier experiences clearly took the wind out of the woman's sails, and she gradually lowered her head. I know my son did something wrong just now. I was just trying to entertain him. This was the first soft word Lin Xiaoyu heard from the woman since they met. However, the frustration that had built up in Lin Xiaoyu's heart did not completely dissipate. Lin Xiaoyu immediately took out paper and a pen and slammed on the table. Being educated isn't enough. You need to write a letter of reflection. Otherwise, I will have to hand you over according to the rules regarding ecological destruction. Destroying the ecology is a serious matter. Moreover, the sable on the mountain is extremely precious. If the police are called, it won't just be a matter of criticism and education. It might even impact your son's future. At this point, the woman had no way to argue back. Even if she was unwilling inside, she still picked up the paper and pen. Fine, I understand. I'll write a letter of guarantee right now that this will never happen again. Seeing that the other party's attitude toward admitting their mistake was decent, Lin Xiaoyu responded with a nod. The small room was quiet, and besides the sound of wood crackling in the fire, the only noise was the sound of the woman's pen scratching the paper as she wrote line after line. Before long, the letter of guarantee was completed, and the woman handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. It was written quite seriously and deeply. Lin Xiaoyu carefully read it and asked her to sign her name on it. Once you sign, you can go back. Today's matter is settled. If you want to come to the mountain again, next time, we will still welcome you. But you must ensure the ecology on the mountain and never do similar things again. The woman was truly embarrassed at this moment, wishing to leave quickly, and immediately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the troublesome child was pouting, looking unconvinced. The woman quickly grabbed her son's hand and headed outside, but at the door, the little brat suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back, stuck out his tongue at Lin Xiaoyu in the room. What's the big deal? If my dad finds out about this today, he definitely won't forgive you. Lin Xiaoyu, with her back to the kid, was initially stunned, then immediately made a face. Oh, really? Should I go home with you to have a look? After saying that, she actually stood up from her seat. The troublesome child had already been frightened earlier and had only mustered the courage to try to scare Lin Xiaoyu before leaving. As a result, Lin Xiaoyu's reaction caused his mental defenses to collapse immediately, fearing that this big trouble would follow him home. He quickly ran toward his mother, making a whimpering sound in his throat. The troublesome parent clearly couldn't hold her head up in front of Lin Xiaoyu either, dragging her crying child away into the distance. So easily scared, Lin Xiaoyu watched the two leave from the doorframe, unable to suppress a smile. Although there was a small incident today, at least the matter was resolved smoothly. Most of the other tourists were relatively well-behaved, and no harm to animals had been discovered for the time being. However, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't let her guard down. After putting away the letter of guarantee, she quickly put on a thick coat and headed back up the mountain. The happy time on the mountain was always short, especially in the winter of northeast China, where the days were even shorter. By 3 in the afternoon, the setting sun cast its afterglow on the mountain, and everyone hurried back to the bus. By 4 o'clock, it was already starting to get dark. Watching the tourists walk down the mountain, Lin Cheng finally felt relieved. Overall, today's activity was quite successful, and everyone gained a lot. With this good start, the tourism industry in the mountains would be able to establish itself firmly in the future. Lin Xiaoyu immediately cast a grateful glance at Lin Cheng. I really have to thank you today. Thank you for supporting me at that time. Chapter 64. Unity and exclusion. It's nothing much, and it's getting late. How about we? Just as Lin Cheng was walking down the mountain and discussing with Lin Xiaoyu about going back to the wooden cabin to review the day's events, he suddenly slipped and fell into the snow. Fortunately, he was dressed warmly for winter, and with a thick layer of snow below, he wasn't hurt. However, it still took Lin Cheng a while to get up after sitting on the ground. Lin Cheng had run into the mountains many times before and had long since adapted to the mountain paths, so he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Upon closer inspection, Lin Cheng's expression turned cold. He wasn't slipped by the icy surface under the snow, but had stepped on a flattened plastic bottle. Looking closely, it turned out to be a bottle of imported beverage. In this day and age, being able to afford such drinks is no longer typical for ordinary families. But the lack of quality is too much. Clearly, there were several trash bins designed along the way, yet they still chose to throw their trash on the ground. It seems that the tourists on the mountain still have concerning manners. After saying this, Lin Cheng's intention to head down the mountain was immediately dashed, and he hurried into the woods to check. Lin Xiaoyu also visibly noticed quite a bit of trash. She quickly checked the situation on the mountain through surveillance. To her surprise, the footage showed a lot of garbage. These tourists had a great time, but they left behind so much of their waste amidst the beautiful scenery of nature. This is unacceptable. If small animals accidentally ingest this trash, or if it leads to a bigger disaster, it would be a real problem. Lin Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she quickly ran to catch up with Lin Cheng, saying, "Wait, I'll help you collect the trash." Before long, the two of them were carrying baskets, collecting any trash they found along the way. The sky was getting darker, and if it weren't for the heavy snow in northeast China, making it possible to see at night, they might have truly seen nothing at all. Lin Xiaoyu picked up a used tissue and stuffed it into the basket, her fingers already feeling numb from the cold, so she stopped to blow on them. The winter in Daxian is truly cold. Even with gloves on, the wind still manages to seep through. Lin Cheng watched Lin Xiaoyu diligently cleaning up behind him, feeling a bit embarrassed. These people were organized by us to come up the mountain. Although there was prior notification, it wasn't properly implemented, which led to this situation. Don't worry. I'll find a way to clean this up. You should head down and rest well. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, Lin Xiaoyu replied seriously, "How can that be? I'm a forest ranger in the mountains. This work should be done by me. I'm already very grateful for your help in developing the forest." Listening to her words, Lin Cheng felt a strange mix of emotions. At the same time, he was also feeling a headache. He and Lin Xiaoyu had been busy for 2 or 3 hours, and it was completely dark, yet they had only cleaned up a third of the trash left by the tourists today. The surrounding paths were countless. If they didn't hurry to clean it up, wild animals might be harmed, and it would further damage the local environment and ecology. It seemed they might have to spend the night on the mountain. Lin Cheng felt a headache coming on. The night wind hit his face like little knives. Despite having just comforted Lin Xiaoyu, his own fingers were also feeling painful from the cold. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly heard a rustling sound from a corner. Looking up, she saw a pair of glowing green eyes in the dark. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Huang Daxian. He waved at Lin Xiaoyu, as if greeting an old friend, but cautiously glanced at Lin Cheng. "Xiaoyu, do you need help?" Upon hearing Huang Daxian mention help, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately. There's so many animals on the mountain. If they could get them to help, the trash might be cleaned up in no time. Saving her and Lin Chong from the hassle of bending down to pick it up. Seeing the animals looking cautiously at Lin Chong, Lin Xiaoyu awkwardly smiled. We really need your help, but don't be afraid. Lin Chong just looks fierce. In reality, he's a good person. We also know that it's just a bit unusual. Huang Daxian scratched his head awkwardly. Since you need us to help, we can't just sit around. I'll go call them right now. With that, Huang Daxian immediately turned and ran down a small path. Lin Chong heard a faint sound behind him and saw Lin Xiaoyu squatting on the ground, smiling, which made him curious. What is going on? Lin Xiaoyu had a proud look on her face, nothing much. Seeing Lin Chong about to move forward, she grabbed his basket. Wait here, I have a surprise for you. So please? Lin Chong blinked, not understanding what Lin Xiaoyu meant. The tourist had left him so much trouble. What surprise could there be? But seeing Lin Xiaoyu's determined expression, he could only stop. Then let us take a break. We can't wear ourselves out. Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but silently calculated in her heart. It should only be a few minutes before there would be a response. Sure enough, after Lin Chong and Lin Xiaoyu rested for 3 minutes, several pairs of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared in the snow not far away. Lin Chong was startled. He had mostly come to the mountains during the day, and this was the first time he saw such glowing eyes in the dark. However, the owners of those eyes didn't stop due to Lin Chong's reaction. Instead, they raised the things in their hands high above their heads. After focusing, Lin Chong relaxed. It turned out that a group of weasels was approaching. Looking at these little guys, each one was dragging trash they had picked up from the mountain. The weasels came up to Lin Xiaoyu in an orderly fashion, one by one tossing the trash into the basket, then scattering away. If Lin Chong hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Even more astonishing was that soon after, the sable that had been bullied during the day also appeared with some trash. The fox was also pushing 2 bottles out of the woods with its paws. The mice were too small, but they came out in neat little groups, each carrying a piece of scrap paper. Would have been a headache for Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong. The trash was all collected within an hour with their help.